Prep time's over. Now you deploy to the war zone. Good work, Devin. Taking the enemy. Clear for you.
is the World Series of Warzone. And welcome back, everyone, to the Call of Duty World Series of Warzone. Today is the North American Finals. All 40 teams shooting for their chance to be top 12 so they can move forward to global finals and a chance at glory. Taylor Reflections Double, joined by Dream Crazy and Dandro. We brought in the A squad for only the NA Finals. Dream, how you feeling? You're looking great.
Hey, listen, I can't believe we're already here, you guys, but 12 teams already making it to global finals. Like, this is nerve-wracking. All right, I am excited. I cannot wait to get into it and can't wait to see who makes it.
I can't either. And Dandra, I know you can't yourself, right? I mean, come on. We're talking about some incredible teams looking to place top 12. Are you ready to go today?
Brother, I am locked and ready to rock, okay? We have some of the best squads here today. This is the culmination for some of these teams over a month and a half's worth of work. It all comes down here today. We have so many squads who want to be part of that top 12, but that is the reality, Taylor. We can only take 12 of them to, of course, that global land. Who's it gonna be? I'm gonna be on the edge of my seat all day long.
Well, at least the good news is today, nobody's being eliminated. They'll at least have a second shot, right? Especially in those LCQs. So if you've got a favorite team, don't worry about it. You might see them again if they don't make it to global finals today. But let's talk about yesterday. We had lower round 2 for EMEA. We brought together some different regions. EU joined by Middle East as well as Africa, and the competition was at a peak, incredibly strong. Dream, we saw a lot of great games, right? And I know there was a lot of discussion around this Louisiana Wars drama, right? But it seems like they put that in the past, at least for yesterday, and they absolutely slayed out.
Yes, and I mean, when it comes to tournaments like this, you have to be able to do that because you got to get the business done. And at the end of the day, the chemistry did not falter. So Louis CM even had said that, let bygones be bygones, you know, and being able round 3 to take a 3rd place placement with Wars dropping 10 eliminations, that was huge. They look great.
Look incredible. And Dandro, Marcus, Scuffology, right? They ended up making it far.
Enemies
They
are
won.
dropping into the air.
Easy at all. Awesome to see them be able to do that. That gives you some insane wind in your sails, but they are going to need it tomorrow when they are in that regional final. So hopefully they can be able to keep that momentum going, keep that energy up when they enter that lobby.
Well, a lot of reasons to keep the energy up, right? We're talking about $1 million guaranteed. First place, $300,000. Top 20 will be paid out. Dream. That's a lot of dream money.
Insane amount of money. I mean, $100,000 per participant for that first place spot. Down. It's life-changing.
Absolutely life-changing indeed. You can buy a
Enemy
lot with
soldier
$300,000. Hey, you split it either way you want to look at it. Okay, $100,000 each, you take it all. I don't know. I'll let them decide that. But how did we get to this point, right? Because it's been a grueling testament to the teams who have made it this far. Well, we went to that upper bracket that went into lower round 2, and ultimately we are now into the finals. Now, the finals, we will see some teams that we witnessed in the upper bracket as well as the lower bracket. But the big news to take away is 40 squads, 12 teams advance to global finals. The 28 teams that remain will drop down to the last chance qualifier. Their job just got that much more difficult. Only 5 spots available in the LCQ, so you want to make sure you get one of the 12 today, despite you going against some of the most heavy hitters out there. Regardless, though, who are the teams playing? Who are the 40 squads we'll be watching today? We'll take a look at least 1 through 20 at the moment. And Dream, who's standing out to you?
Well, I mean, instantly I wanted to give a shout out to that Colony, Watch Waldo, and Nick Cool squad because this is an interesting squad that scrambled last minute, right? Waldo and Colony being a duo, but picking up Nick Cool, the awesome IGL that played last year with Magnificent and Picnic, which we've always seen that trio go on for a while. But with these guys, I'm excited to see what they pull up because it seems like just with that, with Nick Cool being on the squad, they can get better.
That's it. Me, look at teammate right, Aiden, DJ Moss, C-Smic, and wait to see how far they go. But I've got to hear from you. Who are you looking out for?
Well, it's got to be Team Almond. This was one of those key teams that was involved in that off-season roster mania, right? TVE, this iconic team in Warzone, splits up finally after the 2023 World Series of Warzone. This leaves Almond and Noobs trying to find a new third. Well, they pick up Soka. They find a lot of really early success, but guess what? In a roster move that shook the entire scene, Soka has looking for a third market. He is able to join up, and we know that that is a fantastic pickup, right? But here's the looking at this is the squad that should be giving SSD a run for their money.
drive it back around. No way. No way. Say so. Say so.
Target practice. Real thing coming soon.
Insane stuff coming from Shifty, and I mean, when you think about what they did in that upper bracket, 18 eliminations alone, and the momentum from that, they almost won 3 straight games after that. I mean, first, second, and then third. The amount of points in their average placements is almost a 2. I'll let Coach Twitch talk about the stats when it comes to that. Like, it's just insane how final boss these guys are. Like, they take it to the next degree.
They're dominating everybody and everything. You have some of the top earners, right? Whenever it comes to our success.
All stations, this is Shadow 01. Deployment to the Warzone has been authorized.
Right, Sage is incredible in his own right. I can't wait to see how far he goes. This Soka is a heavy hitter, and that roster, it's no surprise that they continue to dominate. But speaking of dominating, let's bring up our next 20 that we'll be watching today. A lot of great names on this list, and for me, I would be listing all of them. But Dandra, I'm going to actually hand it over to you. Who are you looking out for?
Yeah, I'm going to kind of point my eye towards this right side of the column, and I'm looking at Team 31, Exact Simmer, and Snealing. I called them out in that lower round, too. I said, this is a team that I expect to be doing way better. And they delivered about halfway through the
Secure as much
set.
cash
They
as you
turned on the
can. You are
afterburners,
green
and they had
in
some
green.
really fantastic games. I hope they took
All right, soldier, mark the drop point to your squad.
because
Go
the
get
lobby
after it.
only gets tougher, and that is the exact type of mentality you need to have to compete with the best of the best.
That's it. And also 27, Lil Mario, Fried, Cloud, right, making it through the lower round 2, looking great in their own right. They return to play against the competition that knocked them down to lower round 2. How well will they do? Now, for you, Dream, who are you looking out for?
I don't know what it is about Bombot, but y'all put him in your responses as the easiest player to kill. But let me tell you what, Bombot, Devo, and Cheryl have been really doing well in uppers. They did place 27th and had an average placing at about, I think it was 24. Lower twos, they actually surprised us all. They did take it, and starting in the 7th seed, they had about an average placing of 13. But what really was amazing was their game number 2. Vonbot really light up the streets as well as Devo, dropping 6 and 7. And I mean, these guys, like I said, they love Vonbot because he is that player. He feeds off, I feel like, on that negativity, on all that talk smack, and just gets better. So with these guys, I'm excited to see what they can do because the competition this time around from them, as we know, is much harder.
Much harder, right? It only gets more difficult from this point forward. But I love that. I love some players who can just take that negativity and turn it into a positivity, right? It takes a special breed of person and competitor to be able to do that. But Bonbon's that guy. We'll see how well they do today. Obviously, the competition's it's stacked. Top 12 is where you want to be. Dandro, for you though, you broke it down at least on day 1 and lower round 2, but all the weapons that'll be used. And I gotta say, you're like a wizard. You weren't wrong whatsoever with your stats. But this time around, what are we gonna be doing for Dandro's deep dive?
Well, Taylor, the story of today is all about who's going to be the first team to book their ticket to the World Series of Warzone Global Finals. So let's do a little bit of a dive into what they need to do today to ensure that they're part of that top 12 crew. Our point structure really focuses on 2 things: getting eliminations and your placement. Losers average score on the day at 56 points overall, with an average kills per map of 6 eliminations. But that's not going to be enough here today, because when we shrink that down to our top 12 teams, the average is now skyrocket up to 88 points overall with 9 eliminations. This means that if we follow this same trend today in the regional final, a team that wants to make top 12 needs an average placement in the top 10, getting that 1.6x multiplier with at least 9 eliminations. If they can do that, they should find themselves right around the cutoff. For the teams that are at the top, they're doing a great job of both. In the upper bracket, we had 3 teams that were able to net an average placement of 10th or better, being able to full advantage of netting at least a 1.6. At rank 1, Team Super Evan at rank 2, and Team Destroy at rank 4. Only one singular team from lower round 2 had this average placement, and that was Team Big Man, comprised of Big Man, Zephanox, and Scythe. So, what can teams do to make a small change to have some big wins? Well, let's talk a little bit about Team Unrational. They were tied for 2nd in overall elims against Team Destroy with 60. They somehow end up in 6th with an average placement of 20.2. This team is obviously adept at finding the kills, but they're always falling a little bit short. If they can fix the placements, they become a very competitive team on the leaderboard. Now, that's one team, right, who they're able to find the when we even just look
Supply
at that
boxes
overnight,
marked.
they are
Secure
just
those
shy of
locations.
that average of 10th by just so little, and they're getting there with almost double-digit kills every single time. So the fact that they're able to do that is really fantastic. And if you are one of these teams that is participating here today, that is what you need to look at, right? I'm looking at top 10s, at least 9 eliminations, because if those are the teams that will do that, they have a good chance that those are the teams that make it to our global final.
Top 10, 9 eliminations. Dream, it almost seems easy, right? When you put it that way, to make it to the global finals, but it's never that easy, is it?
No. And I mean, even just looking at all those numbers and hearing what Daniel was like, I'm like, yes, numbers. But as a competitor, you really can't overstress yourself out. At least after every map, every drop, like you just have to stay focused, play your game, and just lock it in because sometimes that extra pressure can falter some of these players.
Supply box secured.
On days like this, you have to show up. We can't have anybody falter because we know what team. Okay, SSD, if they didn't have it, I think we all would be.
Enemy soldier incoming.
I would be shocked. In fact, I would think the world is ending if SSD didn't make it at this point in time. They're just, I mean, really, it's no disrespect to anybody else out there competing. I mean, I think everybody realizes and respects how great that team truly is. But at the end of the day, you know, day by day basis, it's about who shows up and who performs well. And the question is, will SSD be that team to perform today? You never know. It could be Tommen's crew, right? It could be Ahmed's crew. And it's anybody's ball game. And speaking of which, did you know you could be playing Warzone Mobile pretty much anywhere you go? In fact, if you don't believe me, check this out. Warzone Mobile, it's back, and you can download it today. Look, they've got loads of maps built to level up, such as Shipwreck Shoot House, 24/7 TDO. It's all available now, and it's free to play on Warzone Mobile. Andrew, I know you got your hands on it, you've been enjoying it, even if you're not the best. Let's just say that, right? You're still trying your best. That's what counts.
Brother, I would smoke you. One for one, me to shit me now.
Not at all.
That's what I'm doing. Listen, I love that I can queue it up. I'm hanging out on my couch. Oh, let me open up some Warzone Mobile. Get to use all my same guns. They're already fully leveled. I
Enemies
can
are
drop
dropping
into
into
their
the
days,
area.
relive
Watch
the
the
old
skies.
days. I'm feeling great. It's been an awesome time to be able to do that. I'm glad that we're
Roger.
able to
Extract bird is inbound for cash deposit.
Well, hey, drop number 1 is about to get started. I'm excited for it. I'm ready to kick off the NA Finals. Who's going to win it? Who's going to take it? Let us know in chat. But let's also ask for casters. Bring them in. We got Spider Tiff and Doge. Drop number 1. I'm ready to get it started. So let's get it started.
Hey, let's do it. I am so amped. We finally get to stamp the tickets to the World Series of Warzone Global Land for 12 teams in North America. I mean, it's gotta feel good, right?
Yeah, I'm so excited to be here. I'm literally wearing like a vacation shirt right now. I'm the reverse inverted Dandra. Check out the desk next time we're wearing like opposite shirts. Because I'm on vacation. I'm living the dream. I am in the best place at the right time. North America Finals is going to be incredible action. We've got a team at the top that we know should win on paper. But anything happens in Warzone, at the end of the day, it's just about top 12. So I'm going to be paying attention to that threshold, Tiff.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that can happen, such as changes, right? Remember those days when you could throw a C4 like a frisbee, as Dandra said, at a backyard barbecue? So let's go ahead and run it back because there were some changes. That Nerf hammer tried to strike. However, that throw radius of the beloved C4 may have taken a hit, a whopping 15% decrease. Let's boom, let's zoom. But hey, don't worry, we're still gonna make sure you're the life of the party with just maybe a slightly smaller blast radius, because why throw a frisbee when you can throw it like, well, slightly less than a frisbee, Coach? I guess.
Look, we need to just give a moment here to the C4s of old. I mean, this thing was so dominant in the earlier stages of this competition, and it's just not going to be the same. Sure, we'll still see them. Sure, we might see a couple more thermites, but at the very least, we give an ode to the days where you don't need to shoot your gun, you just need to throw C4s and shove them all in your backpack and just keep
Bag
chucking them
set.
day
Extract
after
bird
day
is standing by.
after day. But hey, we'll probably still see C4s. Don't worry, they're just going to look a little bit different. What's a little bit heavier than a frisbee? Maybe a discus. That's what we're going with now. If you're a good discus thrower, you still make good use of it.
Yeah, I mean, look, it changed minimally, but there's going to be so many people still locking those in. I love that you gave a note to the thermites. Just at the end of the day, have a lethal. I don't care what you're spamming, because that just seems to be what and
Take the
Danzo
cash.
really talked
Let's
a
get
lot about
after
the
it.
average placement that you needed to get, but they got there to 12th place with an average placement of 18.
Yeah, it's such an interesting and fun math problem. Like, I feel like I'm back in class every time we cast these things. Because you start doing the math, sure, like 12th place during the upper bracket finals, 60 points divided by 6, you guys get the points. 10 points per game is roughly what you're looking for. But pretty much every other stage of the competition, our 12th place team was more so around like 73, 74, 72. So that's more like 12 points per game. So you can cut a cookie any way you want. It's still a cookie. If you want to have a placement,
You're cutting cookies?
all day I'm cutting cookies. You can't even cut a cookie more. But come on now. Look at it. Look, wait, if you get really high placement, you're averaging 5th place. You do the math on that. 1.8 times multiplier. You need less kills. You can play the unrational scumming route or just slay out the entire lobby. You don't even need to worry about placement as much. You can get 12 kills every single game and make the global
Contract
final.
failed.
You can make
Objective
land
lost.
without placement. It's
Black
just
Hat
way
locations
easier
are
if you
resecured.
can do
We lost that
We
contract.
gotta bring more light to this team. I think they deserve maybe half of this show until we get into the second half. Tim,
Interesting.
let's talk more about SSD. This is the best team to ever grace Warzone, and there's no question about it. I don't think we're going to see more because this is the team
Let the enemy complete their objective.
if you see SSD on the map today, if you see this team Falcons on the map, you run away. It's not worth chalking your life in the
Enemy
tournament.
attacking those in the area. Target
It's
that
just
bird.
all
Secure
about
the
making
cash.
land. I think most teams run away from the squad when they see them.
You know, I do love a good chow though. So if someone can decide to take down the Titans of the lobby, let it be. But Falcons, man, they're pretty scary. I know they've been picking up teams left and right ahead of a very large tournament occurring. And this squad got scooped up immediately. And to see it alongside Soka kind of stepping into that IGL role, one thing to note about this squad is despite all the changes that we've seen throughout Warzone in competitive for the past couple of months, is their level to adapt. It doesn't matter what they have or what's in the meta, they're going to find the best way to utilize it. And I'm thinking back towards like the Razor drones in a tournament that I worked maybe 2 months ago. Soka and Shifty were constantly sending those out just to finish up eliminations. It doesn't matter what you give them, they're gonna work with it.
Yeah, and I think something worth noting too, like raw stats wise, they've averaged a 1.83 multiplier on every single map over the last 21 maps that they've played in World Series of Warzone 2. That means they've averaged basically netting a top 5 every single time. They've only not gotten top 5 6 times out of the course of the last 21 games, and they won 7 of those 21 games they've played. That is a ridiculous stat. That means they're winning 1 out of every 3 games they play. That means they're winning 2 maps today on paper.
They're the true S-rank hunters of our lobby. So I would be like, color me shocked if somehow they are outside the top 12 because I know you were talking about it earlier, the things that you would do. You're like, oh, I'm just gonna go move to a secluded country and never open Warzone again if this occurs. And honestly, I don't think they're gonna.
But I will say, but we can't focus them all day today because there's top 12. That's what we're looking for. And at the end of the day, every single time we do these competitions, there's always a team that just barely misses the mark. And I can only imagine we're going to see that again today. I'm talking less than a point tip is likely going to be our cutoff. Now, there was a moment last year, you and I both know it well, where Team Huskers just barely missed the mark during LCQs. They came down to 1 singular kill. Let's run back this clip because this was one of the most iconic moments from last year. Nate Dogg versus Huskers.
Yeah, I just want this moment to breathe. Yeah, okay, so there's a big difference here, and I was trying to think of other things that could be attributed to it aside from just input alone. Nate Dogg had tempered there, which granted, I think on the reset when he was playing might gave him some more time to take that 1v1 against Huskers. But at the end of the day, Huskers did make it to the World Series of Warzone global LAN. He is familiar with playing on LAN and would likely be wanting to run it back. However, different roster this year.
Yeah, I mean, everybody's got a different roster for the most part. We see a lot of duos that stuck together and looked for a new third. But, man, I'm just like, so excited to see more of those moments where we know the map, we know exactly where teams stand, and going into that moment, Tiff, I remember casting it with you, and it was like, whoever wins this goes to land. Whoever loses this does not. And which is such a cool moment of tenseness, and the stakes are so high. It's so fun to be able to replicate that again this year. So, 12 spots. not as, well, frankly, like established in the Warzone scene comparatively to Tommy. And so, and it seemed like things were slowly starting to get better, but they still have advantages. A couple other teams, you know, Allman and Noobs, his former teammates, they saw a lot of kills. They have this pre-built multi-year biggest competitions ever.
Yeah, and try to kind of reach that ahead just because they have those reps in. It's almost better that they down to the lower round to get more chemistry ironed out throughout those first I really don't know what we're going to expect to see here in drop number 1 because it's one of the toughest lobbies that we've ever witnessed. Very similar to that original on the Falcons, because there's other teams out there that really made a staple in that and Super X. And that's crazy because I and that's no shade in general, but when you have roster mania that occurred, you have all these teams run it back.
Yeah, we asked a lot of people questions leading into this. Superman's team is here with a vengeance. I mean, some of their players are talking about and they dominated the upper bracket. I think it's a great shout. That team is really, really strong. The global finals, I think they get top 12. Really no questions asked. They're moving on all cylinders. Everything. Getting ready for this first map, and anything can happen, Tim. You made it a moment ago. This is basically a revenge story. This is a rematch. But we have 7 teams that work their way through the lower bracket round 1. Toward the bottom of the upper bracket to make their way to the regional finals today. So this is a massive underwater story of one of these lower bracket round 1 teams. Upper bracket teams solidifying that they are the best in
A little bit of a moment of reprieve before we drop into map number 1. We're gonna need okay, pulse check. I need this to occur, but for now, we need to lock it in because the finals are here for World Series of Warzone.
Well, good morning, good evening, good afternoon, Urzikstan. It's time to lock it in. First map of the day, and we are here. Spots to the grand finals on the line. And, well, you can drop anywhere on the map you want. And the question is, will there be another team there? These teams have been VOD reviewing. They've been practicing. They've been scrimming. But the first circle could change everything. Take a quick look at our map view. And, Tiff, it seems like we're headed to the east.
We definitely are. We've seen these throughout our lower bracket round 2, and more often than not, we've seen them pull to military base, and we've also seen them down towards Manor, across the waterway towards Ranch. Now, a couple of squads we did see on that south side already locking it in are going to be Team Colony 2K and Team Rated running back Manor. But hot drops, you asked for them, and here they are.
All right, locked in, already getting mixy. 1, 2, 3. Can we get a full team wipe without losing a teammate? I think we can. What a team fight early for Team Locked-In. This is a team a lot of people expected to do super well in the competition back in group stages. They struggled a bit. They dropped down. They've made their way here. But again, our team numbers are essentially the seeding going into this competition here for regional finals. So if you see a team at 34, 35th, 36, that means they barely made it through lower bracket round 2. Could be a massive underdog story. We'll see. Watch out for that squad.
Yeah, Team Big Man on your screen. One of the teams coming back through lower round 2, looking for a chance to secure themselves a ticket towards LAN, but don't have any plates, a pistol, and, well, you've got Team UAVs just on the opposing side. Willie T to Magoo, not going to be far from him. When the team groups back up, shares those resources, maybe we can attempt to navigate this together.
Yeah, gonna take this nice and slow if they don't have an advantage. I think the things that we've seen, we're constantly learning while we're watching the highest level of Warzone competition. You can do stuff in scrims, but at the end of the day, you've got to do it on main stage as well to prove that it works for you. And I think what we've noticed, Tiff, is that a lot of these teams, I don't think playing scared is the right way to put it, but a lot of these teams are a bit afraid of overextending. They don't want to be the first team to make a mistake in a true 3v3 fight, because when you do and you lose a player, it is so incredibly difficult to win a 2v3 gunfight in Warzone. Now, can it happen? Yes, it happens all the time. We've seen 1v3s even in customs from some of our top players. It's just so much more difficult, and the name of the game today is getting to land. So again, I'm going to reiterate it. I don't think a lot of people are going to contest SSD. It's just not worth it. You're just trying to get top 12.
You really do have to. And honestly, I don't know if it's more scared per se, but conservative, right? A team that's getting into that early action, not playing conservative, would be the one on your squad. Sneely, sit rep, exact. Coming in from that lower round 2 also. But when you've got this squad just able to get a loadout on the opposing side, but Sneely cannot get an angle. Rudy is doing such a good job holding.
Team 40.
Ooh.
Team 40 is your team that barely made it here. Quite literally, last spot to the grand finals here. Got exactly 20th in lower bracket round 2. And came from lower bracket round 1. But a decent performance, but nothing super exciting from them. They just kind of squeaked in. I would love to see a lot more from them, especially in this gunfight. Sneely does have the advantage with high ground. His teammates a little bit pinched out to the far side, though, getting likely a lot of comms, which actually helps Sneely out a lot, providing some covering fire. I am betting on Team 31 for this gunfight, and I think Team 40 doing a lot of the same. They are trying to relocate and readjust this fight from a different angle. They did not like that angle.
Yeah, this is kind of a stalemate, right? They've tried to take this engagement so many times, but no one is able to open the door and turn the tide of the fight by grabbing a knock. And quite frankly, we're almost wasting too much time here in Riverside. I would really like to see this either just kind of go the separate ways or just full send it, because some other team is likely going to want to get in on this.
Yeah, it's one of those fights where it's like maybe you take this fight until this next circle closes, which is the next about 15 seconds. But I think small talk wise, they've got to be discussing, is this even worth our time? And that's kind of what you were talking about, Tiff. It's like, do we just sit here in this stalemate and waste our time, waste our resources, not getting more cash, fighting a team where we really don't even get a knock? I mean, if you land a headshot, maybe, but quick look, our top slaying team, one of our top slayer teams at the very least, Unrational Scummin, Least Scummin already into the gulag and loses it because a Molotov hits him square in the face. A brutal loss there from one of our top teams. Watch out for that squad here in map number 1. Quick look at the new circle, Tiff. Take a look at it.
Oh, it's still shifting out towards the east. A lot of teams are going to be rotating from Lowtown into farms and trying to hit that rotation, but you've got Switch on the opposing side of Team Big Man, and you know that squad has had strokes of brilliance and shown that they are very formidable, but during some of the rounds where it mattered the most, they weren't able to lock it in. So knowing that they have to do everything that they can to get to land, would love to see them kind of lock it in here today. And you can already see them in hot pursuit, sending Team Big Man straight into Z colors.
Yeah, nice potential third party, and I think Big Man Squad, I think it's a great shout. They pushed him out, and the Big Man Squad saw another team over here where if they're worried, and then they're like, wait, maybe we just send this fight instead, try to get the wipe before that Swish'em squad gets to our backs. But unfortunately, don't have a great angle, and Ria's in trouble here for Team Colors. Up on top of high ground, but the other two come swarming, and this is about to be interesting to watch because you've got a sandwich coming in. Swish'em's team's already caught back up. Now it's a true third party, and Nico Infinite's actually going to get the pick. Swish'em's going to get the pick on Riaz up top, which just opens up the entire fight for Team Big Man to try to make a play.
Yeah, this is tough. They need to get to cover. You can see the Dolphin dive for the reposition just across the way. We've already made it around that Team Z colors, knowing that Swish's team is mirroring them on the opposing side. It's just like, we're going to stick to the road. We're going to keep our distance and keep trying to look for picks. But back on over to this fight that's been going on for absolutely ever. But we said it. Someone was going to move straight into it. I see Devo, Vonbot already fully eliminated into the gulag.
Opera House always has several teams in it, pretty much any given time. Devo tries to make a move on 1 HP in a dream, gonna have to outplay with smokes, tries to bait his opposition out. I think the opposition thought it was a true bait when frankly I think it was a bluff. Had no backup, was just trying to outplay his opponents, and now Knock goes for the res. Devo gets the cleanup. Devo is outplaying this Rudy squad by himself. itself. It seems like Devo's got Shero potentially up above him, and one floating as well now. Now Devo has the advantage. Where is Rudy? Rudy is running on the rooftops. What an interesting swing in this fight. I truly thought we were going to see the opposite occur. Rudy had a chance to take down Devo and then go back for the res. I wonder if that res timer is running out.
Yeah, honestly, you can see that he's already disengaged. The call comes out from Devo. Shero Vonbai is like, hey, you guys are coming back in from the gulag. I've already taken control of the situation. Feel free to land, grab your stuff. We'll keep on moving from here. But Scummin, we last saw them in the gulag losing to Team Oreo. And, well, we got our numbers back up, and we kind of have to hit this rotation out of suburbs, right? It's pulling straight towards the east of Urzikstan. Yeah, there's always flanks. And you know who that's going to be? Team Picnic Basket.
Yeah, a crazy flank here. What looked like a fairly free rotation from Scummin. They luckily do spot before the shots go out. And, well, we asked if you're going to still see C4s. How about 1, 2, 3, 2 knocks with C4s and a couple bullets to clean this flank up and make it look like it wasn't even close. A disgusting full team wipe on a team that we expect to do fairly well today. That's Scripta Squad, either out to the lobby or at least to the gulag, as Scummin and Dongi continue to make that southern rotation up from suburbs. They're going to hang out on that bridge to rotate in as we check out another extremity of the map. This is coming out of military. Flank told me they always land here. Now they got to battle for position with Limax, Zeppa, and Levi, a team that flew to Canada to compete in the North American region. They live in Australia, but they're competing here in North America, here in the regional finals.
Yeah, this team used to play alongside eBase, who is now a self-proclaimed yapper over on the pulse check, given all the analysis over there. So in comes Zeppa, and it's been really interesting to follow their journey. But you've got Team Blast on the opposing side. More C4s going out. That one doesn't connect. Let's try again. Still a no. But even with the streaks kind of pushing back Team Blast, Levi, I love what we're trying to do here on this fence line. Look for an angle and really just try to isolate flanked.
There was a moment there you saw Team 1 off into the corner. That's SSD. They thought about this fight for a second, and they made the call to just go ahead and rotate the circle. Both of these teams kind of chalking their rotation. Both going to come in late. Whoever wins it, it seems like Levi's quickly going to win this. Is flanked all by himself, is now just running for his life. And who will he run into? Probably SSD if he doesn't get tracked down by Levi. Great shots to break. So close. One more bullet in a dream, and that's a full team wipe, and not quite. Flanked, able to just barely get out. And now Limax, Zeppa, Levi hitting the redeploy drone, likely to get back into the circle. If there is one over here, they've got a long way to go.
Yeah, this rotation's going to be tough, and we already saw one get finished off by an opposing squad that was not who they were working with. It was Team Jowo. So Jowo, Breadman, and Foreign Jace are going to be in a nearby vicinity. But let's check in here with Nate Dogg, Destroy, and Raul. Only 2 up. Destroy fully eliminated, but we just got to keep Mayapo at bay. Prospect in the distance. My question is, where's Rated?
This is one of those teams, by the way, that is like insanely hot or cold. They're either dominating the performance and you're hearing Destroy and watching him dance on stream after he gets a kill, or they're in a total blender. So one of those teams that maybe consistency is certainly going to be key for today. And with Destroy already down, seems like they're in a bit of a blender early. Reminder, point multipliers, you're truthfully looking for at least top 20, that's 1.4x, but top 10 as Funzy gets torn apart by Raul is what you're going for. There's still 31 teams alive as we're starting to close this third circle, and I'm sure a lot of these teams has those advanced UAVs up after spending all their money in that fire sale.
Yeah, do love that you get the fire sale as the only public event here in the World Series of Warzone, occurring at the beginning of Circle 3. But let's check in with Sly, JTech, and Beam Arc. We haven't seen too much for them yet here in map number 1, and that's totally okay because we get a nice update on where that circle is pulling. And granted, because it is still shifting so far to the east, there's a good chance that's why we didn't see a lot of action. But there's a big knock in that kill feed. Soka knocking Tommy.
Yeah, you can see it in that quick map view. They had rotated in early, got kind of to the upper edge of farms in some of those like kind of apartment areas up there, and they're just holding the rest of these teams that are coming in late. Early rotation certainly key. This squad though is nearly dead center of farms. They're right on the edge of some of these structures, or along this kind of almost like a neighborhood area on the outskirts of farms that they can just hold for a while. The question is, how many kills do they have? So we're gonna check back in on the team holding, the team at the top, the team we expect to win. In a bit of trouble, but great team chemistry streak keeps Ahsoka alive. Shifty and Biff will get a couple rips and get a knock. But an answer back from Obs. Bad COD timing. They get the trade. Overall, a successful win here from Ahsoka as they likely clean this up. No! I spoke
Okay,
too soon.
Teeny.
What in the world? A crazy play from Teeny rips them down, and all of a sudden, SSD is in trouble.
Tommy in the gulag alongside Obs. Teeny's not going to have that gulag available to him, so we'll have to check in with that. But for now, this is going to be a big one needed against Breadman, who can get really shifty, loves to hit the zip, takes it and beats Tommy out by just a second. Was he trying to follow him up to kill him? Like, what do we mean here?
That is wild. The zipline is just so different from the flag. You can almost bait the flag out, but if you try to bait the zipline out and they smoke it, and you can't track in time, they can get out of there without you being able to answer back. And that's exactly what happened there for Tommy. That was a wild instance. And well, SSD looks thin, but they are back on their feet and all of their loot back in hand. They are right back into the mix. An opportunity to take out a top squad, apparently not executed on. Close though. Great effort from Teeny as we continue to swing around. Former Challengers player Oreo trying to go big here and prove that they deserve to be here all the while. Work their way up through the losers bracket, lower bracket rather, and had a chance here on main stage here in the regional finals.
This is quite interesting, right? Because Oreo is going to be the player that took down Scummin from Team Unrational in the Gulag, but you've got Team Unrational now at their backs, but then you have Team Almond towards their west, and we're still looking for some cover to work with before securing a building of our own. Skullface, Almond, Noobs on the roof here at Bazaar, still keeping pressure onto Oreo, but now you've got Destroy, Raul, and Nate Dogg back up to a 3-stack, moving on in.
Yeah, and this is the mark of a fantastic team, is being able to restabilize when you're down in numbers, always making sure you have the right amount of cash, getting to buy stations, getting your team back on your feet, getting a breath, and then moving again. And that's exactly what's happened for Team Destroy. As you can see, watch Waldo falling in the kill feed. Several players falling off into the outer edges kind of this zone, but a couple of these teams that have held down Bazaar, and then I see Big Man has made a massive rotation all the way to dead center of zone, just waiting on their quarry. A battle for Bazaar here is going to be massive, Tiff, because likely when this next circle closes, everybody pulling out of Bazaar are gonna have a really tough time. You want to clear Bazaar, win Bazaar, and then you have basically a free and clear rotation all the way to the finish line to likely top 10 or beyond.
Right here, just trying to stay alive, but not going to be able to do so. Sit Reps, Neely, and Co are going to be able to hit that squad wipe. Checking in here with Swag, Adrian, Sage. Sage, from that powerhouse team originally, that was your World Series of Warzone Global LAN winners, finding a new roster here, trying to get back to that global stage. Now, Goj, we did see a very similar zone to the way we have been pulling, and once Circle 5 starts to show us, I'd be curious to see if we are going farther south into the open, and it's that where we saw Team OP Marked win it in lower round 2, 3-stacking the Car 98.
Yeah, it's a great call out. I think Car 98s are going to be massive with these open zones. If it does end up there, looks like our next zone has pulled. It is pulled further east as expected. Clown team in trouble, goes off by himself to try to figure out what the heck he's going to do. And he's going to run into several teams in his way. This is going to be brutal to battle through. Quick look at that map. You can see how far east it pulled. A couple people up on the hills out by the out of bounds line. That'll be a fun place to play because likely that's where it's ending. Ended in scrims. It ended in a couple of our regional lower bracket rounds. Like there's a lot of teams that have seen this zone before and they know how to play it. And the teams that early rotate are going to get paid for it in kind if they have kills already. And I think that's going to be key. A lot of these teams still looking for their first couple kills. And I'm specifically looking at Almond, Noobs, and Skullface. They've likely been in this area for a very long time, holding down Bazaar. And I don't think they have as many kills as we think they do.
I love that we're going to focus on shooting out the counter UAV. It's smart. We've got the trophy system down here on the roof to alleviate some of that pressure from the lethals that may come their way. But Skullface, Noobs, Almond just looking for angles. We're not going to be safe here in just a moment's time. We have to rotate out. But knowing there's a team underneath you, how are we going to rotate around Vonbot? JTech looking for that early. Oreo has not left their building yet either, so the chances of being gate kept here are going to be astronomical. How do we approach it? Well, you dolphin dive straight into a knock.
That is brutal. Both go diving off, both both get obliterated. Luckily, Skullface has a sizable amount of cash, is able to buy back both, and Noob still has 8 grand in pocket if he can get to another portable buy. Skullface trying to clear a pathway for them, but it's going to need a bulldozer to get through 2, 3, 4 teams trying to hold this squad out. This is brutal, but Noobs is making it look easy. Shero's team getting fully broken down limb from limb and then sold to the highest bidder. What is going on with a full breakdown from a team that had the advantage? Shero last alive in the gas. Noob's just gonna burn all the way through his gas mask to make sure this PDSing team can get eliminated. And because of that, now Almond's fallen. Now Noobs is by himself, sucking up the rest of this PDS after he goes ahead and throws another one down, Tiff. That is wild.
Nothing like just under 15 seconds left on this PDS to try and withstand all the pressure from the squads. And granted, it does center up, and we're not done yet, but you have heavy-hitting teams like Team Destroy, Team Unrational, that are going to be just outside the gas looking to hold you out. Noobs, though, looking to secure maybe a higher multiplier, and we're in the 1.4x for now, but we don't get to the 1.6 until 6 more teams fall.
A battle for one of the last remaining pieces of cover. Certainly the biggest building, just barely clipped inside of the zone on one side. And it's Levi, Limax trying to contest SSD in the final positions. Will anybody ruin their averages? A 1.83 multiplier average across 21 games. Quick listen in with SSD. Let's hear their clear comms and communication.
Like beacon zone PDS.
Alrighty. There's a team in a divot. There's a team in a divot close.
Yeah.
The solo's still there.
Hear that.
Hey, focus on the A. D, there's a team in the divot right in front of you. 3-man in the divot.
Okay. It's working close.
I'm killing solo behind us.
That's my smoke. Okay. We had a full team on the right by the heli. Yo, close on me. Oh, that's a divot. Oh my fucking goddamn.
I don't get behind us.
I lace the divot a little bit. People in that warehouse too. I'm trying to get blood on the divot.
Yeah, I'm going to blood at him.
Because fuck right here on live. It's still in the divot. He's jump sniping. I have a trophy I can put down whenever we try pushing up.
Hey, the divot's going more left. The divot looks like...
All right, so they're already calling out that a team is going more left. They've got the trophy to play if they need to, but still trying to hold angles onto Super Ev. Now, that's that squad we highlighted right before drop number 1. They got second in the original upper bracket for NA. Now, into the finals, almost into the 1.8x multiplier, which would be on par with the average that Team Falcons has been able to maintain.
Yeah, this is a wild fight to start. You've got Team 24. Big Man has been sitting in this building waiting on the competition to get here. Either use a recon or just guess correctly. It's going to pull this far east. It has the last remaining piece of cover. The question is how many kills? They had to god rotate to get there. They had to battle to get to that position. Now we'll see if they can hold it down as Super Evan on the far hand side, all 3 alive, wiping teams left, right, and center. It's going to come down to the final 6, looking for the final 5. All teams just holding, chomping at the bit, waiting to get to top 5 before opening up and going for those eliminations. SSD makes a wide rotate here left. The Falcons looking to make a play on Super Evan. This is the top team versus the second team from upper bracket. This will determine this fight. This will determine who wins this map. And will it be a C4 that gets the first knock, or will it be a play through gas? Shifty finds an angle. One flank, goes one. Looking for the second, doesn't land. Smokes galore, and now they have to make a play. And Ahsoka likely is saying, we got to turn back. We can't get flanked here. Don't open up your shoulders too much. So they don't push it, not yet.
Yeah, but no one's going to be able to cross that open space to chow them. But the fact that they keep those smokes down, they keep those C4s expended, that just allows them to isolate even further. And now using this mound for cover as Super Ev's team has backed away into the stable. But we're still keeping pressure to Team Big Man. How is this even occurring? Shifty and Co have to wipe Super Evan, but Big Man's going to look to third party.
A true 3v3 inside of a small shed with Big Man way off on the far hand side. 3v3v1. Finals fight here, and a Big Man makes a play. Takes down Ahsoka. Full wipes Ahsoka. Now it's a 1v3v1, and it's all on the back of Biffle. What a ridiculous circumstance. Tip, you called it. Big Man plays spoiler and nearly hands Super Evan the win. Can Biffle 1v3 a full team? No, but he gets a full kill for a 1.8 multiplier. Incredible job from all 3 teams. Big Man goes big, but at the end of the day, it's Super Evan's squad, the Wolf of Warzone, takes the victory. I heard people say this team might not qual. I heard people say this team doesn't have the Kim. They are showing it here again that upper bracket was not a fluke.
How about when I talk about this roster just ahead of drop number 1 being the team that comes in second place in the upper bracket for North America? And as we look back at this last stand, I will eat my words because I basically said that I was shocked with how well they were performing. And to see them here in the end game, grabbing map number 1, withstanding not only the Falcons, which are quite possibly the best team that we've seen in competitive Warzone history at this moment. And then you get third party by the team that came in from lower round 2 in NA, who did insane and just kept that pressure on. Now, based off the clip that we witnessed yesterday from the pulse check scrims of Shifty getting crazy in the end game, I was like, all right, well, let's see what the Silent Assassin Biffle's gonna be able to do here in this moment. But nah, Super Evan's squad was not going to allow Biffle to break them down.
Yeah, and frankly, I love that aerial cam because it actually showed us that Big Man made more of a heroic play than we thought he did. He actually got knocked by Super Evan's team in the gas, and then they had to turn in a dress Hisoka squad, right? That Falcons team was a 3v3, so once they knocked Big Man, they had to turn their eyes back the other way. And frankly, it ended up paying off because Big Man got a self-revive in the gas, gets inside the zone, throws a couple plates in, and then rips Hisoka not only off the heady, off the roof, off of a position where he could make a play on Super Evan's team, but also full wipes him. And so Shifty sure gets his self-revive off, but is 1 HP, and it's a 3v2 to finish things out. What a ridiculous sequence. Shout out to Big Man stopping the top team from winning.
There's a bounty on your head. Eliminate enemies and secure supply caches to get rid of
in
it.
our victory moment.
That's guy naded, that's guy naded. No, down low, down low, down low. This is last kid, this is last kid, this is last kid.
Come on. Yo, Hector, hold my fucking nut, boy. What, Hector?
Sure. Hey, I like the celebration of 30-point victory. You are frankly like close to halfway potentially to making it to the global finals. I mean, our cutoff in the upper bracket is around 60 points. It's likely going to be a bit higher than that, but Tiff, good way to start the day.
It's a good way to start the day indeed. That definitely passed the vibe check for me. You know it's all going to be momentum based after that. But hey, you know, the Desk did such a good job breaking things down ahead of drop number 1. So let's see what they got to say after seeing that.
Well, it didn't disappoint, did it? Game number 1 is over with, and an exciting drop 1, man, that gave us a little bit of everything, and also some tremendous storylines bubbling up, whether it be from lower round 2 or even from the big roster changes. I'm enjoying it, I really am, and the replays will absolutely not disappoint. Dream, let's first go to you, a lower round team, a lower round 2 team, I should say, making it big time. We're talking about big men placing top 3.
Yeah, and that's unfortunate playing spoiler alert for Soka, right? Because in those intense final zone moments, I mean, you have to feel like on top of the world, right? You pick up a couple eliminations, but to be able to take down a team like that, I mean, carry the momentum.
Most wanted contract closed.
I'm saying
Supply
carry the
drops
momentum
inbound on your
from lower
location.
round 2 to make it into top 12 would be a tremendous storyline. But let's talk about a big storyline. Sage was also top 5, and I want to point that out because obviously he's on that revenge tour, Dandro, and while top 5, meanwhile, top 2 was SSD, so that storyline's going to continue to thicken as we go along.
It's brewing. I know we all would love to stir the pot, stir the drama, get it started, but I love that that team is now kind of finding some success here in this game number 1, right? I think a lot of people when we first saw this squad of Sage,
You're the target of a most wanted contract.
we're a little bit
Eliminate
questioning about
threats
how
and
this
secure
team would
supply
do. Like,
caches to
Swag's
close
a
it.
content creator. This guy's doing podcasts with Anthony Davis, right? Like, he can't be a Warzone competitor. He absolutely has filled into his role, and he knows exactly what he needs to do on this team. He's vocal. He's helping keep the boys in check, and he's also just kind of doing the dirty work. He's the one who's A-OK, flying in and being bait for Adrian and Sage, 2 absolutely insane gun-skilled players. So the fact that they're making a top 5 here, I know they had to have some solid eliminations to boot. I'm excited to see what they can do in the rest of the 5 maps.
And look, Adrian. Yeah.
Can I just add to that? Just the fact that, like, Swag, like, you just said that, Dando, like, he's that, like, bait entry player, but, like, you've always seen Swag, right, with a sniper in his hand, right? He was usually the one that would be, like, anchoring back and getting the picks. So I just love that dynamic between the two that I just had to add.
Well, it makes sense being on phase, right? It's going to have a in his hand. He's going to be popping some heads up. Serious competitor, and also the young gun of Adrian, too, making a big name for himself last year, joining the likes of Aiden and Co. And obviously, he's on a little bit of a revenge tour himself, not as significant as that Sage story. We get down, though, to the top 30. We start seeing SSD come to life. And this play here, by the way, I was a big fan. I was looking up, and Tommy's like, well, I guess I just have to take the L on this one. Unfortunate for sure. Gulag's always entertaining, but Dandro, quickly to go back, though, to Irrational Doggy Scumming, right? First to hit double digits, but maybe a little bit of an earlier exit than they were expecting.
This is kind of was the point I was making at the top of the show. They're the first to hit double digits at zone 5. I'm sitting there, I'm looking like, wow, they actually could set themselves up to have a fantastic map. Number 1, we have our amazing scoreboard in the upper right there, but then out of nowhere, I see them get deleted. So I'm kind of hoping that, maybe they can kind of lock it on in. They had the kills, they were able to find them, but they need those placement points. I think they went down within the top 20, but not just yet into the top 10. I'd love to see them be able to get there.
We get down towards the tail end of things in a big fight, though, and obviously Super Evan staying up on their feet. Benful won't drop. That SSD roster is going to have to settle for second, at least at this point, Tree. But Super Evan taking a big 30-point victory. It's got to feel good to open up with the win.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, just placement perfect, everything perfect. I mean, the momentum from here has got to be high for these guys. As you mentioned, a lot of people were just like, maybe they'll do good, maybe they won't, but it's got to be high.
I love that. I mean, Super Evan's team, they are really, really fantastic. I think we're going to be pulling him in for an interview in a hot second. So I have some great things I'd like to be able to ask him. Let's go ahead. Let's bring in on Super Evan for our interview.
It's my boy Super Evan. What's going on, man? How's everything been?
What's going on, guys? It's been going good, man. It's going good. I mean, I'm pretty happy after that first game.
Yeah, how could you not be? I think Goj was saying, potentially halfway already to qualifying in the top 12, going to the global stage. Once again, I know you were excited for that. There was a lot of talk early on, even between us, about, you might be joining this roster, you might be going over here, might be going over there. Ultimately, you settle with Empathy and Otter Reyes. Talk to me about that team development and how you guys came together.
Yeah, so it was very last minute. I mean, I was playing with Brolic and Huskers at the time, but then Huskers was on a trip, which, congrats to him, because I didn't know that he was getting engaged over there, so shout out to him. But he was missing some of the dates for the qualifiers, so I was like, okay, I know Trick just got dropped by Attract and Colors, and he had hit me up to play. So I was like, yeah, okay. So he told me he was playing with Otter, and he just hit me up, and I was just like, yeah, let's do it. I'm on broadcast right now.
That's awesome. Yeah, that is awesome, Super Ev. Hey, what's up, bro? That is so awesome, because sometimes with these these last minute team pickups too, it can really have a disadvantage. But for you guys, that's obviously an advantage. With these guys, do you see? I mean, do you guys have any type of in-game issues? I mean, I don't know. I know sometimes the honeymoon phase, it's great, but in game, what are some of the biggest issues you guys seem to face?
Well, I mean, we had some kinks in the beginning, right? We had to rough them out, just like any other new team would. But I mean, I've been playing with Trick for a little bit now this year. I've played with him all throughout the 2v2s and stuff, so I was pretty comfortable playing with him. This is my first time playing with Otter, but I mean, Otter's is a vibe. I mean, he's funny as hell. So it meshes well. These scrims that Hector's hosted and stuff like that, it helps a lot. So we've been playing those every day, and then just been fixing the problems, you know what I'm saying?
I gotta say, man, your team is probably one of my favorites. I know a lot of people said on paper, they're like, is this team really gonna play that well? But we call you the Wolf of Warzone for a reason, my man. You're wheeling, you're dealing. Talk to me a little bit though, because obviously, anybody who knows Trick and Otter, they're not the most vocal players out there, and you're pretty vocal yourself. Are you finding it that that's a great way how your team is camming? Is you have that motor mouth comms, you're giving that small talk, and they're just kind of playing off though, and you're kind of directing the battlefield?
Yeah, I mean, they both bring out they're both way more vocal when it comes to when it's actually time to play. I mean, they're definitely both a little laid back when we're scrimming and stuff like that, but when it's time to show up, they show up.
Love that.
Well, all right, man. Hey, you win game number 1 like Kendrick beat Drake. Love to see that. What's your game plan going into the next 5?
The exact same thing we did that game.
All right, I like it. Super Evan, you know I'm a big fan. I don't want to take too much of your time. You got a lot more games to go. Hey, good luck moving forward, brother.
Appreciate you guys, man.
Locked in, a little bit of adrenaline. You can kind of feel that, you know. Hey, people coming in for the little bit of celebration, a little bit of additional talk. You gotta appreciate that. Yeah. Super Evan, a great guy, a wonderful competitor, and someone that is constantly trying to prove himself. And Daniel, talk about Super Evan, right, in his kind of route to get to World Series Warzone. Even going back to last year, you know, maybe coming in as people viewing him as the underdog, maybe, you know, forced to maybe kind of prove himself.
Yeah, I mean, it's really funny because I think back at like Super Evan's rosters, right? And they've always been these teams that I feel like maybe are a little underrated, but they always end up doing really well. Throw it all the way back, right? He plays alongside with Holes and Biffle. And, you know, they have this insane sort of gas play at the end of the game in order to win it. And everyone's like, where did this come from? Fast forward to last year's World Series of Warzone, you have Super Evan colors and swag, and everyone's like, yeah, this squad's good, but like, are they good enough to make it to land good? And they absolutely show out. And he comes in this year with sort of 2 veterans of Warzone, and they are putting on the gas, taking game number 1 here in the regional finals. I think it's about time that we maybe stop underrating any squad that Super Evan puts together, because all of them are seemingly finding success no matter what the circumstances. Without a doubt in first place, sitting at 30, and really it goes 1, 2, 3 right from the finishing of game number 1. Dream, we look at it, Biffle, that SSD roster sitting in second, a lot of come-ups, but I'm so happy to see a lower round 2 and Big Man making an impact, a big impact in third.
Yeah, and what an impact it was playing Spoil Alert, but Chia can't cut out the revenge tool as well. So, I mean, trailing behind, this is game number 1, but we saw how difficult it was in terms of rotations, at least for SSD and some of these squads are playing fairly confident every single squad here today. And also Green Dose 2-6. Shout out to that.
Shout out to them for sure. I know, Dan, you were big on Colony at the beginning of the show. Colony sitting in 20th place. Who else do you notice going down the list?
Well, I'm looking at 12th, One, right? This is kind of where they're kind of looking at. They have 7 eliminations. That's solid, but 9.8 tells me that they did not get the placement that they really were looking for. So I talked about at the top of the day, you want those 9 eliminations, but you also need that top 10 finish. So, hey, NA, you're getting close on the eliminations. Tighten up those placements. You're going to be feeling a lot better on that leaderboard.
Well, game number 1 was exciting. It's only going to continue to get more exciting as we go along. We're going to take a quick break, though, as we transition from drop 1 into drop number 2. But don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Enemy attack helos in the airspace. Take it down and secure that cache. Marked as a most wanted target. Kill enemies and secure supply caches to close the contract on your head.
Recon flyover!
Most wanted contract closed. Sending a supply drop to your location. Well earned.
Be advised, UAV is exiting the AO.
Cash drop is en route.
Armor here!
Be advised, there's an enemy squad gunning for you.
It's the second half. These things move quick, so make a move now here in map number 2. All eyes set near the bottom of the leaderboard. Team Tommy, Team Rated, Team Swish'em, all down in the lower 30s. Inside of the 30s, you're not going anywhere besides LCQs. But let's see where some of these players are going to drop, see where they're headed in map number 2.
Hey, we saw that action early on here for Oakboy, Picnic, and Scripta. And Picnic and Scripta landed in the gulag. Clown, Little Mario down, and Tappa. Here, a different squad looking to take angles. It's fried from the roof, but can we connect it?
Yeah, these are those early fights we're talking about. You need these in your belt to have a couple kills so that kind of relieves some of that early and mid-game pressure to try to find eliminations. All you have to worry about is setting up for success. And frankly, for Picnic Basket, not set up for success at all. Down and crawling, bleeding out, and unfortunately headed to the gulag early. I'd be curious to see who he's fighting. It might be Almond. Look at that. Almond falling in the kill feed as well. Some early fights, and we'll see. But hey, Twitty fades Tappa. Seemingly things went well to start as they won that team fight. And as we head over to Breadman Joe and Foreign Jace, another team we expect a lot from, and frankly, a fun conversation point, because I know the analysts kind of talked a little bit about them, but this Foreign Jace edition, like not working with Skullface, that was their original trio, and having to sub in Foreign Jace was such an interesting value add, because Jace didn't even make land last year, but seemingly it worked pretty well for him. We'll check back in with that squad here shortly.
Yeah, you're definitely going to need to do everything you can to make it to that global land, especially with Swish'em wanting to make it for the first time here alongside Nico and Foulnets. Already seems with Nico opening the engagement, UAVs to fall. Here come the C4s. We saw what they did to Huskers, and you know, they can be pretty detrimental. Smoke for the inside to cut off any lines of sight, but you're about to get sent on by a squad who wants every elimination they can get.
Yeah, there's some ancient proverb in there somewhere. It's like when all else fails, just throw C4s and pray. I don't know, but unfortunately for Magoo, he's gonna have to pray on the downfall of his opponents. No chance in hell. 3v1. Swish'em wins that every day of the week, including Sundays. But today's a Tuesday, and well, it's map number 2, so a great start for Swish'em's squad, and they needed it. They are in 31st going into this lobby, and frankly, I think there's a lot of teams and a lot of people watching, a lot of players in the EU region that are cheering this squad on. I feel like Swish'em is almost like the home team we all want to see succeed, not just because of their history in Warzone competitive, but also Nico was part of that squad that made it on the wild card game. These have been friends for a long time, but to the gulag we go. Willie T trying to win his ones and can't see a thing, so just spraying and praying, and Willie get Griff. What?
Did we just time out?
I think we timed out. We timed out. The gulag ran out of time as they try to beat each other down, and they both lose. So suck it, nerds. Head back to the lobby. I don't know.
At least Magoo and UABs are still up in it. We can get Willie T back, no problem. But for now, all 40 squads still in the lobby. No one has completely taken that exit. As we kind of cruise over Cargo, Old Town, C-Town, not going to be the best areas of the map to go ahead and hit that regain, but sometimes it's all you've got. But Lovey there on that rotation, and Locksteel tries to pick up an easy KP, but unfortunately gets caught out.
Now, Assault can certainly shoot straight, but frustratingly, I think he really wanted that kill and overextended there, giving his life away for what? Nothing, frankly. So that team's gonna have to totally bail out and try to readdress. And oh no, everything has gone bad for the boys at home. OP marked, Reed Boy Shaded Step in trouble with Reed Boy last alive. They've got to win their gulags. You could see them in dead last on this leaderboard, and for whatever it's worth, they're getting contested by SSD. They've weakened them, and now a third party's coming in from Team 12, an opportunity to maybe put SSD on their back heels. This is Omit in A. This is a big squad, a lot of rivalry here, Tip. See how it goes.
Look, they need to take out this squad now and prevent them from having some substantial eliminations through the mid game. But coming out of that northwestern side of Urzikstan, you're going to have to separate Shifty, Biffle, Soka, and maybe take those fights more isolated, because something that this squad loves to do is kind of swarm around the opposition. You saw it just on that prior fight. All 3 members of SSD, or Team Falcons per se, was able to just collapse upon the remaining member. Now though, Braxton, Youngstas, and Juju have kind of taken up that space, and you can see that SST is rotating further into power.
Yeah, honestly, this is I guess, again, it goes back to that early combos we talked about. It's just, like, not worth the time, because at the end of the day, like, you don't really care if SSD gets chalked early. Like, they're gonna qualify for global finals unless an act of God happens, and so you get an early knock, you get your kill, and then you move on. It's just not worth chalking your game to try to hunt them down and then potentially lose that fight. So I think a smart call there from Omit in A. You get a little bit of cheese as your little rat play third partying, and then run away with it. Don't get caught in the mousetrap that SSD likely is gonna try to set. So we'll see how that Element NA squad does. A really strong team. They've been really putting things together the last couple days. But this is one of those squads, too, I think from a chemistry standpoint, Tiff, we could talk about for a very long time. Gabe Kuhn, very new to the Warzone competitive scene, being a young gun.
Yeah, they need to do something strong here. They're finding themselves outside the top 20 right now, not even close to top 12. But this could be a game for them to turn it around, especially if we're shooting like that. However, Limax going to answer back, fully take down Gabe, and, well, flanked Blast trying to push on in, but we got Levi back up on their feet. It turns into a 1v2, and even with the support from flanked at the side, we still can't get the numbers back in our favor.
Man, I almost want to run that back. I love the deaths to break down that segment. Gabe Kuhn is such a talented young player. He put in his intro form when we sent out that Q&A that he wanted to be Rookie of the Year, and he makes some incredible plays like that, where he's able to take down a 1v2, almost a 1v3, but frankly, he just went a hair too early. He waits maybe a second and a half, and Blast is there to play follow-up, and they easily win the 2v1. He just got a little too aggro. He wanted the 1v3 for the clip, play for the win, play for the high percentage gunfights. But here we go, back into the mix. Scripta's team on their back heels again, as Scum and Squad continuing to farm the edge of lobbies. Tiff, this Scum and Squad always goes for kills.
Hey, you've got to, right? We talk about what you need to do is balance that play. Okay, look, Dongy and Unrational. If Unrational would have connected that onto Nico, I would have lost it. But for now, we're still in hot pursuit of that squad that we've really been highlighting here throughout drop number 2 and even drop number 1. But it looks like Nico is potentially the last standing member looking for a regain over here in our Opera House. And if I'm Unrational and I just want to go ahead and take it out and get one step closer to a better multiplier and bolster my points, this is the way to do it.
Yeah, and frankly, like looking at their scores too, like they're inside the top 5. They had a ton of kills and their multiplier was pretty low. They didn't get a super high placement. And I think that's all they care about. It's like, hey, if we get the kills, it almost doesn't matter what place we get to. And hey, if we can drop a banger map and get the placement, that could get us about halfway to qualifying just on one singular map. So I like this pace of play. Every team plays the game slightly different. Some super aggressive, super fast pace, and some like Big Man's team, I think is a good example. They got to that in-game super early and got paid for it with that multiplier. So both ways work. Both teams inside the top 5. We'll see which one pays off the most today as Dongy tries to make an aggressive play. This is Swish's team on the other side.
Even after the C4 slight nerf, I'd like to say that it's still an MVP. Whether it's opening a fight, forcing someone out of a cover that you think would be beneficial to them, and you just waltz right in and clean up those eliminations. But now that we're at the beginning of Circle 3, a lot of teams are going to be looking for those buy stations, whether or not that's to take advantage of it, get some teammates back. You can already see them calling in a mobile buy station, right? That advanced UAV. When you string together those UAVs, I think it's like 3 together, pop the advance and go on the move.
Yeah, this is tough. I think especially with advanced up, if you get a knock, you've got to hunt down these teams. You cannot let them run away. You've got to hunt them down. And now on the hunt, you can see Time in trouble as he goes down and being sent to the gulag. Ripper and Loctive, last 2 up for the team, getting hunted by this other squad. Vexo on the other side. Nice outplay here from Ripper, but he's opened his shoulder to Vexo's teammate. A great bait and switch and a great cleanup. One goes down and then the full wipe. I gotta give some credit to Vexo and Ave winning that 2v2 there. That was a great breakdown of that squad.
And that's a team that barely made it here into the NA finals, right? 19th in lower round 2. However, Super Evan fully eliminated there by OP Marked. We'll have to see what that squad's up to. But for now, Limax, Zeppa, Levi moving on into that Team Joe gang, which we had just witnessed them finding some elims.
Super Evan in the gulag. Otterize just coming out of the gulag. Empathy on no place, likely coming out of the gulag as well. I think this team just got full wiped. All having been sent to the gulag, they would love to all win their ones. That's 3 kills, and frankly, that's actually a sizable amount in this game. You all win all 3 of your gulags. That's a ton of points added to your leaderboard, especially if you can get some multipliers. But they've got a lot of time that they need to stabilize, and Super Evan not taking any chances. Waiting, watching, lurking, and dominating here in the gulag. Super Evan joining his teammates back on the map.
That was super nice and clean, and honestly just use that rope coming down to their advantage. Vexo picks up a nice fight over there against Levi, grabs the full and sends him to the gulag. Limax, however, last one here on the big map, trying to clean up this roster. Vexo Chowls, he gets the crack, keeps going, doesn't even peel away for a second, and avenges the squad mate.
Limax is one of those players that kind of you forget about for a little while until he does something like that and you're like, oh wait, this guy's like so good. And I'd really like this team to stay awake and stay woken up. Don't fall sleepily down into the bottom 20 or even into that kind of 13th to 20th. You're about halfway down the leaderboard. You're headed to LCQ as well. You got to get to top 12, and a play like that could set your team up for success. Very well done, and just wins the gunfight. That right there is the purest form of COD. Just outshoot your opponents.
Yeah, true. And I mean, honestly, Limax already has LAN experience, played last year alongside Jowo and Breadman. And, well, we got to see if they're going to be able to make it back there. Jowo, Breadman in the scopes of Tenix right now. C4 is going out, and that one, well, that was a misplay. We're going to go ahead and get out of that building now and maybe take our gun and see if we can connect it here. On a Jace who's pushing on up, gets knocked on the stairway, and now we just have to whittle it down. One more player.
Man, I don't like that play. I really don't like Jace making that such an aggressive play, just giving his life away. E700 trying to play spoiler and is able to do it. Joe, I think, didn't have a gas mask, and so that final bullet was enough to get him low enough where the gas chunked him away, and the kill was credited E700. They basically killed each other. I mean, it was almost a full team wipe both ways. A Joe squad is totally and wholly wiped and sent somewhere. Hopefully, they've got a gulag still to play with, but That is a brutal fight here on the edge of Cargo, and we'd love to take a quick look at the map and showcase where it's at, Tiff, because with all of these fights and all of this crazy action, our circle is headed up to the north side of both towns, as it were, Low Town and Old Town, and it's right dead center. The river is where you need to be. I'm looking at Team 5 potentially in one of the best spots. Team 23, if they can rotate off of that small little island in the middle of the river and get back over to land, that's potentially the right spot to be. And they're holding SSD, the Falcons team, rotating in from Popoff.
Yeah, there's a lot of things here that you can break down, but empathy from that Super Evan roster is still alive and well, and the full regain has occurred. Still cash split between two of the members to make a buyback should they lose anyone out here around Lowtown. Now, there's a cluster in Old Town, there's a cluster in Lowtown, and minimal teams across the bridge, which is more than likely means that it is going to pull towards the towns. However, if we see zones in the past like we've seen, it pulled to the bridge last time. But SSD still trying to make it into where they believe that zone is about to pull to.
Quick look overhead of Super Evan's team. Several players, Nate Dog, Destroy, Raul flying in, trying to get a piece of the last couple pieces of cover here on the north side of Lowtown. Aiden's team, a little bit further down the leaderboard than we'd like them to be. Smith, DJ Moss, a strong team, but another team that's hot and cold. They need to be hot today to make the global finals. And Sage getting team wipes off into the distance. It's pure and utter chaos as all the teams are preparing for what will definitely be a spicy but likely wet in-game as Super Evan, quick look back on that gulag we were talking about from before, makes a great play to win it, to set his team up for success.
That's the way you gotta do it. Clown Little Mario Fried on the screen here, looking to hold out Intex and maybe find some eliminations. Fried gets ever so close, but Mutex is already under the bridge, and honestly, I'd love to be a little more close to Clown and Little Mario, especially when you have squads across the way that are already looking to get involved, right? Team Biffle has rotated in and is constantly putting that pressure from the cross, and, well, Fried on the ground, hitting that self-res, looking for a tap, gets it. We preserve the self-res for now, but we need to clean up Intex before it's too late.
Let's be very clear. It feels like in-game, there's still 26 teams. Now make it 25 with 70 players on this map. And there's about to be, in this next zone, not a lot of cover to work with. The team in the God spot, who is it? SSD, no questions asked. But the question is, who will get to that spot to try to contest them? Or is everybody going to hand them the win, potentially, again, here into this second map? Super Evan's team still in a pretty sizable position down on the north side of Lowtown, having to rotate in. This squad is now the only team, Lil Mario, Clown, Fried, they're the only team on this western side of the zone that is neighboring kind of that hilltop that you're going to see the Falcons team on. And as the poll comes through, you can see it on the minimap, this squad has the longest rotation out of anyone and probably the most dangerous. They have to go through 3 to 4 or 5 teams on that southern side of the circle in order to make it. I think they might try going north unless they think they need the kills.
Well, here's the deal. At the time of that circle pop, there were only 3 teams that were inside the next circle. Team number 3 and team number 24. That's gonna be Colony 2K for squad number 3. Should be able to take that early space in one of the only buildings near that bridge. But for Tappa, Fades, Twitty, they have a rotation that is going to be tough, but we're gonna navigate up that eastern side, which we will run into some resistance, but you're going to have to clean out. Locksteel and Co. just ahead of you.
Here they go. SSD, Falcons trying to make a move, and, well, there's a Mutex swimming around, maybe trying to play for placement. They're not going to let that happen. Shifty quickly cleans up Mutex and says, see you later. Let's keep rotating, and it's going to be Shifty's squad, and they're going to be, I think, the only team that can actually shoot at them at this point. It's going to be Watch Waldo, Nick Cool, Colony, a dominant team from our upper bracket, got 3rd in that tournament, and, frankly, a team that we shouted out a lot at the top of the show because it's the exact opposite of the squad on your screen. Little to no Kim going into this, and they've made it work on the back of Nick Cool's IGL. Colony and Waldo have been playing together for years and have a chance to make global finals with a brand new IGL. They didn't even know who was going to be an hour before the competition. The problem is they are in trouble. They're the first team in the warpath that is the Falcons, and they're getting broken down bit by bit and barely ripping even plates off of Shifty.
Look, EOD, it doesn't even matter. These C4s are still ripping, and there goes Waldo. And it doesn't matter, right? They gave up so much space. We have this ridgeline that we could potentially work with, yet we just keep letting Shifty, Biffle, Soka just get even closer. And they're opening things up not only with smokes, but with those C4s to force them back. Now we get access to this mobile buy station to get anything we need for the end game. And yes, you've got squad number 18, Team Zeppa, on that other ridgeline. Likely was wanting to get involved with that fight or maybe prevent them from taking space away from them.
Here we go. It's getting really tight, and this new zone is right on the bridge, and somebody has driven the train right into in circle. So this will be a lot of fun as we see our former map winners of map number 1 trying to go back to back. Only the second team to be able to do that if they can execute on it. Here we go. You can see the train driving through the middle of our zone. And that's, I believe, who is it? Oh, it's OP Marked. They've somehow restabilized. And unfortunately for Super Evan, they're in trouble. But no, with smokes and with the help of their teammates, somehow they've ripped Raul, even though Destroy's team knew they were coming, saw them flying in, and even got first shots. They've somehow taken out one. Still, though, Otterize in trouble on the outside of this building.
We saw a rotation just like that out of a squad in the EMEA lower round 2 for the same exact zone. You know what happened? They all died. So the fact that Otterize and Super Ev are still upstanding here, dead center, just trying to work with what they've got is great, because we're into that next multiplier of 1.4x, and we need to get to top 10. But I still don't love where we're at. Too many angles, but you got to work with what you got.
Team Rated still alive on that western side. Team Sage, our top 3 team from map number 1, just got wiped, by the way, in I believe 15th place. Here's SSD trying to work their way into the circle, coming in a bit late, and they've got OP Marked and Reed Boy on the other side. Already wiped this team once to see if they can do it again, especially when they have player advantage. The problem is, to be able to push this, you open up your shoulders to other teams and a flank comes through. Biffle in trouble. Has to make a play. They lose Ahsoka. Only 2 left. Reed Boy still alive on the train. No one to contest them yet. And we're into the top 11 teams. You got to get top 10. Can't overextend, not yet. Rated, shoving and pushing the equation, but gets punished for it. They do get one. SSD falls, I believe, just barely in 10th place. Still a sizable multiplier, but we will not see them into this final circle. We still see 2 of the 3 of our former map winners. They could go back to back, but they have a tall task in front of them as a couple teams of 3 still alive.
Yeah, you got Mayapo, Otter, Prospect over there, still alive for Team Rated. Now, Rated is their IGL. He calls and allows Prospect and Mayapo to just focus on that fragging potential. So with Rated out of the lobby right now, it's going to give him more time to focus on giving comms to that duo. Otterize, Super Evan still on the opposing side, but for Locksteel, Sway, Hunt City, this is the time to gatekeep this squad and deny them even more access. But Strixie goes down to that mobile, grabs a gas mask, and is looking for a Hail Mary rotation around.
Been waiting for this Hunticity squad to wake up. Barely missed out on an auto qual into the regional finals. 21st place, and then struggled in lower bracket round 2. Have a chance to replicate their upper bracket success, but unfortunately for everyone right now, Super Evan is destroying every single player left on the map. The wolf is hunting. He is hungry, and he is devouring every team around him. All of a sudden, it looks like we will see a back-to-back winner unless somebody plays spoiler, and it's a 2-man show at this point as they wipe every team in their Warpath TIFF. It is a 2v1, and now no longer a third one. It's a 2v2. Super Evan, Otterize, Zeppa on the other side.
This is crazy. That rogue rotation, they didn't have any space, and now they're bringing it down to the wire. Super Ev, Shao Zeppa takes him down, gets knocked, and just last standing would be Limax across the way. We're gonna have to run it back. We've got to see the last stand, because there's some pieces of this puzzle that I need.
Here's the thing about the Wolf. He got so hungry, overextended a bit, and got punished by Limax. I said don't sleep on him. Flying over from Australia, playing from Canada. I think they had a power surge last game and didn't finish the map. They lost their power. They rebooted the PCs and won the map. If you've been sleeping on them, they're awake and they're winning map number 2. Let's take a look back in this last stand view to see how they did it, because Super Evan and Autorize dominated, but they stayed patient early and they let the rest of the teams around them clear out the competition so they can enact vengeance. Now, let's watch out for it, Tiff, because you can see Strixie's team rotating up low. You see Hunticity's team on the far hand side. Destroy and Nate Dogg, they got punished by this Super Evan team right before this view as OP Mark's team has to rotate into zone.
Yeah, they were able to pick up one off-team destroy, so unfortunately for Raul, not going to be able to complete there. And OP Mark Shaded Step, they're a duo now from contending alongside SSD, who are trying to rotate in late. But this is where things start to get interesting, especially on this eastern side. You have this isolated 3v3, and Hunticity has to contend with Tap and Johnny. Now, that squad did a lot of damage in terms of denying the rotation, but Strixie makes that play we were talking about, hits the mobile buy station, grabs the gas mask, swings around, hits the buyback, and that 1v1 is just really quite interesting because it gave some cover for Team Hunticity. Then you jump back to the other side, and this 2v2 was pretty much what won them the game to allow them to clear out their side of the circle.
Yeah, it was a great fight, and Autorize and Super Evan had the small advantage of not only having cover, but also being inside the zone. Zeppa and Limax have the far side. They had this berm to play around with, which ended up giving them a massive advantage because nobody could really push them. They're handed free kills by players trying to drop a flank, but nobody could swing around to get a viewpoint. You see that massive ledge there on the right-hand side they were able to play around. This forces a true 2v2. Hunticity could not make a play, and in this 2v2, I want to watch this breakdown because as the smokes push through, Super Evan tries to make a play on the outside of the gas. Zeppa perfectly reads him, and even though Zeppa falls here, it opens up the shoulder for Limax to win his ones and then clean up Super Evan to grab the victory. I believe Zeppa and Super Evan even got knocked each other potentially on the far side. What a cool moment. Let's tune into their reaction in the victory moment.
Wait for Aaron.
One's on me, one's on me.
Go, Aaron.
One shot left, one shot left.
Come on! Let's fucking go, man!
Boys.
They fucking playing around, bro.
You're the fucking best, boys. Let's go, boys.
Fucking quick scoping these shit stains.
No weapon, form shot.
All right, we got the passion straight out of Limax. 17 eliminations. We were talking during that drop, Goj, that Limax does have global LAN World Series of Warzone experience and is clearly passionate about getting back again this year.
And they all three do, and I think that's such a cool note, is that they all went to LAN, just different teams. You saw Zeppa coming from the Australian region and making it to the global finals and having a little bit of a frustratingly, poor performance comparatively, but not bad. The crazy part about this team is they actually have some of the longest standing chemistry in history out of anyone as a trio from way back to like 2017, 2018. We gotta hand it over to the desk. I can talk about the squad forever, but congratulations to that team.
They got it done, didn't they? Limax, a big win coming out, like Tiff said, right? Already been on the global stage once again, and although we do see some of the similarities from game number 1, we also saw some differences. Let's start going through a little bit of those. And Dan, at least one of those similarities as we look at the replays was Unrational. Doggy Scummin, right? Getting double digits, the first team to do so. But where did they end up finishing?
I mean, I didn't even see because I was locked into so much of that map, Taylor. I'm going to be honest with you. We are cooking on some Warzone right now. But what I did notice is Zone 4. They are crossing double digits, like you mentioned, right? A whole zone ahead of where they did that in the last map. I said at the top of the show, hey, if they can fix their placement, they're going to be really, really set. I mean, so far right now, they're just doing it off of kills alone, man. They are frying in these early games. And what the point is to bring up is that you can think about this as like well, man, if they could just get better placements, they'd be great. But it's about consistency. If you are consistently hitting those double digits, at least getting some sort of multiplier, you are creating so much less pressure on yourself to have one of these huge monster games that's there. So I love that they're at least playing consistently, even if they are getting taken out earlier on in the map.
But changes have to take place, Dream, and some of the changes we've been seeing from some rosters such as Otter have been taking place. What have you noticed?
The enemy is no longer
yeah,
tracking.
specifically, I mean, you had mentioned, I mean, in terms of rotations, right? We're noticing that these teams are picking up early eliminations, Limax being one of them, like four to start even, just 5, 6, whatever. But for the positioning, right? The one thing and the biggest thing, even in that end zone that I noticed that Otter Eyes and Super Evan were doing is you had noticed that particularly in the final zone, it was Destroy and Raul that they had traded out, made it a 2v2, but the problem is rotating in. All of the teams are having to position early and set up. So they were just in that moment to where, do we engage, do we back down? But over-engaging, right? People say that sometimes you have to pick and choose. You have to pick and choose your fights in this tournament because you can't afford to go down early. So just deciding to play patient, that is what I love from their squad, is those engagements, making the decision to either go in or go out. They're playing perfect.
And this was a pivotal point, right? We talk about SSD making a push into Colony. What ended up taking place, Dandra?
Caught timing. That's what happened here. Basically, Colony, Nick Cool, and Watch Waldo just get absolutely caught timing. SSD, they have God Spot. They decide to make this super wide rotation, and well, it's just like literally maybe 10 seconds earlier, and Colony them can move over and look down. You are shooting down. There's virtually no cover for SSD, but just because of that little bit of time, obviously SSD, they're able to take that fight on even ground. They get aggressive, and they're able just to kind of take all of this space into this end game that's here. So really kind of two things that work there. Colony them maybe have a little bit more awareness of the map, but SSD to have that kind of wherewithal to understand we need to push up to them, we need to take this fight on even ground.
And their Biffle was finished off by rated prospect Mayapa, who have a massive game, Dream.
Yeah, Mayapa too, who's always been just that flyer and fryer, right? You can always count on him to get elimination to it. Previously, even 2022, right? Playing with Skullface and Hisoka. So even right here, though, Otter Eyes, Super Evan, staying alive as long as they did when they had that engagement with Destroy and Raul was absolutely insane. But Limax, Zeppa, playing it smart, frying from the beginning, and had eliminations to boot. What a victory that was.
Yeah, it's a tremendous game. 10 eliminations coming out from himself. I'm curious how many they finished off with. I didn't hear the number, but you got to give it to this trio for making it happen. 2 games, 2 different winners. Curious if we'll have any back-to-back like we did just the other day with Marcus and crew, who ended up winning games 5 and 6. But today's been, I would say, pretty consistent with what we were expecting, Dandra. I haven't seen too many big surprises. Are there any teams that are performing well that you're like, wow, I can't believe they're doing it? Any big man?
I mean, Big Man's definitely a good shout. I called them out at the top of the show that they were the only team from lower round 2 to have an average placement of 10th or better. They come in 3rd in that game number 1, living up to the hype that are there. But what's kind of more impressive to me, Taylor, is it's not necessarily one specific squad that I think is playing well. It's actually, I think it's everyone is playing unreal right now. I just made a tweet that said this might be some of the best Warzone that we've seen played in a competitive lobby in a hot minute. And it just gets me even more excited for that global LAN, because we're seeing every team is just trying to either play aggressive, they're taking fights, they're not afraid to start flying at some of these other squads, and we have other teams that are maybe just kind of being able to really just focus on their position, making sure that they're making the best play possible to ensure that they're setting themselves up for success. Everybody here is playing on 10, and I wouldn't expect anything else from the A regional finals. Everybody wants one of those coveted top 12 spots. They don't want to have to play through the LCQ. They want to book their ticket now.
Yeah, because World Series of Warzone, Dream, you've been here since the beginning. Obviously I've been around too, Dandro. Like, the thing is, it's been going on for many years at this point, and I believe Warzone has become this legitimate esport where people are saying, like, I want to be the best. It's no longer just that game that people just play for fun. Now people are playing it seriously. I mean, we're talking $1 million guaranteed prize pool for the global finals. The global finals last year showed that we can put on one of the biggest stages, or we can put on one of the biggest performances in all of Call of Duty history, and naturally, I think that only makes the competitors want that even more, Dream.
Yeah, for sure. And one of the biggest talking points that it seems to be like across all games is a lot of competitors moving like from the EU region over to NA. And like, I mean, we've seen that time and time again, like previous years, let's talk like 10, 15 years ago, right? People are saying, oh, EU, like they're like NA's better. Right. Okay, we know that debate, but that's been a debate for years. And it's so cool to see competitors from overseas come over to NA and dominate our regions. Like we've seen FIFA Kill do that in the past too as well. So just as the years have progressed, it seemed like we're just playing parts back in 2020, but like right now, this is by far, as Dandro said, the most competitive Warzone we have ever seen. And just rightfully so, the hype about SSD, it just seems like that's motivating everyone else to just even get better.
Get better, be on the main stage, be top 12. Dandro, a team that we haven't highlighted too much on the desk, but they have been mentioned during the cast, is Team Destroy with back-to-back 7th places, which, you know, that's actually incredible. Destroy is a guy that brings an incredible amount of energy, but more importantly, some consistency, trying to make it back to that global stage once again. You see them in 9th place down there at 27.2 points. Still a big gap, right, if they want to try and catch up to Super Evan, who's currently in first at 51.6, but nice to see Destroy having that consistency regardless.
Yeah, I like that this team is finding some consistency that's there, right? We have Nate Dogg. We saw that amazing clip earlier on of Nate Dogg and the Huskers 1v1. Literally, that clip alone, I think, solidified Nate Dogg's spot in competitive Warzone, playing alongside Raul, who, you know, played alongside Destroyed and Z-Laner a little bit throughout the years. I like that this squad is coming together and that they are meshing, okay? But when we look at this leaderboard, Taylor, what I'm starting to see, Super Evan, they're kind of creating a little bit of a lead against some of the other squads. We kind of came in here and we thought that maybe this was going to be the SSD's kind of game show, that they were going to be top of the board, they were going to be there. Some of these teams came to play. They are putting the numbers up. They are making it hard for them to just be this team that's at the top.
Take a quick look at 11 through 20. Obviously, 12 being that cutoff point. Nobody being eliminated like they were in the lower round 2, right, where the bottom 8 had to go home. But this time around, you want to make sure you're top 12 so you can have an easier job, right? Secure your spot in the global finals as opposed to having to go to the LCQ. Dre, we look at Z-Color sitting in number 12, just a little bit away, right, from Team Brax. That's going to be the cut of the bubble team. Z-Colors having to do a little bit better to feel a bit more secure.
Who've had played with Spixie before, attract too. I mean, that is such a dividends. 0.3 is absolutely insane for that cutoff. But I mean, when you look at that score, even just jumping from to 51.6, like, oh my gosh, this is only after 2 drops and 20th place too for Team Tommy again.
Positive ID on the bounty target. Hunt him down.
With some of these big names, how competitive and how difficult this actually is to get top 12.
Well, top 12 is hard to get, but regardless, teams are going to be shooting for it if they can. I believe we have Levi ready to go for an interview, coming hot off a big drop number 2 win. Levi, the comms, first off, when we were hearing the winning moment, you guys were hyped up, man. I love that. How you feeling coming off a big win?
We're feeling good. We're hyped up because
Primary
our
objective
teammate
complete. All targets eliminated.
Map 1, and we had to play the whole map out 2v3. So we just had to legit change setups and everything to get the win. Is like bringing that momentum back. Because we were scared for a sec that we were gonna have to play down 2v3. So that was good dope. That was good dope right there.
That's incredible. You lose your teammate to a power outage, which we gamers, we know and we hate, but like, and you still manage to take that win. That's huge. And talk to me about your run though throughout the stages. How do you got to this point? And obviously global finals well within your line of sights.
Well, we came in from Australia, and when we first came in, we started off on a good note, but it was like a bit of a roller coaster of inconsistency. I feel like when we did that, it was like us beating ourselves. So we just had to like make sure to not make mistakes and like be locked in everything. We feel good now. We feel final. We feel good.
When in terms of like practice and doing like and changing that consistency, as well as, I mean, obviously the recovery from losing the power, that's crazy. What would you say is the biggest difference that helped you guys get there? Scrims, maybe. What helped you get this extra edge just from, you know?
Yeah, scrims. Because talent's talent, but talent means nothing if you don't have preparation and practice. Like we need to get smacked in the face a couple times to get some practice and reps. You know, like we gotta like get that in us. Yeah.
Hey, I love that. Let's talk a little bit about that final zone in that game because it was absolutely insane. Well, I'd love to kind of know what was going through your guys' head because it seemed like a little bit that maybe Super Evan just overheated a little bit, pushing Zeppa on that outside, but Limax kind of plays his life. What were some of the comms going through you guys?
I just wanted to like get good zone, and we're playing like really critty in the lips, like in the little like crevices, and I just know if we let the play develop and come in last, like we should be good. I ended up getting picked, but like if I can put my teammates in a good spot, they'll never lose a one. Like my teammates are the best. If they get a one-on-one, like I know, like if I'm spectating, it's over. Like they got it. They're clutch. They're icy boys. They're icy.
I love that, man. You picked up 5 eliminations. Limax sitting, I believe, at 10. Zeppa at 2. So that's a great game. That's a great game all around. Game plan for the next 4. What are you feeling like? What are you going to be trying to accomplish?
Change nothing. Just same thing. Same thing. Everything's the same. Just like keep at that pace. Try and make. We just want to get placement every game. We just want to aim for placement every game, and the kills will come. Like we don't even go for kills. The placement happens. The kills just happen naturally. Like that's just our game plan.
Incredible. I like it. Don't fix what's not broken, right, Levi? I wish you the best of luck in the next 4 games.
I appreciate it. Thank you for having me. Appreciate it.
Of course. You know, I always love that they come in on an interview like on their best behavior, but we did hear them pop off right during the final cam saying the most wild stuff. But you could tell how important it was and how impactful that game to win. When we look at our overall elimination leaderboard, and Dandro, Levi sits in number 6 with 10 eliminations. Otter up there in 15. Go through the list. Who do you recognize? What do you love?
I mean, I love that we're seeing both Otter and Prospect at the top after the separated squad. In that last game, we know that Prospect is definitely one of the people making that happen. That's why you bring a young man like that onto the squad, because he is going to just push everything and feel confident in his gunfight. Well, what's a little bit more kind of curious to me, we're seeing Unrational for his team actually leading the fragging department, 14. Normally he's the, hey, sit back and let me hang. You got Dogdays coming alongside you. But hey, the old dog still's got a couple tricks up his sleeve.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies. Gas drop is en
Well, it
route.
makes sense, doesn't it? Because Stream Unrational, we've been talking about them from game 1 to game 2. They usually are the first team to hit double digits. Whereas opposed to, we just heard from Levi right about his crew, they go for placements and eliminations with coverage. It's very intelligent, by the way. This thing we always preach is talking about the competitors in general. But Unrational to be up there at the top. Again, double placements doesn't necessarily matter. They want to slay out.
Yeah, and I'm a lot to prove too as well. And you know, I'm not gonna lie, you guys, I don't want to get too excited because really big feeling that a lot of this is going to change up because these teams, similar with the strategies, it's the same thing. You know, you gotta fly, but you also have to play your game. But as we get further along, this is where the time of testament is going to really be there because the pressure is only going to continue to get worse. But these moments, I mean, I just feel like it's just only going to get more intense.
Well, it's time to own the moment, is it? Let's start owning game number 3. Let's bring in our casters, Tip and Ghost, to keep this ball rolling. Our halfway point, and everything has been exciting. Let's keep it going. Game number 3. Tip, Coach, take it away.
Yeah, let's take it away, but someone get this man a fan, I guess. That's ridiculous because it has been so intense. These games have been crazy. I've been perusing the timeline, and Ebates himself over at Pulsecheck was like, bro, what is even happening in these games? I don't know. A lot of people expected some different things, but honestly, I'm really glad that we're seeing the winners come up and show out as they currently are, with Super Ev's team being just over the average points per game of 25. That's crazy, but I immediately look towards the 12th place Ghosh, sitting at 21.4 points. That's the threshold, and Team Z Colors has got it.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's right on the money of what we expected. Somewhere between 10 to 12 points is what you need to average in order to make global finals. That's just how math works. It's going to continue to be the case somewhere in that range. And so you have to execute what Dandra was saying, right? 9 kills plus the multiplier. Or if you want to play like Scummin and Unrational, I guess it is Unrational, top fragger for that team, maybe just go for kills and not worry about the multiplier as much. So a lot of different modalities, a lot of different ways to make global finals, but at the end of the day, you just gotta get points. 1/3 of this tournament done. Here we go. Drop number 3 is here.
Let's get into it, Goj. I am more than ready to see what is going to happen. We've had some hot drops that have been occurring, and I'd like to keep on board with some of that action. We already knew that we've got a relatively central zone with that plane line kind of cutting it directly in half. So for teams that go manor or maybe more towards suburbs, you're going to get your boots on the ground, maybe less than. I can already see Rated Squad hanging out, trying to get over to manor. But for the teams that own power, not a single soul contesting SSD.
No one wants to chalk their tournament. It's just not worth it at this point. And I think when we sent out that Q&A as our teams were getting hot early, and I think this Fate's team has been contested by Picnic every single time, and I think Fate Squad has come out on top almost every single time, at the very least the last couple maps. So we'll see if history repeats itself there. Most of that Q&A, Tiff, they said SSD, Falcons, Shifty, some variation of that, the hardest team to kill in the game. But a lot of the notes inside of that were, it's because no one can test them and they have infinite money and they have advanced UAVs at all times. So something interesting to think about, something interesting to maybe try later in the game. If you keep losing to SSD in the mid game, maybe just contest them early and, I don't know, hedge your bets. We'll see.
I love that questionnaire because we asked for a lot of fun facts, and I'm going to leave this to you guys in Twitch chat because this team has won a map so far. But what is this fun fact? Who does this belong to? And I quote, "I am Biffle's daddy, and he would be nothing without me." Name the player. You're welcome. I'll wait. Don't worry, chat. No, it's okay. That was super Evan, and I was really shocked when I heard that. But regardless, on board with Picnic, Oakboy, and Scripta here in Riverside, this squad has been getting into those early tussles, so electing to throw down with that recon drone over to Fades and Tappa to maybe provide some information and allow Picnic and Scripta to go for an angle that would be otherwise unavailable. You can already see Picnic here to the left of Oakboy waiting for the push.
Yeah, that Q&A forum brought out some interesting answers, so we'll have some more notes for you at home. But yeah, Super Evan apparently proving that thus far, but Okie Boy trying to enact some revenge. Fades on the inside, can't grab an angle, and unfortunately, yet again, just not great timing. Couldn't get through the window to help out his teammate, and now Scripta, again, having to just dive out of here, get out of this fight as fast as possible, because Oakley Boy is basically dead in the water.
All right, well, Picnic in the Gooj, and we'll check in back with that later. Scripta across the way, able to go immensely quick to get over there. But for this gulag right here, Oakboy, looks like we're in trouble. Potentially Scummin on the opposing side. I lied, it's Rudy. Scummin's way out in Narnia. Rudy already hits the damage onto Oakboy, brings him down to 5 HP, and immediately starts challenge.
Oh, what? Oakboy just couldn't figure out where his opponent was. I don't know if it was the sound of the Molotov masking the footsteps or what, but just gets obliterated. And oh, that's brutal. I'm seeing several teams go to the gulag early. I see Aiden headed to the gulag early. I saw almost the entirety, if not the full team of Jowo with Jace headed to the gulag early. This is already heating up, and we just got started here in map number 3. As Exact and SitRep try to figure out what the heck they should do as they restabilize back onto the map this time. Trying to figure out where to go from here. A lot of teams down at the bottom of the leaderboard or near the bottom of the leaderboard that shouldn't be there on paper. This team, Team Tommy, needs a big map to get right back into contention. And looks like they're going to be contested potentially on this high ground, but high ground is fantastic, especially early to gain some information. You can see some of those flares when people get their buybacks. You can see some of those flares when people are doing some of the recons, and they're making a wide wrap all the way over to where Watch Waldo is.
Yeah, they're really going to need this. Now, granted, they're sitting at 18th place on the leaderboard with 16.2 points, and we'll check back in with them later because Vombat Devo Shero had a lot of words coming out of the lower round 2 and find Jowo off on his lonesome, able to clean that up with ease. But you have to start thinking, what's going wrong for Jowo, Bredman, and co off to be eliminated that early on?
Yeah, I don't know. We'll keep checking in with all the teams that we can. Team that kind of fell a little bit silent. Haven't seen them on main stage as much. You can say FaZe Doozy there with Adrian. Looks like only 2 up for that squad. Where is Sage? Has he been fully eliminated? Maybe in the gulag currently. Only time will tell, but it's a squad a lot of people have fairly high expectations for. I know the Death talked a little bit about it. Skullface with a live ping there from Noobs, able to wall bang through that door and wall and still get some hit markers on his opponents. Now they push the equation. They have one weak, but they can't do it. Skullface goes down. Will Swag pull a clutch? No. They do end up falling. and just in the nick of time to be able to grab a full res. Very well done. That looked hairy for a moment, though.
Yeah, it was definitely messy as we go to the gulag here with Swag. Let's run it up against Swish'em here real quick, and then we'll kind of run and talk about what we just witnessed, because it was messy, to say the least. But for Swag, playing it more conservative here. It does connect and take the shields. Now we're pushing Swish here. Smoke to disengage. Here comes the rope. Who's going for the zip? I don't know. Swish, though, makes the play, and Swag able to bring it on through. Hopefully Adrian can do the same.
The life of the map was on the line for that if Adrian were to lose this one as well. This is Zepp on the other side. Last map winner, Adrian, certainly with the advantage. Sheppa evens it up, though, and does barely get the win there. That would have been brutal. Adrian had the bulk of their cash, 8 grand in pocket, leaving the gulag. Swag only had 1,800, so that does allow that team to fully restabilize. Adrian loses that. It's going to be very, very difficult. But hey, Shaded Step, again, this OP Mark squad cannot get a hold of this higher quality lobby. They had their way with lower bracket round 2, and they can't get anything going here in the regional finals. Head back to the gulag. OP Mark trying to save his team from relegation down to LCQs.
All right, well, OP Mark loses, fully eliminated now. We have to see. Can Shaded Step make it on out? But you've got Unrational on your opposing side, an early shield crack coming through, and well, now they're bouncing around, and Unrational shows just why he's that far up on that elimination leaderboard. It's gonna be Reed Boyd looking for a major comeback here, and well, if you're gonna land in pop-off power on the outskirts, you may own it. Gets one buyback for now, and OP Mark does have enough cash to drop here as well and get Shaded Step, so full regain, inevitable.
Yeah, it looks like they are free and clear to kind of relocate back into pop-off and try to regain to some semblance of stability. They have been struggling this whole map and frankly this whole tournament thus far, this round of the tourney, but a nice restabilization. Again, Adrian had all of the cash, and now Swag carries all of it at now 14K. Gonna buy some potentially gas masks and everything in between that they need, and actually they're gonna spend it all here on UAVs. No, a loadout. I was about to say, what cost that amount? Did he buy 3 UAVs that fast before the fire sale? No, gotta get a loadout because none of them have weapons. They all need it. Gonna get everything they need to restabilize, get right back into the mix, and try to take a fight.
Well, here's a team I'm excited about. Here's the stabilization, but on the opposing side, we had just seen Super Rev, and we gotta look at them all locked in. They're also in pop of power, so that'll be quite interesting to see them make a play here. But back to Industrial we go. And things were looking good for the regain, and all of a sudden, not so much.
Yeah, and I think it actually is entirely on the back of Super Rocket's team. This Super Rocket team, you can see it squad 2 as we see the new circle close in. Pop-Off still technically in zone. We're actually headed nearly dead center of the map, likely maybe around a cargo finish or somewhere in between. Kind of that blank space on the map between cargo and Pop-Off. Oftentimes we'll have a decent amount of circles in there, so watch out for that one as well. But this Shaded Step team can't get anything going. Wherever they go, wherever they try to stabilize, they get ripped down. They were free in Pop-Off for about a minute and a half, and then several teams relocated back up here, knowing that SSD had kind of vacated a little bit of a power vacuum spot where people could kind of restabilize, find a spot to hold out for these next couple zones because they don't know exactly where it'll end. But more fights on the edge of zone. This team playing a totally different game of Warzone than most. They are hunting the edge of zone consistently. Unrational, a top fragger, and it's paying off. 5th place currently here, Tiff.
Yeah, this is a nice position here to gatekeep these opposing squads just across the way. Foul Nets is unfortunately going to fall for Team Swish'em, but it opens the door for Scummin to join alongside Unrational to look to 2v3 squad number 29, Stemper, Zen Purity, and Crafty. And the way we're just looking to break this down, we can 2v1, and honestly, that player just anchoring from the back is going to allow some suppression here for Scummin, but the smoke and the drop down is inevitable. Now, let the C4s do the trick. We knock Stemper, and unfortunately, the C4 doesn't connect, but that's fine.
Trade from distance, but they don't have the velocity or the range to clean him up, which means Donkey can come in and clean up the opposing team. They begin to run. It's a 3v2 edge of zone. Zone's closing, albeit very slowly. Doggy gonna try to catch them in rotation, and I'm getting word from production. Were you wondering if OP Mark is still alive? Well, they're gone. Fully wiped out of this lobby, still near bottom of the leaderboard. Things not going well for them after a massive success in lower bracket round 2.
Speaking of lower bracket round 2, this squad did quite well and had words about when are we going to get scrims? Like, when can we start working on those things? Well, Shero on 4 elimination, Vonbot in the gulag, and we got to get Devo back into the fray here over at Condos, looking for a rotation in. The heavy hitters of the lobby just currently sitting in, I believe, 3rd place overall, have found some eliminations to kick things off, but are now contesting here with your map 2 winners.
Yeah, they're making map 2 winners look silly. Quick breakdown of Zeppa, Levi flying back in, trying to figure out where to land at this point as his team is fully eliminated, and Believe trying to just pick up a couple free kills maybe up in the crane, huh? Finally gets dropped after a couple plates get broken and scares him away as we try to regain Popov. It was fun to kind of watch this on our side view of the map as a C4 almost hits Shifty in the face. About to break into a 3v3 here. They let Popov, and now they've come back to reclaim their territory. Let's see if they can do it.
Okay, there goes Nickel down and out. So a 3v2. Soka takes the brunt of that damage, but watch Waldo falls elsewhere. You hear the buybacks come through. Shifty's got eyes on Waldo, but can we keep it moving? Should be a nice breakdown, and they can just keep on taking this space. Now you think to where that zone is going to be pulling towards, we're still relatively central, but until Circle 4 pops, we'll have to wait and see which side you want to be on. For now, Jace on your screen, looking for some angles. Lovey and co say, nah, we're not staying in this building, but the hunt is on.
Now, I'm a commentator. I'm not on the map right now, but these teams look scared. Every time a gunfight starts, everybody just sprints. And when you don't have player advantage, it's not a bad play. But this Joe team pushed the building, didn't even get a knock. And then all of a sudden, the other teams are just running away from them. They only get 1 or 2 kills out of that between 2 other teams. And with a quick portable buy, they should be able to get their teammate back quickly. Brad right back into the map. This team had some very early struggles in this map, all being sent to the gulag within the first minute and a half or so, and quickly trying to stabilize and get right back into the mix here, especially now that we're moving into the 4th and 5th circles. It's about high time, and looks like they're not able to get bread back yet. They have enough cash for it, trying to figure out where to throw the portable buy. I think they just threw it right as we left. A couple smokes to get onto the bridge.
Well, here we are with Team Huskers looking for a rotation of their own, sitting in 24th place overall, 12 placements outside of locking in that ticket to the global final. Now, granted, all of our players that do not qualify today will drop down to the last chance qualifier, but you'd like to lock your ticket in now. But getting a look at where that circle is pulling to, this is going to be challenging. And I say that because you have the waterway kind of straight through the middle, and you have to decide which side of the map do you think it's going to pull to. Yes, Cargo has technically more playable space, and well, looks like SSD is choosing to fight from pop-off power towards the Cargo side, expending streaks along the way.
Folks at home, if you didn't see that down at the bottom while we're dissecting the map, you can head over to youtube.com/Call of Duty. The map always on for you to view alongside it. And between games, it's a leaderboard. So you'll have a ton of info at your fingertips over there on YouTube. If you're watching with us here on Twitch, don't have to leave. Just open them both. Check it out. Get some more intel as we're talking about it. But back into the action at hand. Biffle on top of the high ground position. This is what they want to hold. This is what they start to call win con, or win condition, is having high ground, middle of zone, knocking teams out, as Color Squad likely headed straight to the lobby.
Okay, Biffle hits the crack, looking for that Toph though. Came in from that lower round 2. Had some really solid plays throughout that series, but for now, Shifty inside the building. C4s for openings, just trying to lay their sights onto one of these members, and man, we are just trading positions. This guy's inevitable, and unfortunately, Squad 33 does fall.
You could just spend hours YouTube videos watching this team breaking down their strategy. They consistently and always are able to isolate ones and get player advantage when it's a 3v3, 2v1s inside of those team fights. A beautiful breakdown yet again of another squad to show why they're one of the top teams today. But we're gonna head over to Old Town here. This is that south side of the circle, kind of right dead center of Old Town. Some of these teams gonna have to rotate in here as our next zone closes. Tommy's team needs a big one. They are the furthest team out of this zone currently on the side of Old Town, and there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 teams in their way as they try to rotate in. Here's a quick look at that map view. Again, you can do it on YouTube. Look at the rotation they now have to make. The pole goes cargo. It's about exactly where I said it was going to be, right in between Popov and cargo. Majorly, though, inside of that cargo POI. Everyone on the Old Town side, Tiv, is going to have a brutal rotation.
They really are, and this squad in particular is the farthest north that you can possibly be. Ahead from them, they've already sought out the squad that's on that hill, so I'm really curious to jump into a listen with how they're going to get towards that next circle.
We're gonna need to smoke far right, bro. We're gonna need to smoke up far right.
Up far right, go.
Smoking in front. No, one far right, one far right. I just got.
We just gotta go left now, I guess.
Yeah, we gotta take the breath and go over. Go, hop in.
There's gonna be loot at gas station. There's gonna be loot at gas station. You can go for a load at gas station. Hop on gas. Get that loot, gas. There's hella loot. There's also another PDS in garage.
We might just have the PDSs. You have another PDS, right?
You can
I got
PDS or something.
I dropped a mask.
Yeah.
And the PDS's corner.
Clear comms, Tiff, and you can hear Nick Cool even in death calming out some really good strategy there, making sure to loot up, getting more PDSs, anything they need to get loadouts at. Unfortunately, a bad play. They tried to push out right, thought it was free. Nick Cool made the call, they followed it, and unfortunately Nick Cool lost his life. Luckily, didn't lose the whole team, but we hopped straight into another team fight. Another one that has to go their way. Aiden's squad getting ripped apart over and over again, and they are back to the lobby again. We might not see Aiden make global finals if they keep this up. Halfway through the tournament, they are down on that leaderboard and they fall in 29th place.
Tommy's team in 19th place, falling in the kill feed, so we'll have to check in with them and see if maybe one of them can make it on the long game. At the end of the day, we got 28 squads here in map number 3, Circle 5 closing. We are just moments away from a 1.4x multiplier, and I honestly wouldn't be surprised if we start going down to our top 15 or so teams after this. But for now, Waldo still alive, trying to make that smoke play occur, only has a Guardian that I see, which is not going to be of use here. And as soon as we resurface from the water, we just get our head ripped off by the team that was inevitably gatekeeping them originally.
Tiff, quick note, by the way, we're about to move into the 7th circle. There are 52 players alive. What are we talking about? Sure, there's some cover and cargo, but everyone holding on with razor thin margins to try to get some semblance of a multiplier. And you can see these numbers dramatically dropping. I like this play from Team 40, a team that barely made it here. 46 players up, and they are going to PDS and let these other teams wipe each other, because just in that small sentence, 10, 12, 15, nearly 15 people have dropped off this map, and more continue to follow, as now Tommy, last alive for his team, has to make some heroic plays, try to make it. They've made it top 20, but they're trying to make it at least top 10, and he has nowhere to go.
That's true. 1 HP just falls. Unfortunately, our number 1 seeded team is also out of it. For Rated Squad, Mayapo, last alive, pops in the LTV, and well, we're doing a dance here with Breadman, and well, we also get rated back thanks to the mobile buy station. Do we have a full regain going on here?
A massive regain. PA's behind with 5, 6, 7 teams trying to rotate in. Should provide a bit of cover. Rated team has a chance here, but they're falling on our aerial cam. It all comes up Mayapo. It looks like Prospect just bought back, and Mayapo's just slaying out. Top fragger for a reason. Mayapo goes massive, hops back into the vehicle, and is still alive with like 4 HP and a dream. Bunker busters, mortar strikes, smokes. Everything is chaos, and Mayapo finally falls, and guess who's flying back in? It's Rated. This team will not die, and they've made it to top 10, and now 6 teams are left.
We're just holding on for that 1.8x top 5 multiplier. One more team has to fall to make it go through. Mutex to the mobile buy we go. Smoke comes out too late, gets ripped by Sunny. Braxton's team still up. Unfortunately, Rated does go out to gas, but you do have that Omit NA roster still alive as a 3 team. But you check up to the hill, and it's all sniper glints. We've got to contend with this. Someone has to get Brawlic off the Car 98, because we got 2 of the best snipers in the game right here.
Full team of 3 on WinCon. They have position. They've got a vehicle to play with. They see the rotation from Gabe and Flank's team. They perfectly read them. Go with the car and C4s. They gotta make a play now. Gabe Kuhn, Rookie of the year, will he make the play? No. Huskers follows up 1-2. Now has a chance to win it all. Omit NA down below, the team that barely made it to the stage, except down below with them. And this squad, all three up on high ground, rotating down into both these teams. I can only imagine as Jackal does get eliminated, they still should win here as Youngstas is last alive.
Oh, they get the regain, bro. Are we pulling Jackal back into it? Let me just go ahead and see this because they're looking for a breakdown on Omit NA. They finally get Omit Youngstas out of here, but now accept Sunny in this 3v2.
C4's no longer, not this time, says Huskers. Huskers with a victory, a massive leap up the leaderboard. I'll be super curious to see how many kills they got, and I gotta shout out this squad for a couple reasons, Tiff. This was the only team that played the zone in the final fight. There was so many squads down in cargo that nobody else had a vehicle to rotate up to high. I think Watch Waldo was the only squad that had a Bertha at any point during that fight, but there was just too much chaos around them to get to circle. So Huskers team, they took the Hummer, they drove up to Ultimate High, they let the rest of these teams just cause utter chaos down in the portable buy and around this radio tower. You can see this fight unfolding in front of us. Shout out to Omit NA for staying alive somehow through all of this and getting top 3 because it was utter chaos. And Huskers team, you can see him, Team 9, just lurking up on high ground, raining hellfire and picking up kills while waiting for their competition to figure out what the smart play was.
It is based off the mini-map in the upper left-hand corner. They took all the space in the north. You've got a vehicle, you've got rocks and cover, using the hill to work with, and then you just see the glints come out and they're able to put that pressure on. Now you also have Team Blast that's looking for that wrap alongside of them, but Huskers immediately throws their vehicle and their attention over to it, leaving Jackal to try and suppress the opposing two squads. Then they start regaining. Maybe the call comes in and says, hey, we need some reinforcements for this fight to clean it all up, and that just gives them enough time to really reset and keep that attention forward. But at the end of the day, it's all control all day for them.
I can't wait to hear the reaction here. Youngstas really does everything he can to try to break apart the squad. It was going to be basically a 1v3 because Accept and Sunny couldn't push up. They were being held by Brolic as Huskers and Jackal then 2v1 because Young did drop Jackal but not fully eliminate him. And because he couldn't even get one, Sunny and Accept had little to no chance here. I got to give a massive shout out to Huskers for being the IGL of this team and calling out that they got to push Gabe Kuhn there. Let's see what their reaction's like in this victory moment.
I'm C4, I'm gonna C4 them.
Knock one down here.
C4. 1E right here. 1E right here. Nice. I can self. Nice. Nice.
Down the hill on my yellow ping. I saw a guy.
Yep.
Nice. Looks like that. Jackal. We have a little heady right here.
Right here, 1E.
Two guys on the left here.
I can smoke. Split yourself.
Got that tree though.
Heard.
On me. Cracked.
Plating.
Nice. I'm joking me. Two guys on the bottom left. They're on the pier.
On my left.
Okay. Yep. Weak. Beautiful, guys.
Run out ammo. Let's go.
Let's go.
That's the game we needed right there. That's the game we needed right there.
Oh man,
I
wish we would have gotten more kills. Like,
I know.
but we'll take it. Though.
We should have though. Like,
we didn't 3-1 so many people.
I missed so many snipes that game.
Hey, we'll take it. I know they wanted more, Tiff. 28. And I gotta back up with my statement. Huskers is main IGL, but Brolic was the one that made the call to push over to flanked and Gabe Kuhn that likely gave them the victory. So very well done there.
Look, they needed that victory because they were outside the top 20, which is by no means going to be able to be close to that top 12 where you need to be able to go to get your ticket towards LAN. Now, maybe it wasn't as many eliminations as they would have liked, but it has to boost them up the leaderboard, hopefully into those qualification spots.
Yeah, we'll see. Desk, I want you to break it down for me. There are some crazy storylines with this team, and apparently they're making it work.
Apparently making it work, right? Especially after that unfortunate C4 ending that we had to highlight and slow down to track in on that elimination feed. Now, good job from Huskers and his crew. A big win that should hopefully catapult them up the leaderboard, maybe into a very comfortable top 12 position. We start taking a look at our replays, and this game was blistering fast, and a large reason for that had to be because of that 50-50 split. We talk about it going from cargo right in zone 4 all the way over towards Lowtown Dream, which really forced teams to rotate across that water. A very uncomfortable rotate for Lowtown.
Yeah, and that's so difficult. Like having that 50-50 split and being forced to rotate, like you better make sure you have your utilities, your smokes, everything you need to rotate. But in this case, you know, having the vehicle to play zone to rotate, and you know, it's making things comfortable, but you don't want to be uncomfortable, obviously, because it is difficult.
Very difficult, isn't it? Obviously, both sides, excuse me, were praying that it would go to their side, whether you're on Cargo or Lowtown. And well, Cargo's prayers ended up being heard. Unrational on your screen, Dancho, let's talk about it. We've been mentioning their early elimination count, this time reaching a new peak by stage 4.
Yeah, game 3 seems like they finally figured out how they want to do it. I was watching them. Zone 4, start of it, they have 14 kills. They make this read that, you know, I think this zone is pulling to Cargo. So they find their spot in Cargo and they just sit there. And I love it, right? If you're already realizing that by zone 4, zone 5, you're finding these double-digit kills, at that point, you kind of don't need anymore. Everything you get from there on out is just gravy. You need to take advantage of those placement multipliers, and that is exactly what they did. I saw eventually they went down to just one singular player. I look back probably 30 seconds later, they have all 3 players back on up. So by being able to get those early eliminations allows them to then prioritize placement in a much easier manner, and it gets some solid points to boot.
SSD on your screen. Now, this time around, they do finish off a little bit earlier than they have in the past. Granted, still not a bad placing, but well, actually, I take that back. 27th, which is a lot earlier. Yikes. They do pick up quite a few eliminations, though, Dream, but still, finishing that early just comes to show you the zones not that friendly to them either.
Yeah, not only the zones, but the play styles, it feels like it's changing up a little bit. Like, you guys, I literally told you, hey, I'll be right back. I'm going to run to the bathroom. I came back in zone 6. What? Like, literally, it just seems like upping the ante. These teams are getting more and more aggressive, but confidence in their gunfights, right? You have to be able to win your ones.
Right. Well, even then, I mean, despite them finishing off in 27th place, the impressive thing is, Dan, they still pick up 15 eliminations, okay? So, like, you want to talk about 27th place, still picking up 15 elims. Seems like they were putting teams into the blender before they got put into the blender.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of one of those games that you look at and like, okay, yeah, they went down in 27th, but when you have 15 eliminations, it's like, all right, well, we at least still got 15 points, right? At the very least. So for a lot of these teams, they might have a bad game where you end up, you know, in a placement that you're not really super hyped about, but next thing you know, you have little kills, so you have to make up for that in other games. By them being able to get those 15 eliminations with a bad placement, it just, yet again, sets them up for consistency for the rest of the day. They probably are going to course correct, but whatever they did in that early game to go down to 27th with 15 eliminations has me scared about what they could have done had they stayed up the rest of the lobby.
Well, they're tremendous, and they're also in a comfortable spot at the moment when it comes to the standings. So 27th place, no worries, 15 elims. They'll still be happy with that regardless, though the multiplayer definitely would have helped. Team Huskers Dream, they take it. Good on them, and I gotta say, big moves coming out from this roster to move up the leaderboards. Huskers, I believe we have on tap for an interview. Get to hear his perspective after a major win. Huskers, what's going on, man? How you doing?
Howdy, what's up? Doing well. We had a first couple rough games, but glad we got the win on the third game. But job's definitely not done yet. We still gotta go hard to make sure we secure that top 12.
That's right. Well, talk to me about World Series of Warzone, because you're no stranger, right, when it comes to World Series of Warzone, placing, making it to the big time, the big stages. What does this year mean to you personally?
I think this year is kind of like a year of redemption for me. I know that a lot of people thought my peak was back in Verdansk when I won the first 2 World Series of Warzones, and last year was definitely tough for me. Being on that monster. Oh, nice. You're going to show me getting gunned by Nate Dogg for the 8th time? Awesome.
Redemption.
But, yeah, no, last year was definitely rough. I mean, you guys know that, I barely got into the global finals. We got 5th in the LCQ, which wasn't even enough, but we somehow got lucky with that last minute invite because the team dropped out. And then I think we ended up getting 18th in the global finals. But definitely a rough year. So I'm looking to capitalize on this year as much and, you know, kind of have that comeback that, you know, people have been hoping for me.
I love that. I love that, Huskers. And, you know, congratulations on the win. You know, I heard you say at the end there, like, oh, you know, yeah, you're hyped. Congrats, but you got to get more eliminations. What's it like been playing with Jackal, you know, like kind of like the newest younger addition to the team? Like moving forward, how is the plan to keep that momentum going?
It's been really great ever since Jackal joined. I was definitely bummed when Evan left because of the timing issue with, you know, the open TKR being announced like 3 days before it happened. But I think things worked out. I'm happy for Evan. His team seems to be doing really well. We're doing really well with Jackal. And yeah, I feel like Jackal's a really underrated player. He's not a huge name, so not many people know about him, but he's a really good slayer for one. And number two, he has really good end game comms, like calls end game. The dynamic that we kind of have right now is I'm kind of the main IGL that calls a lot of rotations, especially early game. But once it gets into like 5th, 6th, 7th circle, Jackal sometimes takes over and, you know, really makes those like split-second decisions on like where to rotate or which team to push. And it's just been working really well. So we just want to keep developing our chemistry. All three of us have great vibes. This has probably been the team that I've had the best vibes with out of any team I've ever been on. So really happy about that. And I think that's something that I especially feed off of, and also my two teammates, is, you know, just staying positive and, you know, us just gassing each other up.
I know that's got to be easy when you have Brolic on your team. I think I've never seen that guy get absolutely, you know, angry at all when it comes to Warzone. Question for you, Huskers. Definitely. You're one of the, you know, players who's been around the longest, right? By the way, you said people thought you were washed because your peak was in Verdansk, so they say. But how does this year kind of competition-wise maybe compare to years past? Because I feel like we've seen the competition rise, but I'm curious from a competitor standpoint, how does that feel for you when you're in-game?
Yeah, no, that's definitely a fact that the competition has gotten tougher over the years. And I feel like that's kind of standard with every game. You know, the longer a game is out, you know, the tougher the competition gets, because eventually people, you know, continue to adapt and get better at the game. So, you know, maybe that had a factor in my huge success early on. Maybe I was just one of the first to like adapt the quickest and whatnot. But yeah, I mean, it just means that, you know, for this year, I have to, you know, play even harder and grind even more and, you know, just be on top of my game to the fullest extent, because the competition is just the greatest that it's ever been in Warzone history. So
that's a fact. That's a narrative we've been spinning up, right? World Series of Warzone, especially after Global Finals last year. Everybody wants to get involved. They want to prove that they're the best and hoist that trophy up, which obviously, Huskers, that is your ultimate goal. What's your game plan going into the next 3 games?
Game plan is stay composed, you know, keep trying to get those early picks if we can, but, you know, making smart rotations, making sure that we're in really good positions to you know, hold teams out, or, you know, just stay alive to the end game, and, you know, not taking any chances, just playing it safe. Like one mistake that we made in one of the previous games was we had a recon drone, and we could have easily called it in to, you know, check a spot to make sure no one was there. And I was like, I'm sure it's fine, no one's there. And lo and behold, somebody was there. So that ended up costing us the game. So just, you know, playing smart throughout all 3 games remaining.
There you go. And that was your game number 2 where you got 32nd place, right? The recon drone play.
Right. Yeah. On that hill by the fire station north of Lowtown.
Well, talk about recovery, though, right? Redemption. You come in and get first place right after that. Shows composure, and it shows that you're on that redemption arc. Huskers, I wish you the best of luck going forward in the next 3 games.
Okay, thank you so much, guys.
Of course, brother. Huskers, there it is. I love that story. Redemption arc. He understands World Series of Warzone is breaking new levels in terms of competition. You know, things are heating up, and we've spun that narrative, and we're seeing it right before us. These games have been incredible. We look at the standings, curious if Huskers ended up making it up there in the top 12, and they did, top 6. So good on them. A big game win at least makes them feel a bit more comfortable. 6th place above that bubble spot. Dream, we do look, though, and Levi in 1st place, dethroning that of Team Biffle & Co., who are now in just less than a point away.
Yes, that is close too, as well as Super Evan 2 dropping down to 4th. But what has really caught my eye, look at Team Big Man in 9th place as well. So the deficit there being tied with 7th and 8th, 39.8. So all across the board, I mean, this definitely doesn't look like the NA Hoppers, that's for sure.
That's true. Big man looking great, liking it. Blasny's also top 10. I want to say a top 3 finish, top 5 finish from the previous game. So obviously making a big impact, breaking into top 12. We look at Braxton Sitrep there, sitting on the bubble. Dandro just below that is Destroyed, looking to come up.
Yeah, I mean, we've kind of seen a lot of these same teams are sitting in this sort of same area, right? Z Colors looks like they've come down just a little bit. We've seen sort of marks of greatness from some of these other teams as well. I'm looking at Team Tommy in 20th, though, only 19 eliminations so far, which is very surprising to me because this is a squad that can fry out. We saw Teeny earlier just absolutely put down Hisoka in a 1v1, and I was like, wow, this team is really feeling themselves. I can't wait to see what's happening for these first 3 games. It's been a little bit of a dud, Taylor. But hey, lower round 2, we saw something similar. Back half of the 3 is where they really came online. Hope we see something similar here today.
Hopefully so, and also shout out to number 13th, or 14th, which was Team Accept, with Sunny, Accept, and Rudy, who off of their second place finish in the last game, they end up getting close to breaking into top 12. That'll be a big story for them. You know, Warzone Mobile, though, it is back, and it's looking really good. In fact, you have a chance to upgrade your weapons at any points in time. You don't believe me? Just check this out.
The enemy is attempting to exfil. Move to intercept.
Warzone Mobile, the chance to upgrade your weapons
Be
wherever
advised,
you
enemy
go
attack
and
helo
get on
incoming.
board with the battle
Shoot it
passes
down and
out, and
secure
you
the
can get
cache.
the XP boost week, which will help you unlock those weapons to the max, to the fullest. Well, speaking of the fullest, game number 4 seems to be ready to go. Only 3 more to go. How will the team stack up? Tiff goes. Let's find out.
How are we already in the back half of our game series, Coach? I'm a little nervous about this, especially with Dandro out there pointing out Team Tommy, kind of lower on the leaderboard, 20th place. Even the difference between 12th and 13th
Enemy soldier incoming.
Yeah, it is very, very close. I'm going to give a shout out to last match winners. Job's not done yet. When it comes to math, Tiff, even after 3 games, nobody has technically booked a ticket to the grand finals yet. We're looking for somewhere around 70 points. Our top team's around 60. You know what Brolic said? When we asked him who the hardest team to kill was, he said nobody. People who fear a name are the ones most likely to die in every fight. Shout out to Brolic. Let's see if they can go back to back. Map number 4 is here. The second half of the tournament is here. Get ready for job number 4.
Enemies are dropping into the air.
We're looking at teams that have been able to balance not only just their placement, but their eliminations. And so far, 2 teams have eclipsed the 40 elim mark. That's going to be Team Biffle with 42 and Team Unrational with 42. And you did some math coming into this, and you said that every elimination for SSD was worth around 1.8. Right now, they're sitting at 1.68 for that average.
Yeah, they've had a lot. It really was that last map that ruined that average. They had a pretty solid first 2 maps, didn't end up winning those maps, but the third map, they went out very early comparatively. Now, they're probably totally fine to make grand finals, but they're not dominating like we thought. The team on our screen, definitely one I'm worried about. Down into about 20th place right now with only 24 points. Things are not going their way. And speaking about, we talk about pressure making diamonds, the amount of pressure that is on the back of this team right now is nearly insurmountable. They are in the 33rd with like 14 points in total, and it's because of this right here. They are being contested and they are losing almost every single time at the beginning of the map. Watch out for that team. That is, by the way, number 3 and number 6 most earned Warzone players of all time. The Young Guns here to slay. And speaking of the Young Guns, on your screen right now, Squad 16 in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, and just consistently running into early game issues is going to be the squad aside them, right? Swish him on the high ground, looking for angles here on Greb. Greb re-chows, hits the crack onto Swish. But when you've got only 2 players left, I'd be imagined that Sin's gonna look to try and get back towards the team, reunite, all 3 back on their feet. Found that Nico not able to get alongside Swish, but Swish shouts. Swish takes out Greb, and the action just keeps coming. Okay, Swish.
Swish with the chow, and unfortunately the follow-up doesn't get there quite in time to save her life, but still an overall team victory. Shout out to that Kruger squad, a fun storyline for them. I hope they can make global finals. Kruger actually is born in Saudi Arabia, the only Middle Eastern team player that is actually in North America competing. So we'll see if maybe he can win this gulag. A bit of revenge. Swish versus Kruger fell into the gulag at the same time, which means they got matched up together. Let's see if Swish gets him again. No, the ants are back. A little bit of revenge tour for Mr. Kruger.
You love to see that, honestly. Just her switching the weapons and looking at the right, thinking that they were going to approach from that angle.
No.
Krug just had a better read, but Aiden, DJ Moss, Z-Smith on the screen. You were talking about Team Almond having issues early on, and there goes the interrogation straight onto Skullface, giving up the location of the remaining 2 members. And now we just got to cross the road and get on over to them. Almond on the roof already looking for angles, but the smoke for Aiden is already prepped to cross the open area.
Aiden knows who this team is. He got the knock on Skullface. He knows that they're down in numbers. This is a must-win fight. Almond has the most wanted. He does answer back and drops one. DJ now trying to clean up the mess. Does get it. DJ get the cleanup. Most wanted. They get the cash. Almond's team still in trouble. No free buybacks, but they get 1 back into the mix. Noobs down on the ground. 1 floating. Skullface trying to get comms. Noobs in trouble, though, because this is going to be a 2v3 potential if they can get this res, which they do.
Yeah, this is nice. Now they can just send every bit of resources over to Noobs, who came through. Z-Smith up the zip, and albeit we do not have one of them fooled, we preserve the life there.
This is just sad. And frankly, I didn't think Aiden's team was doing all that well. We haven't seen them a ton on broadcast. And then look at the leaderboard. They're top 10. I mean, they're not doing incredible necessarily, but still definitely in contention to make global finals. This squad, this is frankly a must win. They need all of this cash to make sure they can get a loadout and restabilize with plates and everything they need, armor boxes. They need all of this money. So they need to win this gulag, get their 3 kills, and then move on their merry way. And frankly, 3 kills for them, if they all win their gulag, which I think they might have, is like a third of their total points in the last 3 maps.
Well, here's one of your bubble teams running into some issues early. Brax in the gulag, Tenix on the other side. Grabbing cash, moving up, throws the smoke and reads it with the lethal. As soon as they hit the rotate, does it connect? But this is a very aggressive gulag, resulting in some hip fire, and now prone. There goes the zip, but okay, Brax. That was clean.
Sometimes Warzone's a little bit of a jump scare. I mean, he swings around, all of a sudden the guy's right next to him. He just doesn't even notice where he's at because Brax is prone down on the ground. Very, very clean. Great call. But we continue to swing around to some of these early gunfights because this is where teams need to start making their tournament life possible. Everyone heads to LCQ. Nobody's eliminated in this stage, but you don't want to have to go to LCQ. Only the top 4 make it out of LCQs, and then we have that wild card final map where the winner of that map makes it. So 5 in total out of all 40 teams that will be there. You want to make global finals right here, right now. Don't leave it up to razor thin margins. Adrian, Sage, Swag, solid tournament thus far. They really know they can do better, so they want to double down on that, but they are top 10 right now, so if they keep up this pace, they should be fine. And unfortunately, Clown comes in to try to play spoiler and takes 1 out.
Oh, and a swing around, grabs another knock. Adrian in the gulag here against Unrational on the other side. Not where you want to see Unrational, and knowing just how many frags he's been able to pick up throughout this tournament. This is going to be a heated 1v1. Adrian, though, takes off the armor, takes the win, and gets back to Urzikstan.
These are huge moments. I mean, frankly, I love watching Gulags because of the 1v1s, and Sage just does not get the right into that timing. Nate Dogg right back into the mix. Sage waiting on a buyback. Gulags are really fun because they're 1v1s, really just use whatever's on the map utility-wise to win it. But also, it totally dictates how you regain getting back into the map, how much cash you have. So you don't want to be sit there, but when you do, winning is so crucial to your team's success and the ability to find your feet on the map. Destroy is having to run away from the squad, waiting on Nate Dogg to come back in after winning that gulag we talked about. And Exact's team just can't quite send it the way they would like to clean up this team. And now they're on the hunt. Just went a hair too late. I think they were a bit worried that Destroy was able to ISO a couple of these fights when Siprep's so kind of isolated. And, well, there's the third party, and OP Mark's team finally getting into the mix. A couple eliminations.
Yeah, this was originally a very high stakes fight. One squad in 11th place, Destroy squad in 15th. So now that Destroy and them get Nate Dogg back, they can reposition just further on the outskirts of Lowtown. But with OP Marked entering the fray over here, I'm a little worried. Now, granted, this squad has not been performing to the nature that we witnessed in that lower round 2. Now, granted, a much higher skilled lobby, but when you can't really get things moving on the rotations, it doesn't matter. So many players that we've talked to after their match wins, it's focus on your positioning, let those kills come to you. And if we're rotating through Lowtown, knowing there's a large majority of teams here, things are going to get mixy quick.
Yeah, for OP Mark's team, this is feeling probably like quite a bit of deja vu. This is about where they were at during the upper bracket. I believe they got 37th in the upper bracket. And they're in 35th right now. So whatever success they found in the lower bracket round 2, apparently not coming their way here in our regional finals. But last match's winner is looking fairly stable and, well, staring down the barrel of one of the top teams over on the other side. You see Shifty very aggressively split from his duo, likely looting up and making sure they clear out the POI. But Brolic with a couple pot shots. I think both teams know where each other are. And a quick look at the zone here. This makes a lot of sense. Look at where they're at. They're in Popov, but the zone is that northeastern side military base in zone we've seen now a couple times.
Hear me out, guys. Y'all should have VOD reviewed everything that we witnessed throughout the week because we have so many similarities for our end games. And knowing that SSD does lend power, they've made their way up onto the industrial side of things, but they still have that northern bridge and a zip to be able to cross the water with ease. However, there are already teams that have moved into the northern side of military base. So if I'm, you know, Huskers and co., I don't really want to rotate through SSD. I'm going to hang it back and try to go south, but there's already teams there.
Yeah, Shifty is just sprinting at this team. I think that is a perfect call tip. This team does not need to worry about SSD. They don't need to fight them. They're just trying to get top 12. It's what we said at the very top of the show. Just top 12 is all you need. It looks like this squad has actually grabbed the train and are just sending it around the map on the train potentially, or at the very least use the buy on the train, and then maybe you're hoofing it on foot. But coming in late, SSD gets the comms from Ahsoka. There's another team here, needs some help. Biffle trying to play spoiler is able to grab a couple. SSD on the hunt, finding kill after kill, breaking J-Tech's team apart one by one.
Oh, that is so unfortunate for J-Tech, B-Mark, and Slide. But it gives Huskers a chance to rotate around SSD. They're not going to be able to get south, so they just go north after that fight. But the thing is, Shifty is so hyper aggressive. We already talked about this squad and the ability to grab those eliminations north of 40. One of only 2 squads to do so just yet. And Shifty's got one with 1,000 damage. You're not going to be happy with that elimed damage average. So we are on pursuit. The chase is real.
Yeah, this is, I mean, it's exactly what Huskers should have done, and Ahsoka read them perfectly. Had info, likely some UAVs or otherwise, spotted them out. They are not letting any free rotations come through, because for a team like the Falcons, the SSD in front of you, they're not chalking their game taking this fight. They've done this 1,000 times. They're the best team on the map. They've got confidence. They're going to go for it. And then when they see that it's not a fight that they think they can take, they back off. And what's fun about this is Shifty is hunting them like a predator on prey. Look at this. Every single time they have a trap set up and Huskers is able to evade it, Shifty just tucks in behind them and hunts them down. He knows they're trying to rotate to zone, and, well, looks like somebody's shooting back, or maybe a mortar to the face will make him think twice about it. Shifty throws the plates in and continues his hunt.
Not sure what they're locked in for weapons here, but in the last map they won, Huskers and Brolic were both running the Kar 98.
Oh gosh.
And a weapon, but Shifty just keeps getting closer, keeps taking space. And the fact that we're living under the bridge, cutting off those eye lines, and still calls in a streak to maneuver under that guise of cover. We're just waiting for Biffle and Soka on the opposing side. Now, of course they're gonna dodge this, but it's gonna put them right where Shifty wants them.
If it wasn't SSD, I would say this is such an ego play that I don't like it at all. Huskers team has the much better position. They've got high ground. They got here first. They didn't lose a player to it. Brolic's on top of the bridge, and now our Falcons are trapped under the bridge. They can't fly. They can't go anywhere. Look who coming in for a third party potentially. That's Sage and Adrian, another top team. These are the battle of the top teams. They are trying to chalk each other's games, and now Brolic up above gets absolutely ripped. Falcons will not fall. Shifty on 1 HP in a dream, but they can't jump over the wall. They can't drop down to fight this. The Falcons hang on by a breath. This is a ridiculous gunfight here in the 4th circle.
There's a one thing that we love to say when it comes to teams like the Falcons, formerly known as SSD, is that they just get granted plot armor. And for them to not lose Shifty at that point is crazy to me. In no way, shape, or form should he have not at least gotten knocked. But Huskers, Jackal, Brolic, time is of the essence. That circle 4 is going to close in less than 8 seconds. So they're going for that rotation, considering it pulls all the way towards the eastern side of military base. And top teams have already made it over there. So we're not going to have the easiest of rotations, but something that they're doing is they're looking for the buy station and the redeploy to really bolster that rotate. And that's crazy that they get it for free.
Oh man, we could have stayed on that perspective the entire map, but we're missing a lot of Warzone. So we're gonna go check out some other matchups in a team desperately needing something from this map in dire straits. Lovey has made it out, so at least they'll have one alive. But Clutchbuck's team, a team they said there's no way they should have been in the lower bracket, and a lot of people agreed. This is a strong squad, but they struggled. And then finally in the lower bracket round 2, they had a decent round, but it wasn't anything to write home about. And now back into this regional finals, they're getting dumpstered. I mean, we are way down the leaderboard right now. We've got to make a move. And now that they've got all 3 up on the out of bounds line, this is a great rotation from Clutchbuck to stay alive. The question is, where do you go from here? There's not a ton of cover, and there's 2 teams staring at you. And as you lose one, now you're in deep trouble.
Yeah, sometimes you just gotta pull that out of bounds play to try and stay out of the cover from Levi, Limax, and Zeppa. But for now, down to a duo. This squad came into this map in 17th place. So you're right, we've still got to move the margins by 5 total placements on the back half of this series. But we see a mobile buy station, which could be the answer to our problems. We just got to take down Riaz first.
I would love a knock here. Belk is traditionally a very strong sniper. The shot's just not hitting currently. Warning shots and there's plenty of ammo. Just keep throwing them down. Once they hit, be a massive boon, and thinks better of that advance all by himself. Gonna PDS out in the storm as Lovey gets an aerial view overhead, something teams oftentimes do. This is really an important map for this team, and a track just got caught unaware with PDS right behind you. You gotta know this is here, and I think they just got distracted by this other team. Riaz, though, enacts his revenge. Clutchbuck falls. We'll have 1 floater. We'll see if they're able to stabilize later. All of a sudden, moving into the 5th circle here, things about to get real hairy for a team in 20th going into this map. Team Tommy gotta make a move. Seems like they have a sizable amount of kills and all 3 up. This could be their map to get right back into contention for global finals.
Everything's happening on the southwestern side, but you can see just above that north side of the map is controlled by SSD. Zeppa's team is the only one further outside. The fact that they got that rotation off and are going to be able to clear out the north side is wild, because everyone is here between the southwest, and Tommy needs all these eliminations. But Huskers team, who was previously rotating alongside SSD, has found themselves in this cluster.
And this is the death rotate. I mean, speaking of where the zone is, there's only a couple teams there, like you were breaking down. This squad has a ton of teams to work through. It is going to be a very tall task to get to this next zone fully alive. If they can do it, if they can all 3 stay up, I think there's a chance they can win this map. I think there's a chance they could get themselves very close to qualifying for regional, rather global finals. They're here in regionals, and they are in trouble. A team behind them, Riaz in trouble. Raul there. Destroy right behind. This is like back and forth we've seen now a couple times over the last couple maps of Destroy versus Tommy, 2 stalwarts in the scene battling each other for position, jockeying on the leaderboard. Both need it bad. Tommy's got maybe a hair better of a position, but just a hair, because there's a couple teams lurking off in the distance.
Yeah, but Destroy Squad's only in 14th place, so we're not where we want to be. So 2 teams on the outside looking in, quite literally outside of circle, outside of the top 12. And honestly, if they're all going to line up like that, maybe Obs is just going to hit a collat. That would have been wild, but not going to happen. There goes the recon, though.
I like that. Oh, did he lose
The
it?
bait gets denied. Yeah, immediately. Rudy on the opposing squad. The PDS has to come out, but we don't have much cover to work with.
I was gonna say, I love the idea there. You can leave it up and check back in with it if they don't shoot it down immediately, but just obliterate it instantly. So zone comes in. Wasn't thinking straight. Maybe didn't get inside the PDS. I'm not sure because the PDS thrown after, but recon drone gone and having to rotate. Here comes the death rotation. They have this interesting tiny little lip they're playing with. I don't know if they know Raid is up here. It doesn't look like it. Finally showing their shoulder to Mayapo and Raided. A very weird sight to see Mayapo on 0 eliminations, but Prospect now making it 2. Tommy, they needed all 3 alive to have any chance going into this final circle, and they might lose their entire team to Team Raided, who's been lurking on high ground, lurking in the shadows, eliminating teams as they rotate in. This is why we say rotate early. Team Tommy just couldn't get there in time, and now the onus of responsibility to have a lifeline in this tournament is entirely on the back of Obs. He's got to make a heroic play to get to zone and then just hold out for placement. They've got a sizable amount of kills. They've got probably close to double-digit kills. They got about that 9-10 that Dandro's been talking about, but you got to get to top 10 to make it pay. And you can see Lovey trying to do a lot of the same. That's a player on Clutch Belk's team from before. We were talking about everybody just holding on for dear life, and as a full team of 3 swings around, that is Sage making quick work of Team Tommy. They are out of here.
We were talking about the hunters, but the real hunters of that lobby were going to be Sage, Adrian, Swag. The way they just ripped apart Team Raided, ripped apart the opposing squad, and now Jackal will fall. Huskers will be no more thanks to Foreign Jace, Jowo, and Breadman, who have regained that position. Shero, Devo, Vonbot making a PDS play, chaining them together, trying to not get to zone quite yet because of the utter chaos that is occurring on the outside.
This is a massive game for Team Jowo. It has not gone their way in the first 3 maps. They were around 18th or so. They need a big one here, and they are here. But there's another Joe looking around the corner. It's Big Joe Gang going massive, wiping Vonbot. Shira, last alive for that team. Joe Gang says, I'm not going down without a fight. I need this. I want this, and I will show Ebates that he's always been wrong about us. Dominating right now here on the outer edge of zone. If they can clean up Shero and they can clean up, it looks like Blast by himself above, they actually should have a fairly free rotate if they go to the north hand side. They're gonna have to contest SSD though going into this next zone. It's gonna be a tall task, but we're into the final 5. They got there. They got their multiplier. Aiden, all 3 alive, looking for an opportunity to make top 5 and have done it with their multipliers, and now they're just gonna lurk in the shadows and likely PDS here and wait to see if they can make a third-party play to win it all.
When you think of the teams that are left in the lobby, now that we're in top 5, that can contend with SSD, this would be one of them. But Shifty has already ripped through Z-Smith. So then we look towards our left. We have Team Jowo sitting in 18th place. Needs a banger game, but for now, Aiden goes for another PDS. Looks for any kind of loot that we can find, but look who gets ripped on the rotate. Can we stick the res? 10 seconds to go. And it doesn't even matter. We've seen crazy gas plays coming out of SSD, and this would be none other. Looking for their first map win. They hailed from the north, clearing it out from Team Zeppa, and just kept on waltzing in. There goes Blast. The knock comes through, and now we can start focusing the other squads. But look at that massive rotate from squad 39. Joe Gang.
Joe Gang's team wiped Jowo's squad, and they won the full team of 3 with all 3 up, but finally Hisoka finds a pick and executes on it. Aiden dies to gas. All of a sudden, it's Joe Gang versus Shifty, and when you have player advantage, you have the storm. It was inevitable. The Falcons will fly, and they finally get their map win we've been waiting for. The big question in my mind, Tip, as per the usual, is this time, how many kills did they net along the way? What was the final score for the first 2x multiplier they were able to take home?
We're just gonna have to wait to roll it out. They were already north of 40 eliminations coming into this. And starting from pop-off power, the way they were able to rotate through, chasing down Huskers, kind of bringing that dance across the river, and then grabbing a redeploy and a buy station, hitting that to challenge Team Zeppa, all leads to this last stand on your screen. You see Jowo and Co. down to the western side. There's that big fight between Joes, the Battle of Joes. The Joe Gang wins out. I'm Sorry, I can't.
Yeah, you're right though. It was the battle with
Joe's.
Joe's. And Vexo got the early knock. He actually peeked around the corner and picked off Joe first, giving them player advantage yet again. Super important for these team fights. But the fact that they're able to survive here gives me some notes that likely they have durable gas masks. They probably have a ton of PDSs, and they played in the storm for like 3 minutes. It feels like several PDSs and gas masks allowed them to make this play. Blast trying to get out of dodge gets cut down. Hisoka, Biffle, and Shifty frankly picked up a lot of these kills. And here's Aiden and DJ on the far left-hand side. Ave picking up that flank as well. Team Joe Gang was moving on all cylinders. They were checking every corner, and they picked up a ton of eliminations in that final fight. I think Team Joe Gang had a very, very strong map, getting second place, and probably a decent amount of kills. However, it just wasn't enough because SSD was standing there waiting for them, allowing them to do their dirty work for them. SSD, the Falcons, your winners. And frankly, they had that one in the bag for a long time with their rotation, Tiff. It was a great call by you. They commanded the North. They are the leaders of the North and many things in between. And finally, they get their win. I said they're good for 1 out of every 3. It took them to the 4th game to get it this time around. So maybe they go back to back and prove my math to be correct. Let's take a quick look back at that victory moment. I'm sure it's going to be hot and heavy.
Remove your mirror. Give her like your back right.
I'm looking back right now.
Pick that up. Pick that up. No.
Pick what up? Here, okay, I already.
Look, everybody else is in zone, bro. Everybody else is in zone. You gotta hold the line.
All right, go. Closer, D.
Losing ground. Moving.
This one, go to you.
Look under me. Throw another PDS.
Someone just died in zone.
3 right here.
Live. Nice, good job. Nice.
All stations. No enemy movement detected at this time. Area is clear.
Holy shit, bro.
Nice.
Sniper boy.
Wow, Tiff, 34 points for the win there. One of the bigger maps we've seen, not the biggest thus far. Maybe not something that they've done in scrims where they've dropped like a 65-point game, but we take 34. That definitely, by the way, will push them to global finals. There's no question about it. They're going to be up in the 90-point margin. We're going to be seeing SSD. We're going to be seeing the Falcons on land, and I couldn't be more excited about it. Took them a little while, but Desk, talk to me about it. They finally got their ticket, and they've punched it, and they're headed on and see what they're going to do for the last couple of maps here, Desk.
That's it, right? The Falcons, like you said, fly high. They get the victory in a zone where they got second place before. You go back to game number 1, and we did see a military zone, but not necessarily as far to the right as it was this time around, but second place now to first. So, Danjo, it seems like a military zone is actually quite beneficial for them, especially from the rotation from pop-off on down. Talk to me about SSD's success.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like for them over the course of the day, they've just been kind of doing a great job of not necessarily even just, either playing edge of zone or trying to make this rotation to God spot. They're getting a lot of what I like to call kills in transition, which is they're playing just ahead of all the teams that want to, but not giving themselves, a lineup on the teams that have already made it into power position. And I feel like this is sort of that zone that they can really play with because there are a couple key markers along the way between where they start out and then getting into military. So by being able to kind of hit these markers, you'll hold out the people that are maybe trying to make a late rotation, but you don't give yourself up to the people who've already rotated ahead of you. It allows you to net a lot of these eliminations, set yourself up for success. This is the first map, though, that they've been able to, I feel like, convert that positioning into a winning sort of position, and obviously it works out for them.
So piggybacking off of positioning Dream, there are certain teams who are just sticking with the same game plan. We've heard the same thing from Levi just a little bit earlier. Huskers, Super don't fix it if it's not broken. But there are certain rosters who aren't happy with their positioning on the standings. They're not in top 12, or maybe they're just on the bubble. What teams are we looking at that have been changing things up?
Well, I mean,
Not enough
in
cash
terms of like
secured.
these teams
Stand down.
and positionings, I mean, I was just specifically looking at Destroy, Rule, and Nate Dogg because that huge fight, I think it was against Sitret, Exact, and Sneely. Like, you notice these engagements where teams are just backing down and sniping more, but they're playing more patient, more cautious to work their way up in the standings. But also that fight that we had saw that with SSD, right? You saw Huskers holding them outside of zone as they were working the rotation in. They were almost in his position to where they were going to fall completely, but backing away and again, being able to take the win here when they almost fell on that hold from Husker squad. Impressive stuff.
impressive stuff indeed. A good finish and a very risky finish. I mean, military's never easy to play around, Dandro, but that's why I like it. I said that yesterday in the broadcast. Military's chaotic. I like chaos personally, but look at this. So many varying different levels. You've got people above you, below you. What's it like as a player going into these final zone, maybe even in the top 8?
I mean, if you're a player in this kind of final zone, you have to be trying to play for height here. I think that's the number one thing. If you are some of these squads that got caught out on the bottom, it's really, really tough. I'd rather be this team trying to rotate down from above than trying to play from the bottom up. Even though if you are Aiden DJ Moss, you got taken out by SSD, I feel like that's just kind of like a happenstance versus like you made the wrong play there, right? If the zone pulls up to you, you're feeling very great. So hopefully with some of those teams, they maybe kind of make a note of that, and in the future they can play a little bit better in those end game zones.
Well, a fantastic finish for the squad right in front of you, Biffle, Hisoka, and Shifty. And speaking of Shifty, let's bring him in for an interview because it's finally time to interview the GOAT himself. Shifty, congratulations on your win. You're coming back. You're looking to be a champion again. I asked Huskers this. I'm going to ask you the same. What does this year for World Series Warzone mean to you?
This year means everything. Obviously, we won the first one last year alongside Sage. This year, we have a new trio with Soka. I would really like to go back-to-back. I just don't ever want to go on that stage and lose, to be completely honest with you. So I would say this year's probably double the, I guess, meaning for me.
I love that. With that being the double meaning for you, Shifty, and I mean, just... it was such an amazing event last year, just seeing you guys win that. This is going to be a fun question. What was your motivation like this morning? Like, what was your early morning routine to get prepared for today?
Honestly, I just woke up like an hour early, like around check-in, and I kind of just sat in court and waited for my teammates. That was it. And then when they got in, we talked, and I mean, we already have the game plan and stuff, so I wouldn't say like I do anything, I guess, crazy to get myself hyped up. I mean, even when we win games, we're not super hype. We're more just, we have like a game plan, and we're just trying to, you know, just make sure we get the job done. Top 12 today. That's all that's on our mind.
Locked in.
I love that from you. Well, listen, it wouldn't be an interview if I don't get you to say something that's clip worthy. So obviously you've been pretty vocal that, you know, no matter your placement here today, you know, you don't really care if you come in 1st or 12th. Like, you're confident that you and your team are going to make it to the global final LAN. But today it's been a little bit shaky, my guy. So I'm curious, is this you guys not playing up to your potential? Or do you think finally maybe somebody is actually giving you some competition for once?
Nah. I just think you guys are used to us dropping like 30 wins every game, like back to back in these like Twitter customs. With just the way that World Series like plays out, you're just not going to be able to get 30 kills a game. And like, I think that last game, I don't know if you guys were watching, you guys seen, we fought a team, I think it was Jackal and them, and they just ran. Like, we're fighting for like 5 minutes, like 2 zones. And it's just so, a lot of teams, especially with the top 12 on their mind, when they come near our area, they just don't want to fight. So it's kind of hard for us to pop like 20 plus kills if we literally, when someone sees us, they kind of just run. It's just, this is how World Series always plays out.
Happens to the best of you.
Yeah, well, they're running too, and for good reason, right? I wouldn't want to face off against you, honestly. Top 12 is the goal. Obviously, you're reaching that goal at this point in time. Global Finals looking like it's going to be set up for you quite well. I remember talking to you, I believe, at COD Next, and you were like, look, I at least just want one more Global Final finish, right? To finish at the top, and you're well on your way to doing that. You mentioned Hisoka just a second ago. What's been his impact on this roster? Because clearly you guys are flying and frying.
I mean, yeah, Hisoka is the guy right now. He is the closer that we call him. I think that's what everyone calls him right now, the closer. Before we picked up Soka, we just kind of had issues winning games, and with match point getting announced, we knew like we got a lot of kills, and sometimes we'd have the most points in a tournament, but we would lose match point just because we couldn't finish a game. So bringing in Hisoka, someone that I've competed with since Verdansk, like literally came up together. Like, our chemistry level is insane. I mean, with D, you know, one of the best players in the game, we've been able to quickly adapt. Now we can win games, get a lot of kills. We're in a really good spot right now with the team.
Great spot indeed, and the most hyped up one, obviously representing the Falcons. Shifty, I wish you the best of luck, man. 2 more games to go. Let's see if you can get another win.
Thank you.
Great to hear that. And also the mindset, right? I mean, preparing for global finals, World Series of Warzone match point, the biggest talking point, right? No longer is it just a points threshold. Now you have to win that game after reaching a certain amount. So they're planning ahead, and clearly it's working, and they're closing games apparent by game number 4. Let's take a look at the elimination leaderboard, Dream, because we've got, or excuse me, squad standings, I apologize, jumping the gun. Biffle at the top, and they take it over once again. Now, he did say, look, their goal is just top 12, but let's not kid ourselves. Stream, they still won first.
Yeah, and can we talk about how close it was last time around and the deficit that has changed immensely in that? And not to mention, both Soka and Shifty, did I hear that they are tied? They are tied in kills at 22.
That's right.
So you have an IGL that can slay success nonetheless, but oh gosh, these standings still are, I cannot believe how close it is even between second and third too. It's just going down the line, you guys.
Yeah, it's going down 48.8 for 10th place. We take a look at 11th through on down, excuse me. Now we start really getting serious with 2 more games left, Dentro. Now we've got Husker, Brack, Sit Rep there. Destroy obviously moved on up with his performance, but what teams are at risk right now? And honestly, what teams are here who might not make it in the top 12 that would very much surprise you?
It's actually really worrisome to me that I'm looking at Team Brax that every single time we have come to this leaderboard, NA is sitting in 12th. That worries me. It'd be one thing if they were going up and going down. It's like, okay, but it's like they are just sitting here. They are basically, as we get ready to go into game 5, the team to beat right now, currently sitting at 46.2. Granted, they have a little bit of a buffer zone between them and some of the teams below them, but Team Sitrep, Exact Sitrep and Snaily, hey, they were my lower round 2 team that I wanted to call out. They've been inching their way up the leaderboard. So Taylor, when I look at this, when I'm seeing teams being able to kind of consistently game over game, start leapfrogging some of these other squads, you do not want to have a squad like that that gets hot in game 5 and game 6, because short, you make 12 all day, but blink of an eye, you might be sitting at 13, and that is a team that would be devastated if they have to play the LCQ.
We take a look at those who might be going to the LCQ. Dream down the list all the way down to the bottom. Looking through, right, Almond. Team Almond, a team that we covered at the beginning, in 30th at 23.2. They need to get to 46.2 points just to reach where Brax is at number 12.
Yeah, and that is just like this crazy pop-off game needs to happen, because just the fact that even Skullface noobs and Almond not even being there, I am mind blown.
I am too. Skullface, step it up, my boy. Let's see you reach that top 12. Don't make your life any more difficult. The LCQ. 4 games done, 2 more to go. Let's hop into drop number 5 and see where the teams at the bottom are going to stack up to the ones at the top. A lot of ground to cover. The bubble teams are starting to sweat. Tiff goes. Let's see what game number 5 brings.
Well, hopefully it brings us a game that gets a lot of our players that are on paper would be absolutely amazing. And you'd think that they would lock in a top 12, but have found themselves so far out of it. We're looking at Team Almond 30th place, Team Tommy 19th place, Jowo 16th place, and they were even in that end game in drop number 4. And honestly, if they would have just made it a few more eliminations there, they would find themselves farther on. But for our Elim leaderboard here, Ghosh, Unrational at one point was the leader. A little fall from grace, I dare say?
Yeah, I mean, Hisoka, Shifty, Inevitable, 22 eliminations apiece. That's 44 eliminations as a duo, not even counting Biffle's 15. You can see all 3 of them. This is the Falcons I was waiting for, and sure, they're near the top of the leaderboard. Sure, other teams could maybe take the win here, but again, it's all about top 12, and it's all about who's getting those eliminations. I'm not seeing anybody near the buffer on that top 10 for good reason. They are being contested. They're losing gunfights. They can't get their feet underneath them. We've got to watch these bubble teams. Destroy 10th, Huskers 11th, 12th, Brax. We got Chobo 16th, like you said, Tommy 19th, Alvin 30th. These are some of the biggest names in Warzone history, technically outside of that buffer, outside of that threshold we needed to. I am blown away by the stakes right now in the final 2 maps. Will our stalwarts pull it out, or will Joe Gang in 9th place, a brand new face, show us what he's got? Map 5 is here. Let's get into it.
we go. That 12th place owned by Omit NA throughout the duration of our tournament, it seems like, constantly locking it in with 46.2 points, an 11.6 point average throughout our prior drops. And honestly, this is perfect. We get a look at the map. I was wondering when we were going to potentially going back to city, because we have not seen that yet today. We've gotten that south of farm zone. We've seen military base. We've kind of seen even the cargo, but bring it to the southwest. It's time.
Yeah, I'm really excited about this because we can only expect, or at least can presume, that it'll be city again, right, Tiff? And we've seen a lot of city zones. They are a ton of fun to watch, and they also dramatically change up who has the advantage in some of these fights. And frankly, a lot of teams like to land in city and are having to rotate to these crazy zones all the way across the entirety of the map, or all the way over to farm. And I think some of our city teams have a chance to go big here. I'm specifically looking at Clutch Belk's team, a team that loves to land city on that main construction building. If they can win some of their early gunfights, that team could go big. And they're sitting in 14th place right now. They're just outside of it as well. So watch out for some of those city-based teams to already have some of those in zones held at the very beginning. And as long as they can find some early kills, this could be huge. Now, something different we're seeing from this squad here over around Opal Palace and the neighboring areas. Team Skullface, for the first time maybe this entire tournament, completely unharried, uncontested in any shape or form. They're going to start rotating in free and clear. They have a moment to catch their breath.
For now, as soon as you grab that early loadout, you get the weapons that you feel comfortable with, it's like you go straight on the hunt. And they've already moved into where Team Destroy has positioned themselves down in Lowtown. We're gonna turn our attention towards that southern side of Urzikstan, bring it back to Community Center, Stemper, Crafty, Zen Purity on your screen, Funzy on the roof. And just like that, we'll have to wait and see what's going on with them, because I wanted to see what was going to happen here. Should we see this Destroy first down and out, and now brings it to a 3v2?
Yeah, and I think with a little bit of information, Funzy able to grab Most Wanted out of here. Mark them, grab intel, grab their cash, prevent cash. E700, this team needed it as well. Look, frankly, nobody's out of it. Anything can happen to the final two maps of Warzone, but this E700 team, 31st place going into this map, it loses the ones. This is what happens when you don't play as a team. Just gave your life away for nothing? Dang it. Oh, that's so brutal as this squad. Now, luckily, they still win the gunfight, but I'm frustrated for them. That team had such an incredible performance in past variations of this event, and they're so hot and cold. They've got to get a handle on how to play, and unfortunately, they're running out of time. 31st place. We'll see what they can do. 30th place on your screen, fighting against 10th place with Team Destroy. Both teams need it. One quite a bit more than the other. Not taking the fight yet, just getting the resources up, getting their loadouts, getting ready for what's next.
Yeah, they're like around 20 points outside of that 12th place threshold. And to keep that moving forward and to get there, they're going to need to beat that average per game and then the difference. So we're looking for a 30-point game out of them if they want to change the course of action here in drop number 5.
That's a great way to look at it. I mean, their average now has to be so dramatically skewed to these last two games. They need 2 bangers, frankly. And 30-point games are not that difficult if you've watched a lot of scrims. But here in this matchup, incredibly hard. So we're going to tune into their comms and see what their vibes are like as they go into this rotation.
I don't want to overextend too much. It's fucking
the other team backing up. The other team still just split on the hill. I'm gonna play up close to them. They PA'd themselves. I'm good.
Okay. We have nobody back up.
Main. They're second.
They're just sitting on boxes.
Yeah, they're playing close to them.
Yeah, I'm gonna play up with you.
I got spotted by recon.
That's their recon. Mortared.
Yeah, they just mortared themselves. Okay, no.
I don't have a smoke. Fuck. I'm backing up.
I can smoke you. Here.
Smoked.
Nice.
I threw an
I was flying in. One flew bottom left.
Getting tagged.
Hey, one armor up top.
Yo, one kid's right here. On live. Weak. No plates knocked.
Nice.
Trying to get that full.
I couldn't get the full.
Yeah, I can't get it either.
Yeah, they're gonna get him up. We can play D in them while they're doing that.
Yeah, one's right here.
That's the other kid. Okay, all 3 are over there now, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, hit that one armor.
I opened the store on D and them. They're gonna have C4s down.
I hit him.
Yeah, they C4.
I'm getting a shot from above.
No, he went in. He slid out on me. Slid out on me.
Hit one armor.
He slid out.
Got him. Fuck, I got killed.
Oh my god.
Dude, my C4 went fucking nowhere.
I don't know how Raul just slid out on me like that.
Well, my C4 went nowhere. But Almond in the gulag, Obs on the other side, which means Team Tommy's having a rough go at it as well. That connects, the smoke goes out, we completely misread the situation. These are must-win gulags for Skullface and Noobs.
Oh my goodness, what is happening right now? Skullface, a must-win, looking for Strixie. Slides in, barrel stop, can't get his gun up. He goes into attack sprint, he goes down, only Noobs gets out of the gulag. An utter breakdown. Such an interesting listening to their comms. Everything was going near perfectly. And then it was like the small talk just vacated right when the fighting stopped. They couldn't get intel on it. C4s weren't hitting where they wanted them to. Oh my goodness. They're still alive. They got 2 up, but this is what I assume has been happening for the last 4 maps. They just can't win their team fights. Like, it was a 3v2, but they were just getting cross-shot by an opposing team up on the hill, and it was enough coverage and enough of a harrying point where they couldn't push in the way they wanted to. And frankly, it actually came down to that well-placed stunned from Raul that stopped Almond from being able to push in and get around the corner to stay alive. That was a ridiculous sequence of events. This team is in a blender and in 30th place with little to show for it. Not much going better in this map.
Well, to one of our teams that are on the cusp of qualifying for LAN today is going to be Omit NA on the opposing side of Community Center. Here's Scroat, Toph, Eye Patch. They're going to have to contend with some heavy hitters who have just not been able to break free of the 12th place slot. I need some big damage, big elims out of them here for now. 37 teams still up, so it's very fresh. Now, granted, this will stay this way for about Circle 4 and let the C4s enter. I don't know what Skull was talking about. Those C4s do go somewhere. They still float across.
Yeah, that was a great shot. Here we go. Fight ensuing. Quick early knocks Juju. Last year, I asked him what his secret was to success. He said confidence is key. We push every fight with 100% confidence we can win, and it helps out a ton. And this time, playing with the Youngsters and Brax, certainly have a lot of confidence going into this stage. So far, probably not going the way they want it to. This map, though, looking like could go their way. They are right in that kind of flex position, 12th place, and like Dan said, they've been sitting there for basically this entire tournament, right on the edge of relegation to LCQs or making global finals. It's going to come down to this map, this fight, the next fight. Isolate every moment ahead of you into just what's right ahead of you. You've got to just win the next thing. Can't think about the macro too much, not in moments like this, where your backs are against the wall and Mutex's team's got height advantage.
They rolled in as a third party after hearing those fights. And now Youngsta's just below them. They're all separated out, and I'm curious to see how they're going to approach that. Elsewhere, we get a good look at the map, still pulling towards the south. And to be fair, SSD has found themselves south of suburbs. Just last circle, they were north of Old Town.
Yeah.
So I was worried when we saw Almond Squad look for that regain. They immediately flew into their old drop spot near Opal Palace, hit the reset. Now, the one thing that they're missing is time. Time that all these teams have already spent rotating towards the south. They have to get their players back up. They have to get their weapons. Now that rotation is so delayed. But however SSD chained those together, they are going to have to do the same.
You're into the Gulag, swag in trouble. Cassette gets the early crack on the plates. Early shots. First blood usually gives you the win, and a nice rip off the heady Sitrep. A straight shooter looking to get back to land this time around. Taking out swag in the Gulag will help. And again, if you took a quick look at that map view, I think it was a great call out. You talked about the ridiculous rotation that's already happened from SSD. I also spotted Destroy's team. Team 4 is that blue team. They were able to make it deeper inside of City. They're inside of that next zone. Again, you want to take a quick look at that map view. YouTube.com/Call of Duty, showing you the map at all times. In between maps, it'll show you that leaderboard. Head over there to get more intel about what we're talking about here on main stage, whether you're on Twitch or otherwise. We're having a great day in the office. Some of these teams on the risk of going to LCQs. Some of these teams booking their tickets to our global finals. so much at stake. Intech's gonna try to push it their way as Swisham's team fully eliminated. Hopefully they've got a couple gulags to work with. Things have not been going their way, Tiff.
They're still going to return their sights back on Omid and A, right? They've just been sharing this area for so long, but haven't quite collided together yet. They're the two only squads in this neighboring area. Of course, Team Blast is out towards the western side. Then you have Team Rated out towards their east. Now, Rated's team is going to be rotating in from Manor, where a lot of squads are starting to wrap around, such as Team Big Man. So these two can technically go at it without any third-party resistance for the time being.
Yeah, it's a great call. It is like a true 3v3 for a while here. And Intex, I gotta give it a shout. I kind of laughed at the end of that fight because Intex just wiped his girlfriend off the map, okay? Intex and Swish are an IRL duo, and it's gotta be just a little bit of pain when that happens since they're not playing together for the World Series. But looks like somebody, Sage, trying to play a bit of spoiler on this true 3v3 that was gonna last a couple minutes. And in the panic, Brax opens up his shoulder through the door and gives his life away to Mutex. What just happened? Sage causing a bit of chaos on top, but Believe able to strike him down, send him out of here. I don't know if that's a full wipe on Team Sage, but it certainly puts them in a hot spot with Adrian, I believe, last alive for that team. Intex squad, all three up, and now with advantage over this Omid 8A team that is sitting in 12th.
You know, something had to have happened for this squad to want to full send south, right? There's buy stations down here that would be nice for regains, but to full send this, it's kind of crazy considering they were already contending with a lot of teams up in the north. But Skullface on your screen, Almond as well. I talked about their delayed rotation and now have found themselves working their way south from the eastern side by Manor. And when you've got squad number 38, which is going to be Team Kronos on the opposing side, you cannot get gate kept here. And Skull goes down. Not going to be able to get that self-res off, and we are totally wiped here.
That's lobby wiped. Team Almond sent to the lobby to await their final map, a final opportunity to try to make it in, but dropping in 29th with only a couple kills. It might be not even mathematically possible unless they win the next map with like 30 kills. That team has the power and the strength to do it, but holy cow, we're talking about some of the best Warzone players of all time. They just can't piece it together today. But back into the action at hand, team also looking for a lot of points. This Mutex squad just holding down the university, not letting anybody get close. And I think Intech's still looking for a bit of loot.
Imagine being the former solo YOLO champion on LAN and potentially not getting a chance to run it for the back-to-back.
I know. I mean, look, he's third most earned, too, in Urza's stand. Skullface, a top earner on this map. Whew, all right.
Well, Joe Gang on your screen, we've seen him in the end game, more particularly down in map number 4, has found themselves in that 12th place position. You also have Zeppa's team across the way. They won map number 2 with 34 points. It's holding on for them for the leaderboard for now. But you have a lot of heavy hitting teams that hailed from the upper bracket just south of you, right? You see Team Rated, Team SSD, aka Falcons flying amongst this, somehow have cleared out the south side. Now, when we had Shifty on the interview, something that he was saying, he's like, you know, Soka is a closer. And there's a reason why they have positioned themselves clean on that southern side, similar to what they did in map number 4 when they took the north.
Yeah, no, it's so true. And I'm watching out for that Joe Gang squad. I mean, again, a true underhorse, a team that a lot of people didn't know, an opportunity to make global finals here without having to go to the LCQs. A couple more teams like it, though. Team Accept barely scraped their way into this regional finals, almost got relegated to LCQs in lower bracket round 2. And they're here fighting for their lives, but this fight not going their way. Up above, it's Scummin raining terror through the walls, underneath, down below. Scummin is everywhere, and you can't find him. He's a ghost. And, well, they're doing a lot of what they've been doing this entire tournament. Tiff, Scummin's team has been flying at anybody they can get their hands on. They do not care about placement, and it's paying off. They're top 5.
Maybe that's just their normal style that they feel comfortable with. If you shift your complete playstyle going into this, it can actually hurt you. But for Intex, Believe, Mutex, after clearing out University, they have moved in on Team Rated here on the lower side of the building. Mayapo. Okay.
Yeah.
Rated still up. We do have the Gulag in play just for now. It closes right there. So we could see a free send, but for Super Evan, Otter Eyes, Empathy, they get whiff of the engagement that's occurred here, and now look for the move.
Last Gulag, I believe, is the final two here. Believe Mutex just barely eking in. A great shout, and Believe gonna try to make this look nice and easy, and does so. Let's see if Mutex can answer back, do the same. Looks like that will be the case, I believe. Both may be getting out of there, back onto the map, but Super Evan, Otter Eyes, Empathy, your map 1 winners went a little bit quiet, still in 3rd place overall. Would love to showcase that they're one of the best teams here, and so far they've proven that as Raid and Mayapo are put on their heels and trying to figure out what to do with the 2v3.
They're going to look for a mobile buy, but they've got to break down Team Super Evan first. Just completely goes by both of them. Rated last alive, wants to save this and just jumps out of the building. I'm sorry, but if I'm Team Super Ev, I am still chasing this, but can we get to the mobile buy station to at least get one back? We do. We clutch up in that moment. Empathy doesn't have time to peek. Here comes the peek. You give your life up. He walked so you could run, Mayapo. You have money to do a double buyback if you can get there.
That is crazy that they didn't check Rated over the side. They didn't know where he went. Shook them in their boots as they were regaining inside the building. Rated squad still alive, barely. We see Husker's team getting wiped off screen by SSD, but here we go to the team right on the cusp. 12th place, looking to maybe take down a team from distance, holding this outer edge of University. I like this spot a lot. I think there's 1 to 2 teams that might try to rotate this direction, but otherwise they're fairly clear. The problem is if it continues to creep to like this southeastern side and pushes them out of circle, which I assume it will, they're gonna have to run straight into a full team of Super Evan. And so I'll be very curious to see what this rotation looks like if they can survive this fight. Thermites galore, C4s, everything in between, Tim. They're in a little bit of trouble and they have to smoke and get out.
They really are, but they can't fall here into 20th place. 1.4x multiplier, and we are just smoking under the guise of any kind of cover. There goes the C4 straight to Twitty, straight to the wall, but can't connect. And so far, it's just a big game of ring around the rosy with people losing out on some armor. No real knocks have come through. Brax, though, looking a little lost in the sauce, but containing himself there. Youngsters on the outside now. Has been competing since Verdansk, a very seasoned Warzone competitive player, locking it in here and would love to go to the global land stage. We do have to move in just 10 seconds.
That right there shows you how good of a team Omit NA was. They got pushed. They baited the other team to think they were going to run out. They smoked down and then readdressed the fight from another angle, winning it with all 3 up. Huge, huge plays, but not done yet. On the other side of the zone, Mutex, believe I thought they were going to have a very strong game. They did make top 16, but nothing more than that as Vexo Ave. This is Joe Gang, folks. 9th place going into this lobby. They are here to play. They are here to make a statement, and it might have to do with something about Ebates' name, talking crap about this team. Joe Gang is here to say a few choice words, likely, if they make global finals. Here we go. They get Joe back, right back into the mix, all 3 up. Time to make a play. The problem is SSD lurking around the corner. They want your building, and when SSD wants something, they're going to try to take it, and it looks like maybe a 3rd and 4th party could make this a bit more difficult.
Yeah, with the way this zone is just pulling, centers up in the field. Jackal trying to stay alive, last alive for Team Huskers. This squad is in 11th place overall, going massive. And there is still a mobile buy in play, but we cannot get there for Joe Gang. Also on the fringe of trying to clutch up to go to global land. We see the mobile buy coming in, but we do have to move. You see SSD making a gas play on the outside rotate. You also have squad number 6, which is going to be Unrational & Co. in the middle with Super Ev. This is chaos.
Jackal almost 1v3'd in the cast, but stopped to shoot a body first. I don't know what's going on, but egos are at play. Vexo, they get center position, and it's center, but out of bounds line is there. B-Mark tries to make a massive play. J-Tech, they've won before. Can they win again? It's been a while. You've been quiet, J-Tech, but you gotta make a move, and Joe Gang's playing spoiler. 2 go down, it's B-Mark now, getting sniped from Otter Eyes Empathy, and they're scum and cleaning up Young. All of a sudden, the long-range fights just clean up that total team fight. They had an opportunity, but Tick, they made top 10. Joe Gang still poised to make global finals going into the final map, and Scummin on 11 with 16 downs. This team flew at every squad at their disposal, and this time they make it to end game. This time they're gonna get a crazy multiplier on top of a crazy amount of kills. I think they've got somewhere around 20 kills.
This is going to be a big game to really confirm that land position for themselves. We got to get out of gas, a good smoke to cover them. You also have Zeppa still up in it. They've won a map here already, and we know how crazy they can be inside open endings. We take down Zeppa. There goes the full, thanks to Unrational and Limax to follow suit. But Empathy, Super Ev, and Otter Eyes are making a play from gas. There goes the PDSs. Does anyone have anything else?
This is insane. They are so deep in the zone. Donkey now last alive for his team, getting shot from multiple angles. There's no chance he wins this. Tap coming in. This is a must-win game for Tap. They were down in the 30s. I mean, they're way down the leaderboard, contesting some of the top dogs. A nice rotation of PDS. He gets the full team wipe. Donkey could do it all by himself. Can he win the 1v2 to finish it off? He knocks one. No, can't do it. It will be a win from Tapulator, but it was so dang close. Holy cow. Strixie down in about 34th place, just won a map to keep their life in the tournament. Still possible. They have a lifeline. They've got an opportunity, but they got to do it again in the final map, Tiff.
These are the things we were talking about more specifically with other teams. If you have to do not only the average that 12th place is holding, but whatever you can to jump out of that. And outside 30th place is not where you want to be coming into the final two maps. So what are you going to do? You're going to act on it. You're going to change. You're going to hit perfect macro rotations and grab eliminations across the way. So let's pull back that last stand. And you can see already on the positioning of where Johnny Bro is. They have to take down Omit NA. They're over there on the north alongside Scummin, Unrational, and then even Team Super Evan.
Wow, what an aerial view too. I mean, we saw this fight occurring and it was almost this isolated 3v3 that after it was over, it just got cleaned up. But it was almost like this totally separate fight that was just way too out in the open for either team, but they were forced to make the play. Now, this is what's crazy. Strixie's team pushed all the way over to that spot and spots Shifty flying in and is able to clean up both before they could do anything with the help from the far side shots. They set up perfectly. They then smoke for visual cover, and the other teams are now way deep in the gas, fighting for their lives. And Strixie's just able to play covering fire with these rocks and just waiting for the rest of these teams to thin each other out. This is the nature of the game. When do you put the pedal to the metal, and when do you slow yourself down and let the other teams do the dirty work for you? So cool to watch this one more time in the aerial view. Here's the final fight with Time kind of isolated out by himself on the far right hand or left hand side now as we take the aerial view and tip the final moments where Donkey almost does the impossible.
Yeah, look, if someone's going to be able to do so, it's Dongy. Just can really clutch up when needed. That team is so scary. Super Ev makes that come through, and Johnny Bro and Tap just completely flip the script and piece them together alongside with Time. And with all of this carnage that's occurring, Dongy makes a really strong choice here. Throws the PDS outside of gas, tries to stabilize, even gets more eliminations onto Super Evan's team before coming back in. Now, granted, that would have been a monumental effort to turn that around for a map win. Doesn't get it through, but regardless, that was a win that team needed to get.
Yeah, and you have the juxtaposition of the Dongy team at the top of the leaderboards, getting into second place and third place, but Time was down in 34th or so, and then the team that wins is somewhere around the 20s. Like, both of those teams needed a massive game. They get top one and top two, and this is what I'm saying as we bring the desk back in. Desk. Anything goes in Warzone. Anything can happen. I don't care if you're at the bottom of the leaderboard. Make a play.
That's it, isn't it? It's like anything is possible for Strixie and them. Like, to get first place, being in 20th place, that's the perfect definition, Dentro, of being at that bubble team potentially, right? Breaking in the top 12, having to have a massive game, a big come up. And this very well could have been that big come up game.
That is exactly what they needed. I loved in that sort of endgame scenario. Huge shout out to Donkey, by the way, for almost clutching up and rivaling Shifty's literal clip from yesterday. Donkey was close to putting some pressure on him for maybe one of the best clips in Warzone. But one thing I love about Strixie's squad, right? They were chasing Donkey. Donkey flies out into the zone, lays on the PDS. They don't feel the need to chase. They say, all right, great. Have fun in zone. Go ahead. Go play out there. We're going to stay on here. We're going to clutch up the end of the game. A very huge game for them. I'll be curious to see where they are in the leaderboard after that.
Without a doubt, let's look at our replays because, man, that final zone was nutty. Dream, we're looking at stage 7, stage 8. The zone's looking nasty. By stage 8, though, the zone is just looking disgusting. Out in the wide open, the teams are having to make a mad dash through smokes, right? Their only form of coverage. Such a chaotic moment.
Extremely chaotic, and you know, you saw some of these players just going crazy, going frantic, but leading up to that point, even in some of these engagements, some of the comms were a little bit questionable, Taylor.
I think so, and that's a big talking point, isn't it, Dandro? Because comms are important. Having a good IGL to calm down your team and guide you through tough scenarios, it is invaluable. Did we notice any listen-ins that might have been less than ideal?
Yeah, it's this team on your screen right now. I think we found out exactly why they're bottom of the leaderboard, dog. What was that listening? There's no comms from an IGL. I'm just like, the comms that I'm hearing, like, it's not small talk. It's not information on how to make a play. Oh, bro, I just got C4. Like, these are 3 of potentially some of the best players in the world. And I understand that, like, you're not feeling great about your current situation, but you have all of the world at your fingertips to go big in back-to-back games. It's very possible for them to go ahead and do it. It seems like they're lacking like that strong IGL voice to just make a call and stick to it.
And that's disappointing, isn't it? Because Skullface, Almond, and crew, like, they're in 30th place, and they need to definitely have a better performance. And this is where you see them, you know, kind of heating up a bit. Things are looking all right, but still not great. And then they're finished off after that moment. You know, very sad to see indeed, but, you know, it's not over till it's over. We still have one more game to go. Who knows? Maybe they can step it up. But we start going down the list, and things start to look pretty chaotic and crazy, Dream, for a team such as Unrational, right? We've been talking about their early games. Oh, they're the first team to break double digits. I mean, that was the narrative, what, 3 games in a row? But finally, come game number 5, all of a sudden, they're making themselves into the end zone.
Yeah, and like, again, you think about all the team issues that they had last year, Tuskers, but regardless, picking up Donkey, it almost looks like traditional Unrational Scum and duo-ship, right? Like, Scum and being super aggressive and pushing almost everything. I mean, like, their team score, really, really good. And yeah, those Donkey play near the end, I literally thought almost for a second, if he slowed down for just a second in that last engagement, maybe he would have had it, but that was just insane. Smoked all day.
Well, and this is where we started the conversation, right? I mean, Danjo, it's like, dude, what do you do in a zone like this? Just smoke it out and just wish for the best as you transition in.
Smoke and pray, baby. That's your strat if you're any of these squads. Hopefully you have munition boxes. Hopefully you had somebody running resupply, so your backpack is just 8 slots full of smokes there, ready to rip and drop it on down, because you have very, very minimal cover, and that's exactly what we saw from a lot of these players. I liked what we saw some people doing, really kind of leveraging a PDS they had in their back pocket. We saw Super Everett and Otter do that out on the gas. We saw Donkey make that gas play in order to make something else happen. But for this squad on your team right here, who inevitably ended up winning, I love how they were able to do that. They made that read that, hey, we just cleared out basically all of this zone. We know where the last players are. Let's go ahead. Let's push up. Let's hold them on out there. Let them catch the W.
Strixie making it happen with the crew. You know, God, first 4 games, I should say, relatively lackluster. So nice to see them at the top. Now the question is, how much of a multiplier did they get? How many eliminations were they able to secure? That's going to be the big question, because to go from 20th place up to 12, there still was a bit of a gap there in terms of points, right? So you're hoping this was the game to make it happen. As far as Strixie's rosters go, they've obviously played before in World Series Warzone, a bit of a different composition, Dream, but still though, for this roster to make it in the top 12, would that be a big surprise to you?
Oh, 100%. Obviously, considering the teams that we've already had discussed, but still, for them, this is really good. Like, every year, as I've told you guys, I love seeing new competitors, new competition make it. So, I mean, just to even secure that win, if that secures them into the top 12 spot, oh my gosh, come that global final, I would love to see how much like they improve.
Yeah, seriously. And improvements have to continually be made, especially if you drop down to the LCQ, which is not a comfortable position to be in. Dandro Strixie will ultimately pick up with the crew 11 eliminations. Good on them for doing so. Let's take a look at our standings. Dandro, let's see who's at the top and who's working their way down.
Well, obviously at the top, SSD has finally made me shut up. So they are here. They are at the top and not too far behind. Team Unrational Game 5 was the game that they finally were able to come online. 20 plus eliminations. They get into that 1.8 multiplier. I think it's probably safe to say, they booked their ticket to the global final at this point. One thing to note about this squad, you might look at it and think that, oh, Scumman's got to be #1 fragger, right? It's Unrational, baby. This guy has proven everybody wrong. He's constantly being told that he's just carried by Donkey and Scumman. Well, guess what? Not today. He's the one putting the team on the back. Veteran leadership at the front, and I know for sure he's not going to let either of them live that down.
That's a fact. Also, Team Swag, shout out to them at number 7th. Relatively safe, but not the safest. Hey, 12th place is just below. We take a look at the second page, and we start to question the bubble teams, and can they make it happen? And good on Strixie with that win. 11 eliminations. Will jump from 20th up to 11th place. Dream, they're not completely safe yet, but they're that much closer to punching their ticket to global finals.
Yep, that much closer indeed. And I mean, Tips called the Battle of the Joes. I started dying off screen too. Joe Gang is right above them in 10th. So you see Joe, whoa, that's where I look at the other Joe in 19th spot for Breadman and 4 and Jace. So again, for these teams, even Mutex too as well, Clutch Belk as well. A lot of teams that, you think, okay, maybe should be in that top spot. Again, may come as a surprise, but they're still the LCQ.
Yeah, big talking points in 13th. Huskers just outside, right? We saw a tremendous win just a little bit earlier. Had a chance to talk to them. Redemption year. Well, you don't get full redemption if you don't punch your ticket to the global finals. Being one spot away, you're hoping and praying Huskers can potentially make good on that. We go to our final page where things start to get extremely dicey. Dandro, what stands out to you?
I mean, I'm looking at some of these teams like Team Clown. I think maybe people would have thought that this squad, would have done a little bit better here today, but they're currently sitting on 24th. I would love to shout him out at the top of the show. Team Colony 2K, Colony Watch Waldo, Nick Cool. They ended in 3rd in that first upper bracket, but here in the regional finals, seems like something just isn't clicking here today. 26 eliminations, 31.6 for their total score. Not feeling great for them. I'm hoping they're able to go back to the lab come LCQ time. They come out swinging, because I know that Nick Cool, especially after becoming in last in 2023 on the global final land, he definitely wants a better performance this year.
Without a doubt, man, Nate Dogg, Raul also, and Destroy as well, sitting in 12th. They want to make it through if they can. Man, a lot of great teams who are just below that threshold. Even Z Colors. Z Colors, a very talented player in his own right, playing with Rios as well as a track, sitting in 18th place. Dream, a team that I would definitely expect to be top 12, but they're not there just yet.
Yep, and that's just the name of the game for all of these teams. And, when it comes to the numbers and the statistics and all that stuff, guys know sometimes I get tongue-tied with numbers and stuff. But as a player, as a competitor, sometimes those things don't matter. This is the last drop. This is your last and final chance to secure your spot. Play your game. Don't worry about anything else, because pressure is on.
Well, you know me in numbers, okay? I can't do math to save my life. Literally, if I'm given a choice to do 2 plus 2 and live your life, it's not looking too hot for me. And God bless if the world is at risk of that too. I'm just not going to be able to save any of you guys as much as I love you. I got to say, though, it's been a tremendous day, though, for our top teams. Happy to see Dandro Aiden sitting in number 5 or 5th place at this point, playing with this new roster, DJ Moss and Z Smith. Last year he was a big conversation with Adrian, the young gun, who obviously has moved on and has been doing quite decent for himself. Aiden making it to the final stage in global finals would be a tremendous performance from him. Be back-to-back years, and I know would mean quite a bit for him and his fans.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Aiden, especially considering he was talking about really not playing competitive Warzone for a hot sec, right? He took a bit of a break. Well, a lot of these people were really getting reps in. They were playing all day, every day. Aiden kind of took a little bit of a hiatus, comes back and says, hey, you know what? I need a team to play with. Picks up Z Smith, who he's played with a lot in the past. Smitty played last year, of course, alongside DJ Moss, and eBay says, yo, DJ is the guy we need. So I love that they are all coming here together. Started off the day a little bit slow, but I'm glad to see that in this back half of the games, they've been able to turn it up, and they're now currently sitting in 5th.
Well, the Call of Duty World Series of Warzone North American Finals is heating up, and it is about to start cooling down as we head into Game 6, given the fact that that's the final chance to break into top 12. Again, no teams will be eliminated today. Those below 12 will go to the LCQ, but their road just got that much harder. Hey, keep it going in chat. Let us know, who do you expect to make it into top 12? Keep the conversation alive. We'll be right back after this break. Welcome back, everybody, to the Call of Duty World Series of Warzone North American Final. 5 games down, 1 more to go to decide our top 12. We got a great interview planned for you. In fact, with Strixie, the winner from the last game, coming out of nowhere from 20th place all the way up to 10th, or excuse me, 11th. Just on that bubble, you're close to making it the top 12. Do you think you can lock it in for the final game, Strixie?
I do think we can lock it in for the next game. It's just we keep putting the pieces together and step by step, and now we know what to do for the last game. And yeah, we just got to listen. Small talk is everything.
That's it. Look, we were just talking about comms, and a good IGL is definitely important, right? To have your communications down pat. Now, when it comes to the names on the list, there's a lot of big names out there. You know, SSD, we're talking Huskers, you know, the heavy hitters, Aiden. When we think about Strixie, who are you as a competitor, and what are you looking to prove this year in the World Series of Warzone?
I'm just looking to prove that I belong, and I want my teammates to, you know, be along with me. So I can't do it without them. So I need my teammates. It's not just me.
Leaning into that, who do you lean into the most? Like you say, your teammates, like that one person that you're going to rely on to give you those calls in game.
I think it's Tap. He's experienced. He knows what he's doing. He just needs someone to, you know, let him, you know, not go too far and overextend. And yeah.
Awesome. I love that. We have your kind of final play there in that last game to be able to clutch it up. I'd love to kind of hear from you. You know, this zone was just pure chaos. It's wide in the open. You can't really hide anywhere. What was the game plan from you and the boys on what you had to do to clutch this one on up and take home the dub?
Kind of played edge gas here, and we kept it like going slowly and slowly up, and then we creeped up, and I saw the opening to go straight and head for those rocks after they died, and it just worked out. We got the best positioning, and they all ran into us and cleaned them all up. Nothing more than that.
Clean.
Nothing wrong with that. Cleaned them all up. Maybe will Strix continue to clean up the competition. You're in 11th place. You are right there. Very close to making top 12, right? And obviously you lean on your teammates. I love that from you, and I wish you the absolute best of luck going into the final game.
Okay, thank you guys so much. Can't wait to see what happens.
All right. Go out there and kill it, Strixie. I love them. Well, I can't wait to see what happens either. And I think game number 6 is ready to go. The final game to decide it all. Let's bring in our casters, Tiff and Goj. It comes down to this: top 12 or LCQ. Where will the competitors lie at? Tiff, Goj, let's find out.
Enemies are dropping into the
It's
area.
basically the
Watch
final
the skies.
countdown, Goj, and I'm really nervous for any squad that is on the cusp, maybe sitting in anywhere from 8th to 12th place and lower, because just because you're sitting inside the top 12 now does not mean it's going to end that way.
Yeah, I'm like nearly shaking in my chair, even though I'm trying to maintain a calm demeanor, because this is what we do. This is why we're here. The final map to determine who goes to LAN and who has to battle their way through LCQs. I'm so pumped about this for 1,000 reasons. We've got crazy storylines of Warzone stalwarts that are not even really in contention at all to make it. We've got some of our top teams that did prove that they're a top team. But what I'm looking out for is what you called out. It's that average point total we're looking for. It's actually a little bit lower than we thought it would be. Somewhere around 70 is what I expected. And with an average game of 12th place doing the same thing on average, you're going up to about 66 points as your cutoff. So if 66 points is your cutoff, that's what everybody's shooting for. So if you're maybe a team like Team Almond, that means you need like 25 kills and a win, a 50-point game basically to even have a shot at it, and you need some of those teams that are right on the bubble to even have decent games. So a lot we can talk about here, but there's one thing I have to bring up, Tiff. I don't know if it's going to happen, but our top 5 teams are well past that threshold at this point, especially our top 3. They have a chance to do something in this final map that maybe is looked down upon, but they have a chance to do, frankly, whatever they want in this map. They can play for reps, they can play for practice, they can play for a win, or they can play to ruin somebody else's tournament.
You're not wrong,
Supply
and
boxes
that would
marked.
be
Secure those
quite an
locations.
interesting thing to witness here in the final map of the day, but also strategic for the long term, because you want to make sure that when you do lock your ticket into LAN, that you have the most control on your drop spots, which we know not a lot of people over there challenging power because no one wants to go against the Titans. And that's understandable. But when you start to think about other regions in particular, we get to see EMEA finals tomorrow. Teams like Enkyo, that omit EU squad, they love to land Manor. And there's a squad in NA that also loves to chow Manor. That's going to be team rated. So there's going to start to see these regional issues once we get to that global stage. But for North America in particular, you're laying the storylines. Do we see SSD leave power? Do other teams look to chow? I guess we'll have to wait and find out.
Well, the game's about to get started, so we're about to find out real soon, Tim. I am so pumped about this. It could be as random as a spin of a wheel. Who knows where they drop? And I'm excited to see what happens. But frankly, we've got to pay attention to the teams on that threshold. We've got to pay attention to the teams just barely outside or just barely inside that 66 points. It's going to be dang close, and it's going to be crazy action. Now, Tiff, I want to remind you at home, they haven't been paying attention the last several rounds of competition. Tiff, this final map, it looks a little bit different.
Ooh, okay. Well, yeah, everything gets amped up. Everyone just goes kill frenzy and tries to rack up the eliminations, which makes it tough if you're on the outside looking in to play a normal game, especially with when we think to what we saw in the lower round 2 yesterday for EMEA. It was Melvin, Fuzzin, Pentagon in game number 6 that roamed the entirety of the map, picking up eliminations like crazy. I'm sure a team is going to try and do that here today. And we get a central zone to kick things off for it.
I know. I'm excited about it. Now, folks at home, you better strap in, buckle in, maybe double seatbelt. It's about to get crazy, went wild here on main stage. The final map of the day, right around the corner.
World Series of Warzone, that global LAN in London last year, was amazing and quite possibly the pinnacle. And then you come into 2024 and everyone has taken it up a notch. And these players are looking to put themselves back in their booths on that global stage and prove that they are the best. But to get there, you have to get through this final lobby.
quick circle look. Tip was right. Dead center for the most part. Might air towards the western side. Maybe Seaport this time around. I don't know. But Sage, Adrian, FaZe, Doozy, they still need to make sure that they make it to global finals. They still need a sizable map. And I know they can do it. They've got the skill. They've got the experience. They've been scrimming a ton. And frankly, I don't think we've given enough love to this team. I know Danger shouted them out. I've got a ton of eyes here on Sage. Such a strong player and a crazy storyline after winning World Series of Warzone. Decides to, well, frankly, gets dropped. They won, and he didn't decide anything. His team said, we want to play with the best squad possible, and they believed Hisoka was better. So Sage, a bit of a revenge tour for him. We're going to head over to another team Rated, looking to grab some early loot. Fairly easy start for Team Rated, and actually it looks like Rated's by himself right now, so maybe they split up because man are completely unoccupied.
And this is not a safe position for them to be in. Locked in 8th place with 60 points, just 6 points separating them from 12th place. And we can check in here with that Omit NA squad, Braxton, Youngsters, Juju. Now, Goj, you did mention that SSD would likely leave Pop-Off Power. That means Braxton, Youngsters, and Juju aren't going to run into that squad early on and should have a relatively ease on that early game. But if that's the question, where'd they go?
Yeah, it's a great question. And if you want to know where SSD dropped, head over to youtube.com/Call of Duty. You can take a look at that map as we continue to swing perspectives. We'll show it here on main stage, but it's always on over there on YouTube. You can see where all the teams have dropped and where the hot spots are. But you're right, SSD nowhere to be found in Pop-Off Power, which means it's free for the taking. And several teams deciding to go that direction here at the very beginning of the game. And we're on board with a team right on the line to right on that threshold, trying to make a play for global finals, and Levin Resort is looking real quiet right now.
It's true, and my leaderboard updates live, and they came into this map in 12th place. Now, that was by mere decimals, and Destroy is kind of flirting the line with that and has unseated them for 12th place by 0.6 points. Another team that needs to get in the top 12 is going to be on your screen. Exact, Sneely, Sitrep in the Gulag. 2 left standing here for now. How are we going to answer back against Picnic, Scripta, and Oakwood?
And this team has had a lot of ups and downs as well. Team Sitrep, by the way, 14th place going into this lobby. They need a big one, but not as big as a lot of these squads. Team Tommy on the other side, already some early frustrations. It looks like Tommy's teammates, though, they're in the kill feed, answering back on Sway, getting the cleanup, Teeny and Obs, but Tommy looking to win his ones. Tommy wins his ones. Still on the board, still able to play, still in the mix.
For now. For now, I see Biffle's name in the kill feed. This time, the attention is turned straight on to Intex's squad. So they've got Chaos in the north, a team that will need to find themselves inside the top 12. But for now, Destroy, they're on the bubble also. They had just pulled out one team, but from the south side of Estates, can we keep that going? I see OP Marked hitting the redeploy in the distance, maybe likely wanting to get ahead of this and third party it.
Yeah, probably. Again, Destroy's team was really, really close, going into last map, and they're still really, really close. They didn't get the game they wanted last map. They lasted fairly long, but just not a ton of points. They're around that 12th place right now, actually right on it, and looking to they got to have a good game right now. Brax's team, Omit NA, has kind of been waffling back and forth between 6th and 12th all day today. And right now, they're on the upper end of that, on 6th. They're definitely not in the clear. They need to win this fight. They can't get wiped here. They can't risk a 0 or a 1-point game because they're not past the 66-point threshold yet. Not fully. Now, they're real close. They're probably safe, but they just need an okay game here, and they should make it to land.
Yeah, this is tough. They had Team Oreo season just ahead of them looking to fight, but that team's outside in like 28th place for now. But to the Gulag we go for Brax against Scripta. Has to clutch this up. It would make things a lot easier. Can't seem to locate, takes damage, and just gets caught out. Scripta absolutely works Brax in the Gulag.
Yeah, smokes make it very difficult. Just couldn't quite get a beat on his opponent, and frustratingly, it looks like Sitrep got just a hair of a read. Was able to take him down pretty quickly. So 2 up for this squad. Again, frankly, they need like a couple kills and they should be fine. But sometimes that is a tall order in a lobby of this strength. Back to Swag we go. Sage, Adrian, they've got high ground. They land near the Seatown Hotel. Been hanging out here for a little while, trying to fight Picnic squad down below, and as the mortars come in to try to give Picnic maybe some cover to get out, or the rest of his team to maybe rotate up, it looks like Oaky Boy's so far away that I don't really know what type of fight they're trying to take. This is going to be a quagmire at best, and at worst, you're just going to lose your life in the process. And Picnic, there he goes, finally gets out of the building and tries to swim around.
Ooh, for Prospect in the gulag here. Shade and Step going down. That's going to feel good. Rated. Mayapo still need to see what's going on with them, but a must-win situation keeps the dream alive. Prospect does have the cash to hit a double buyback. But where are we looking for our regain? Do we return to that ever-coveted home of Manor? There's going to be buys over here, and you should know this place, obviously, like the back of your hand. So very comfortable, and most of the people have already rotated out of here.
Yeah, you have info on it already, so it's a smart play to go get the buyback there. But that, frankly, was a must-win, like you said. Like, if you lose there, you're headed to the lobby. They only had about 60 points or so. Maybe just a hair under that, actually. So, again, not saying 66 is going to be the perfect threshold, but that's essentially our benchmark right now based on the average of our 12th place team. So, but a team that had a free and clear rotation coming out of 11 Resort, something went wrong, at least for Jackal, into the gulag. More 1v1s to be seen here in the Googe, and watch Waldo can't get a break as Jackal maintains pressure, cleans up the elimination, flies back to his team, Brolic and Huskers. It looks like they've made it all the way to condos, actually, so they wrapped all the way through Seaport District, now on the south side of it near that bridge. As our zone continues to close, it looks like it's going to be very central, could even be an Old Town end.
This is going to get shaky because a lot of water crossings in late game will be inevitably the cause of a lot of teams' demise here. But you've got noobs across the way looking to make a play here onto Sage, Adrian, Swag, and Almonds underneath them. Now, I'm really weary of the split that we're looking to enact. Think TBE of old. This is a play that they would usually look to make, right? An anchor with two making the play. But right now, it's just Almond underneath them.
Yeah, it's almost reverse play. I think maybe Almond's trying to just bait them out. I don't know what's going on, but Noobs gets ripped. Almond in trouble. I didn't like the fight to begin with, but I guess they needed to be aggressive. Like, I almost, and I guess maybe in the C4 meta, you can't just all three push inside of a building because one C4 could frankly just take all of you out. So maybe they're just trying.
Huskers.
Yeah, exactly. Trying a split push there, but it just, they feel timid. This is not like them. And again, this team really not even in, nice win, but not even in a position to get to global finals unless they drop a 25 kill game and a win for a 50-point some odd game that would ensure them a spot. And if there's a team to do it, it's definitely that one, but tall order.
They do have the skills here, and we get a little pip here on the lower right-hand side of some plays that Jackal from Huskers' squad made. Now, granted, that squad is flirting the line of the 12th place threshold and needs everything that they can do to take that win. Youngsters with the peek up, spots a tract on the roof, dives back down, but our resources are quite limited here. Youngsters only 3 plates, and Brax needs anything. But with the map update coming through, you can see how central we're pulling. A lot of teams are going to collapse in Lowtown for sure, as well as the north of Zarafan suburb.
Yeah, quick look at a couple team names. You see Team 1, that's SSD. They did rotate back to pop off, so normal rotation for them. Team Destroy is who I'm looking at. Team 4, right dead center, mostly on your map. Fighting, it looks like Team 7 is where we'll probably go next. Team Destroy, right around that 12th place. So everybody needs it, but that team needs it bad. Gotta make sure you make it. And they're already central zone. If they can hold down their POI, grab their wins, clear everyone around them, they should be able to hang out there for a while with a couple kills so they can secure that multiplier. But Juju, confidence key. He said it once, he'll say it again. Anytime I interview him, that's all he says. Confidence in every fight. I know I'm one of the best. And Tiff, gotta make a huge play here.
It really does make a difference, but you also have Z-Color's squad here, and well, they're outside in 20th place. So to fall is going to be detrimental to their land journey. Now, granted, you're not done. You don't lose your chance if you don't lock in the top 12 here today. You just have to drop into that gauntlet of a last chance qualifier where you have to find yourself in the top 4. And then we also have that wild card map, which we've seen crazy things. I'm talking GUI with the precision airstrike that just takes out the majority of the lobby. Don't find yourself there.
Yeah, no, that is so true. A wild final map of LCQs. I will give a quick update from our amazing production team. Team Rated, fully eliminated, sent back to the lobby with not another chance. Now they are going to be basically right on the line. Remember, they're at about 60 points going into this. If our threshold is 66, if they maybe had a couple kills, we're not even into a real multiplier yet. We have a 1.2. They're right on the line. There's a chance we won't see rated immediately, at the very least, in the grand finals on LAN. He's gonna have to make it through the LCQs, but you never know, Tiff. I mean, there's a lot of math that needs to be mathed, a lot of addition, a lot of multiplication, and there's a chance that threshold could be a bit lower, could be more similar to maybe what we saw in the upper bracket, which was a massive drop-off from 12th to 11th, and it was really 60.
Okay, Freddy, good dubs there. Let's see if Joe Gang can sit here and win this. You're gonna need to against Juju, but that's gonna be a tough one. You've already put enough damage down. You take down Juju. Now that squad does need a regain in terms of staying alive, but it was 5.2 points, Goj. That is how far team rated is, sitting above 12th place.
Yeah, it is so close. And at some level, the admins just had this monumental effort of triple checking every number, every multiplication down to the finite 0.01 to make sure we know who takes it, because it will be that close. We said at the top of the show, Tiff, we set it up. We said there's going to be maybe some stretch at the top of this leaderboard, but the margins between 12th and 13th, 11th and 12th are going to be less than a point. And so far, those things that we're talking about, it sounds like, are going to be the case. But back to some of our fringe teams, back to our bubble squads. Jackal on 4, so this bodes well for this trio to have this amount of kills already. I think somewhere around 5 to 6 in total as a trio. Still here going into the 4th circle. They're on edge of zone, not in a horrible position. The problem is they got to go through the Wolf of Warzone to even make it into zone.
Yeah, it's not where you want to be. Now, mind you, think back to 2023, trying to qualify for World Series of Warzone. We had Huskers on the mic. We played the clip. You know the 1v1 clip we're talking about. We're not going to show it again, but that clip determined whether or not he made it to the LAN finals or not. And this squad is currently sitting in 10th place overall, just a few points ahead of that 12th place threshold. Now, granted, that could be because of the eliminations Jackal has found so far.
Now, we said it was going to be a tall task for the teams near the bottom of the leaderboard. You saw Obs on 5 as they get Tommy back. Sure, edge of zone, sure, in a bad position, but they're on 10 eliminations, Tiff. And with the multiplier, they still have an opportunity. And I think there's a motto we've been saying now for years, but it has become even more apparent as Tommy has left his main team, the old TBE. They got 3rd at World Series of Warzone. The motto was, you can never count out Tommy. Watch out for that team. We'll try to keep an eye on them because anything could happen. When Tommy is in the game, things can be turned on their head. Could go from in the 20s up into the top 10 potentially. We will see. But back to Huskers we go, back to about 7 eliminations for this team, and almost dead center of Urzikstan for the final map is awfully poetic.
All right, well, hear me out, though. Team Braxton, 6th place, fully eliminated. That is scary to be. I know that we're on the upper half of that top 12, but you do not want to be sitting here waiting to see how the remaining 22 teams play this out, specifically the ones that are on the bubble and still alive. This squad, though, looking to solidify their ticket to LAN, do not want to go to the last chance qualifier. And when you just move up in multipliers, we're looking for that 1.4 in 2 more teams.
A team that came in seated 39th. Joe Gang inside the top 10 and still alive, which not a lot of teams inside the top 15 can still say. We've already named a couple that have dropped out. There's a chance we might be seeing Joe Gang here on LAN. Excited about some underdog stories, excited about some teams battling through the lower brackets and making it to the global finals, but still have got some work cut out for them. It really comes down to how many kills they had. They got to win into some of our lower bracket games, but they only had 8 kills. They need to make sure they secure a sizable amount of kills to make sure that multiplier does the work they need it to do to make it to the global finals. A couple teams, all of these in contention, about to run into each other here on the north side of City as we try to figure out where this next zone goes. I want to take a quick look at it if we can. New zone. Tiff, it pulls nearly dead center, and what you said was going to be an issue is exactly the case. Talk about a water finish to close out the NA finals.
You know, I've been watching a lot of House of the Dragon lately, and I'm starting to feel like a dreamer.
Sure.
I'm starting to feel like a dreamer. I can see the future. I don't know when it's going to happen, but it's here and now. And with this squad inside 7th place, I'm feeling pretty good about them. But what I'm not feeling good about is SSD having a priority rotation straight towards the next zone, and with squads that are on the cusp of not qualifying for land, like Team Jowo being their next biggest threat.
Yeah, we're going to take a very quick listen in with this team to see what they're talking about as they prepare for the next circle.
I'll drop this util box.
Okay. Those guys are all in that little shed, bro. Oh my god. If we would have had
I have a mortar. Running out. Go up. Snipe me, double snipe me.
That's Brolic and them.
Yeah, they're crossing. I'm crossing the cross.
I'm making space on this left side.
Yeah, make some space.
And the open on
You guys should pick this up. When you guys pick this up. Yeah, that's combat scout. Like, you're gonna use that for endgame now.
You want me to use it? You want to use it?
No. I already have combat scout. Like, you have it.
Oh, yeah, pick it up though, right? You said?
Yeah, no, like, just use it. Actually, use it.
Right.
We're on 3.
Right.
Under our bridge.
Yeah, you want to focus everybody right side.
Hold on, I'm good.
Left side, let them do their thing. They can't cross to us in the open.
Look at this. Green ping. 3. They're beeping right there, green.
Yeah, I see that.
One shot on one on the stairs. Running up the stairs.
Yeah.
See that? I can mortar that.
Damn, I fucking suck. One died.
I want Momo.
Right here.
Right.
One shot live.
She got into the building, boys.
I'm hearing you.
I'm coming.
All right, this team is firing on all cylinders, and I'm loving the comms I'm hearing out of Adrian, a very cerebral player paired up alongside that former LAN champion Sage and Swag. It's made for a dynamic trio, and now they've got their work cut out for them. We did see Jowo's team fighting on edge against SSD, but they've already rotated just towards the edge of island to get ahead of the water. This squad has to rotate straight towards them.
Yeah, great comms from this team. They are firing on all cylinders is a perfect way to put it. Everything working well for them. They might fall here, but they've probably done enough. And this is where it gets down to the nitty-gritty, folks. Team 14, that's Jowo squad. They are outside of the money, if you can call it that threshold to make global finals. They are right there, right on the edge, just outside of it. And they got to make a play for top 10, and really they need top 5. And this Ave play with the portable buy could save the tournament for Joe Gang and Vexo. It might be a battle of the Joes here shortly. Watch out for that fight from the water, getting up to WinCon and where Jowo's at. The battle of the Joes might be back, Tiff.
This is the battle of the fringe too, because all of these teams are on the wire. Joe Gang's team in 12th, Destroy 13th, Sitrep 14th, but then Jowo is in 14th. They need 8 points plus to make this dream that much closer. I got a chance to talk with them when I was in London when they were playing alongside Limax, and they are so fun, and it's just a cool vibe to be able to prove yourself on the global stage, but you got to get there first. And about to be in that top 10 towards the open. Can we get towards the next zone?
Here's the other side of the equation. You might be in circle fighting. What about the outside of the circle? Sage doing classic Sage things, trying to clear a lane for his team. Unfortunately, Huskers is firing with that sniper. Car 98 headshot. See you later, FaZe doozy. Swag is out of here, and now Adrian and Sage are in trouble. Holding that right side angle, we can only assume Huskers team has now made it to the global finals. They have like 14 eliminations. They're about to get top 10. Sage in trouble, but he secures top 10, gets the 1.6 multiplier. We're likely seeing Sage at the global finals, but folks, it's all gonna come down to this rotation. Sage could play spoiler. He gets Swag back into the air, at least to show some comms. Huskers team finally falls. They get... Oh no, Jacko's still alive. He was able to get the self-res off. Scared me there for a second. We are top 10 though, so they did get the 1.6 multiplier, likely enough to make it. But Destroy's right here as well. We have so many teams on the fringe that any of these could be knocked out if they don't have a decent game. Jacko with 7 kills finally falls in 10th place. Will it be enough? Probably, but I don't know because there are so many squads still alive. 9 teams left, 21 players alive going into the 8th circle. Sage doing everything he can to stay alive with Swag, as somehow they have somewhat restabilized and are making a play. Swag going big against Exact.
There are so many teams outside the top 12 still alive that if you fell early and you were already in the top 12, you are hoping that the teams that have secured it, I'm talking about SSD, are procuring all of the eliminations. But Destroy making a hellish play against Devo, takes him down, but loses the life in the process. Almond Squad has Skullface and Noobs still in the water on 4 eliminations, but they are so far out of the mix.
Wow.
They need so many more eliminations and to hit that 2x multiplier. But here comes the rotation into the final 5.
Breadman still up, takes down Vonbot, Biffle, Hisoka. What is going on? Finally gets cut down. Did Jobo's team do enough as Aiden plays spoiler and makes this a 3v2? This is frankly a must-win for Skullface's team. They need all 3 kills. They have to get the win, and I don't know if it's enough. It probably isn't, but it'll at least get them respectable. The question in my mind is, what happened to Jobo's team? Did they do enough? They got 3rd, as here come the swimmers, and Noobs is gonna try to play cleanup. Shooting fish in a barrel. How about shooting DJ Moss in a barrel? Up on land with a little bit of an angle. Should grab the victory here. Finally, Noobs, Skullfaced, Almond, they win it all in the final moments. The question is it too little, too late for some of the top dogs of Warzone?
That is a question that I am so scared of the answer to. Congratulations, Skullface, Noobs, Almond. Looking for a chance to reclaim glory on land would be Skullface, that former solo YOLO winner on land, paired up with 2 of the best competitors historically in Warzone, making that regain. I don't know if it was enough eliminations there, Gosh. So let's run back towards the last stand. I'm looking at Huskers. You said it. They were sitting around that 7th place mark, right? But we have to keep our eyes on that squad number 14, Jowo. That team rotated earlier after a big contest with SSD on rotation, and they're just under the water here of this building. But I don't know if they were able to take it all the way.
This Jowo position is so perfect because not only do they get eliminations here, but they're inside of the zone waiting for other teams to rotate in. And as they throw the smoke to continue to float under, they lose 4 and Jace. But look at Brett and Joe go. They swim all the way around Hisoka and Biffle. And you'll see a play here from Brett shortly to take this team out. SSD falls at the hands of Sage and Breadman, pinching this team here shortly. Skullface actually is alive with Noobs on the left-hand side, and you see Almond get cut down off onto the other side. So it's just the battle of the swimmers on the down low, and then up top you see Willie Teed, Magoo, DJ Moss, Aiden, Vonbot all fighting for high ground position that ends up proving to be the worst spot to be in. But everybody's playing for position because Tiff, top 5 get the 1.8 multiplier, and almost every single one of these teams besides Aiden and Biffle needed the 1.8 times multiplier to even have a shot at making global finals. So you see Destroy's team come in late. They did get 6th or 7th, which means they don't get that multiplier. I don't know if it'll be enough. It's going to be so close, but there's that final fight. Look at Breadman go rogue in the water, gets 1, cleans up Biffle, gets the kill for it, and then Hisoka gets torn down by DJ Moss. Wow.
It's tough though, because Team Devo was in the fringe as well, in 15th or so place, looking to push themselves into top 12. And then you see Team Aiden make that rotate. Now, granted, this squad had already locked their position in. This is just a point sponge for them and just a little extra confidence. But Noobs and Skullface, they needed every elimination. And quite frankly, it might have been one of those games where you're like, I think they needed north of 20 eliminations plus that 2x to really secure it.
Yeah, I think the classic motto holds true. I think it's too little too late, but I want to hear the reaction. Let's take a look at that victory moment.
Yeah, one's right here. Hey, one more, right side.
Okay.
Looking at this kid.
You gotta kill. It still says a 2v2. One's dead.
Yeah, one's right.
It's 1 left, 1 right.
Still in the water. Try and play back to me.
Did you guys fucking focus one together? He got knocked to gas. Other kid's going to die to gas, I think. Oh, he's going to die to gas.
Where is he?
Oh, got gas inbound.
Yeah, he's going to die to gas.
All targets eliminated.
I just can get kills, bro.
Dude.
Woo! Tiff, wasn't enough. It wasn't enough. It was 10. A total of 10, and I don't think that last kill, even if it would have worked out, would have given them enough. That would have been 22 rather than 20. It was a lot of points. They needed it way sooner. A frustrating way to go out, and you could hear it in their voice. They were excited, and then they looked at the leaderboard and said, just wasn't enough. So we'll be seeing Team Almond in LCQs, but Desk, you have a tall task in front of you, folks, because who knows who else made it to global finals? There's like 8 teams right on the fringe, right on that threshold. We had a lot of fun casting it though.
Yeah, a lot of fun listening, obviously. I mean, come on, 6 incredible drops. This was the NA Finals after all, and it absolutely did not disappoint. Such an incredible finish. Some teams, for sure, though, as we know, locking in their position when it comes to the top 12. But the big question that still remains, right, is the bubble teams. As we calculate the final scores, where did they land? And maybe not enough for the Game 6 winners, Almonds, Noobs, Skullface, who battled hard, but were just a little bit too far down, too sluggish of a start. There were many highlights throughout game number 6, and the first ones that I want to bring up is, well, straight to you, Dream. Let's talk about the Battle of the Joes.
Well, I mean, I was gonna say we can talk about the Battle of the Joes, but how we got there, of course, right? I mean, the zone, the way that the zone pulls, which Daniel will explain, but the Battle of the Joes, as I was talking about, is Joe Gang versus Juju, right? Being inside, or excuse me, Juju, not Joe, Joe, but being inside the gulag, right, and rotating, finding these situations where teams were getting caught, right? Because teams were already set up inside the zone, and Juju, it's sad that they went down early, but that is going to severely change the standings reflections because they were one of the teams that were close on that bubble.
Close on the bubble indeed, and the bubble teams had to work extra hard. In fact, the zones were a little bit different this time around for drop 6. Dandro, what did we notice from the competitor standpoint?
I think the competitors were a little bit weirded out that we finally had a zone that was like somewhat normal for the most part, right? You get zone 1, starts out very center of the map. What this is going to do is it takes a lot of that early pressure off, because in the past zones, you know, you pull far left, you pull far right. If you're landing on the opposite side of the map, you have to loop very quickly and then start trying to already make this rotation into zone. But where it's already sort of a center, you can have all of the time in the world to just kind of hang out, get your loot, decide how you want to be able to play out the rest of this map. We actually even saw that when we looked at the kills across the board, because it was a little bit like even, right? It's saying like 8 or 9 kills by the time we're getting to this end of zone number 6. So that was really interesting to me to kind of see how just a zone placement can even just help spread out the amount of eliminations in the lobby.
Yep. We get down to the top 11, Dream, and obviously we start seeing the smokes out. Things are getting serious. The final chance to break into the top 12.
Yeah, Av right there, that team right there. He was alive so long, and that was their, what, 39th place, right? Or, excuse me, being in 10th place, but it's securing that spot. And it was Joe Gang that won the Gulag versus Juju to even get there. But right here, Sage throw the C4, the swim plays, and the crazy pinch on SSD from Breadman. This was absolutely insane.
Oh man, swag there, Sage, Adrian Wright looking to make some magic happen. Big movements, tried to get away, couldn't. We go over to Devo, a team that we covered at the beginning. Bonbot and Co. looking to make it towards the very end. Obviously, it's chaos at this point. They're just trying to get up, or trying to get any cleanups that they possibly can. But we get down to the last 5, and this is where we start to see Almonds, Noobs, and Skullface start to wake up a bit, Dandro.
Why map 6? Why was map 6 when you decided to wake? This is like literally what we just saw this entire game is what I wanted from this team all day long, right? They played it perfectly. They understand positioning. They're winning their ones, and it just comes down to the end of the day. It's just not enough. Had they ended this game with maybe 25, it could actually be a really strong conversation, but to only have 20, unfortunately, is just not enough at the last sort of second of the day. I really hope they kind of analyze what they did in that game 6 and see how can they apply some of those learnings to the rest of their games that maybe they didn't perform as well, because that is a team that when it comes to the LCQ reflections that I think that everybody has to be on the lookout for.
Has to be, right, but the LCQ is a bit dicey. There's only 5 spots available, 4 regular spots, 1 wild card, so it's up for grabs. Everybody's going to be fighting for that position, but at least Game 6 does show us that there's a huge potential for Team Almonds and the LCQ to maybe still make it to the global stage. I hope they do. Again, big fan when it comes to Skullface. I want to see him back on the main stage once again to prove that he's one of the best. But regardless, 6 drops are done. Let's go through game number 1 through 6 and talk talk about how it all ended up unfolding. Dream, we started the day with drop 1 Unrational being the first team to hit double digits. That would be a common narrative throughout the remainder of our games. Big Man also getting 3rd place from that lower round 2. That was a big storyline. SSD with number 2, but then ultimately we saw a big win come out from Super Evan.
Yeah, and it seems like that drop number 1, 2, the play styles, you know, teams are feeling things. Seems like some teams too were too scared to overextend a little bit, but Unrational being able to take advantage of that and pick up as many eliminations, but amazing stuff in that end zone too as well, as we had saw some crazy action. But here you see though, just regardless from Brolic and Huskers, how well they were playing and just the issues that he's had with the teams. It's so awesome to see.
Yeah, awesome to see indeed. It was nice to see, right? Super Evan be up there in 1st place. In fact, this set them up very nicely to pretty comfortably make it into the top 12. Obviously, we calculated the scores, but I'm pretty sure that they ended up making it there, and it was because of that game number 1. We go to drop number 2, and an even bigger game come out from Unrational and Co., who ended up hitting double digits, but this time a little bit earlier. SSD's rotation was on point. Their positioning was great. Colony didn't like it, though, because they ended up running into them, Dandro, but ultimately it was Limax, Levy, and Zeppa who took drop number 2.
Yeah, I mean, Limax, Levy, and Zeppa taking this drop number 2 after they even told us game number 1, they had one of their players kind of lose power, so they had to play 2v3. They thought they were going to have to play the entire day 2v3, but thankfully they come back in, you know, game number 2. You got Limax dropping 10 alone. That just shows some great resilience from this squad, and that's what I love to see, because this is a team that normally last year qualified through our APAC South, but they've moved over here. They're playing from Canada because they want to qualify through North America. They want that extra experience. They want to get better as a team. And you're starting to see a lot of that come to fruition by taking game number 2.
Well, drop number 3 was just as exciting. We reached our halfway point, and this gave us one of the most chaotic zones we've seen yet, Dream. A 50-50 split between Cargo and Old Town, and Cargo ended up being blessed by the COD gods, which obviously was much to the dismay to all the teams who were over at Old Town. A big game come out from Sunny Except and Rudy, a team that we hadn't seen yet, but an even bigger game for the redemption arc of Huskers.
Yeah, and that's right. When you have those 50-50 rotations, it does force these teams to be uncomfortable when they're rotating, but Huskers, I mean, we've seen him like thrive in those uncomfortable moments, but you see even the repositioning, the vehicles, the usage of the utilities as they have smokes and C4s. Oh, we love the meta, right? Oh, but from them, that was such a huge win, because for Huskers, again, that guy always comes out on top in these crazy situations that he has with his squad.
Good communication, right? That's the point. He was very quick to obviously compliment his team. He mentioned again that redemption arc. I love that storyline. Huskers is going for gold and wanting to prove all the doubters wrong. Drop number 4 was great. SSD finally ended up on top with a big elimination game. Danjo, they fought hard to get to this point. We've seen them get close, but as we went back to military where they got 2nd place in game number 1, this time around they didn't falter and they ended up getting the victory.
A little bit of learning opportunity for them to be able to take that map on home. We kind of had that interview with Shifty post this map. I asked him, I said, you know, do you guys feel like you're faltering, or is this you finally have some competition? He was just like, hey, this lobby is playing a lot different. This lobby is playing like you would expect a World Series of Warzone lobby to play. So I love that they were able to take this. They're giving some sort of credit to their competition, but saying, hey, people are running away from us. Well, you couldn't run away here at the end of the day. We saw Aiden and DJ trying to rotate on out here through the gas on the side, but it's just not going to be enough when you got Biffle with a Car 98 in hand, ready to rip you apart. They're able to clean up the rest of the lobby with ease, take our first win of the day for them.
Yeah, congratulations to them also. A top 3 from Aiden. First time they really showed up, right? Took 4 games to get there. Drop number 5, though, was incredible for a team that we weren't expecting to be towards the top. They jumped from 20th to 11th place. Dream, obviously, I'm talking about Strixie and his crew. We had a chance to listen in to his interview and obviously giving a lot of credit to his roster.
Yeah, for sure, and that's an underdog team that we also see too. Vexo and Joe Gang and Crow like right there too as well, being alive. And Donkey almost getting that crazy gas play was insane, but nonetheless, with this crazy ending at this point in drop 5, I think it was like Joe, Tommy, and Alden. Those 3 teams were like at the cusp. So a lot of those back half of the teams were playing more aggressive and more confident in their gameplay. As you see, being able to take this is huge, especially when you're going against previous World Series of Warzone competitors.
Again, going against the big names, jumping from 20th place all the way up to 11th. The question I asked Strixie, can you hold on to it? Can you place in the top 12 by the end of the day? Well, we're going to find out very shortly. Let's bring up our standings. And in first place is SSD. They hold on tight. No team, Dandro, has been able to dethrone them just yet. And look at that score lead they have at the end of the day.
Maybe not nearly as dominant as the first upper bracket, but let me tell you what, it is still pretty damn good at the end of the day. Sitting up there at the top, 87 eliminations, and that's just that separation in eliminations is really what, to me, is what kind of tells the story of their dominance and why they are up here today. So no surprise there. I want to give a huge shout out to Omit NA, Team Brax there in 10th. They were sitting at 12th all day. They jumped up to 6th. After game number 6, they end the day in 10th, and I love to see that.
Congratulations to them. Oh, and Joe too in 9th. Love that. Joe moving up, going to the global stage. Big wins, but now we look at our bubble teams, and Strixie makes good on the promise during the interview dream, securing 11, top 12. Blastides will round out the 12th place, the final team going to global finals. But what teams didn't make it and have to go through LCQ, Dream?
I mean, I instantly saw Vombot right there, but all these names, I mean, Team Mutex, Team Almond, Team Colors, a lot of these teams, even Team Clown, Lil Mario, right? There was a lot of expectancy on him doing really well. So, I mean, even to be on this back half for some of these names, surprising.
Very surprising indeed. Big names across the board. We look at our final teams towards the bottom, and Picnic down there in 31st. You know, can't wait to see them play in the LCQ. I know they have it within them to do well. Colony as well, Dandro, finishing in 34th. They were a big narrative during the pre-show. We've seen them, you know, kind of tussle with the muscle. We're talking about that, you know, little bit of a fight they had against SSD. 34th. They're looking to do better next time.
Yeah, definitely want to make sure that they are coming online. I saw Nick Cool tweeting, you know, saying, hey, not a great day from us. We need to lock in for the LCQ. So they understand, you know, they understand that this was a day that they should have been playing a lot better and just were not able to make it happen in this type of lobby. So back to the lab. We got a little bit of time till the LCQ. They're going to work together as a team, probably button that one on up.
Button it up. Well, talking about button up the competition, SSD did exactly that. Let's bring in Hisoka for an interview. The champion of the day, going back to global finals. Hisoka, what's up, my boy? How you feeling?
What's going on, big dog? You know, I'm feeling juiced, feeling energized for LAN. You know, all these custom quals we placed first, and you know, last time I did that, it was Caldera, and I came up with world champ.
Man, came out the world champ, dude, and you're looking to do it again on the biggest stage World Series of Warzone can bring. Hisoka, you're brought onto this roster. You're joining the champions from the previous LAN. Your placing wasn't too bad either at the global finals. Now you're going for gold. What does it mean to join a roster like this, and what have you guys been going through to develop yourselves as the top level team out there?
Just a lot of hard work, you know, behind the scenes with these boys. You know, before I joined the team, I was playing with Almond and Noobs, and we went on a 2P, and I know I got a lot of backlash for leaving them after winning back-to-back big tourneys. So when I joined this team, it already, like, the slay power was there. You know, these guys are the GOATs from last year, so all I needed to do was just iron out some fundamentals, and we're thriving.
I love that, because you say iron out fundamentals, and Hisoka, like, you are you were the IGL that you said you could just sit back and let them slay, but how do you do it? Because you're getting 103 kills as the IGL that's supposed to be sitting back and slaying.
I mean, it's just they just like they're in front of me. I know what they're doing. You know, just triangle formation. I have their overs, but I need to get mixy, man. I'm still young. You know, I'm 22, so I still got that gunny. I think, you know, once I hit 25, I'll be kind of washed. So I just got to enjoy it while it lasts.
No. It'll still be there. It's all the mindset. So 2022 champion, right? 2023 second. What's 2024?
another first. You can bet the house on that.
All right, don't mind me, everybody. I gotta call my bank right after this, so that way I can go ahead and bet that house. Nice haircut, my man. Here's a quick question for you. First 3 maps, you guys are bouncing up and down the leaderboard, kind of between first, second, third, but kind of by game 4, you win game 4, and it seems to be when you engage the Rockets. What happened between game 3 and game 4 that really let you guys kind of get back into that dominant form that you've been for the last, sort of month and a half?
We were getting there. We were getting to end games. We were getting to like win con positions to win the game. We just kind of trolled team fights, but we kind of just told ourselves, as a group, that we got to close better. And my job coming on this team, they call me the closer. So I ironed it out and figured a way to win.
Love that.
Closer, closing out, man. Hisoka, one thing that I love about you is you always bring the energy. It's incredible to see you pop off, especially after some big wins. And it's also great to see your family join in on that action. Your family has to be ecstatic that you've just been winning nonstop. I mean, I know they're your rock.
Oh, yes, sir. It takes a family, it takes a village to raise, to raise me. But they're very supportive. It helps me off stream, helps me regain, they keep a good, they keep me in good arms. So
I love that, man. 22. By the way, I'm 32. Don't say you're washed by 25. Okay?
Damn.
Highly offensive.
You look 25.
And I love that, but that means I would already be washed at 25 by your own words. It's okay. I love you to death. I really do. Hey, what are your final words before you get out of here? What do you want to tell your fans?
And all my fans, make sure you guys get your tickets. I don't know where else you're going to be. I have no leaks, but make sure you have your passport. And it's going to be a show. I promise.
All right, it's okay. Hey, congratulations once again, brother. I can't wait to see you on the biggest stage out there.
Much love, guys. Peace.
Telling you, that's my guy. He always brings the energy. He's incredible. And I tell you what, dominating. And we heard it from Shifty earlier too, Dream, right? They are preparing for match point. That was a large reason as to why they wanted to go with Hisoka. They call him the closer. They're wanting to close out those games, Dream, and they are closing out indeed.
Yeah, and like cool, calm, collected. They have a leader that obviously has been leading them to victory, but just having teammates that you can just trust and it just feels like family and have that chemistry. I mean, I've never heard anybody say in such a multi-$1,000 tournament that they were trolling gunfights.
Right, but and still making it work, which is incredible. Right. Hisoka is the closer, but how did he do when it comes to eliminations? The IGL going big and picking up the most from today, Dandro.
35, top of the leaderboard, but it feels pretty good when your fragger is right there alongside you at 33. So the fact that 2/3 of this team is here at the top should tell you everything you need to know. But I want to give a huge shout out to some of these other squads. Obviously, Unrational and Limax kind of tying there with the 26, Autorize and Z-Smith with the 25. Just goes to show me that we have multiple people in these lobbies that can fry out almost as hard as this SSD team, but they just got to turn it up a little bit. I'd love to see some of these other teams have multiple people on that elimination leaderboard, because I saw a lot of one player from a team, but I think to really be competitive, you got to have multiple people on that leaderboard.
Got to have multiple people, and hey, we got multiple teams making it to the global finals, but also multiple teams dropping down to the LCQ. They're going to have their chance coming up next month. We'll see if they can make it happen, or unfortunately, will they be eliminated? That's the big question. An incredible day when it comes to the World Series of Warzone, and I got to give you time for your final words. D'Angelo, let's start with you. What are your final words before we get out of here?
Man, I tweeted it earlier today, and I'm going to stick by the exact same sentiment. This was probably some of the best Warzone that we have seen all year long. We had some intense competition. We had great moments. We had teams that maybe we didn't expect rise to the challenge, show they have what it takes to compete against the best of the best. We saw some of our mainstay Warzone teams kind of falter a little bit, and I love these storylines that we're starting to craft. It has me even more excited to be sitting back watching EMEA tomorrow, because if today was any indication of how these sort of regional finals are going to go, I think tomorrow is about to be just as electric.
Going to be incredible, isn't it? FIFA, man, I'm ready to see them play with Jukis. We're going to see how far they can go. Dream, always great to work with you. What are your final words before we get out of here?
Like D'Angelo said, this has been the most competitive, well, I shouldn't say the most, but the most competitive Warzone Call of Duty that I personally have seen. But just making a statement here today, some of these new squads, I really love, again, seeing new talent just thrive. But I just cannot wait for tomorrow to see, like you said, Jukies. Oh my gosh, that's one of my favorite flavors too over at EMEA. So guys, it's been fun. You guys been great. Spider Tiff and Goj killed it, and I just can't wait for more, you guys. It's just always a great time.
Well, speaking of more, we're going to be back coming tomorrow for EMEA Finals. Same place, 12:45 Eastern time for pre-show. We would love to have you here. Make sure you hit that follow button if you haven't already. But that's all we have for the NA Finals. For myself, Taylor, Reflection, Snowball, Dream Crazy, D'Angelo, Spider, Tiff, and Goj, our production crew, and you in chat, thank you for being here. Be back tomorrow for EMEA Finals, 12:45 Eastern time, same spot. We would love to have you.
I'm ready for war. I'm ready for war. I'm lighting up the fire, yeah, I'm burning up. Look at me, feel the heat. Climbing so much higher, but it's not enough. Best believe, good to see. Stumbling on the ground to the earth breaks. Knocking down walls, making earthquakes. Never looking back, this is high stakes. Look at me, yeah. I'm ready for war. Look into my eyes, I'm ready for war. Never gonna stop me, I'm ready for war. Look into my eyes, I'm ready for war. Never gonna stop me. Pushing past the limit, I'm never gonna break. I know I'm gonna win it. Light it up, light it up. Going up, going big, no retreat. Gonna win, going up. Come on!
And
I'm ready for war. Look into my eyes, I'm ready for war. Going big, never gonna stop me. I'm ready for war. Look into my eyes, I'm ready for war. Going big, never gonna stop me.
One more game?
I'm in.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies. Roger. Extract bird is inbound for cash deposit. Movement. Bag set. Extract bird is standing by. Cargo is secured and exiting the AO. Blood money. Hunt enemy squads, take their cash. Let's get after it. Contract failed. Objective lost. Supply cache locations are resecured. We lost that contract. Let the enemy complete their objective. All stations, enemy attack helos in the area. Target that bird and secure the cache. Supply box is located. Move to secure. cash here. Objective failed. We didn't secure enough cash.